I'm back, baby! Not gonna lie, it's good to be back, boys. It's good to be back. I still haven't fixed that fucking monitor yet. It's never gonna get fixed. It's part of the channel now. A broken monitor, you're gonna be reminded of me when you see a broken monitor. So before people jump to conclusions, this isn't my return video. There will be a brand spanking new video in like 2 days time. So yeah, calm your tits. Well, I kind of wanted to sum up collectively all the content that I have done before and post it as a whole. The main reason I want to do this is because I feel like going forward, I'm going to be doing slightly different content. If you want to donate to the channel, there'll be links below. And also there is going to be a new merch drop. If it's not available now, it'll be available very soon. And there'll be limited bags. So get on that quick. So without further ado, I hope you enjoy the next 5 hours of content, and I will see you very, very soon. Let's get into it, boys.
This is great. It's one of those videos where you're like, oh, is this titled clickbait or is William about to yeet? I'm frustrated with myself. I'm just kind of exhausted. I make videos to entertain uncomfortable, unhealthy, judgmental, negative people, or the criticism or the fear of failure. Hate making YouTube videos. This comes back. The state of William's videos at the moment. I am done.
Content creators, influencers, or even celebrities is, as a fan, we can grow up with that person from day one of their creation. A creation of creations that we ourselves may never be able to create, either by vicariously living through their life or being captivated by their personality, entertainment, or even animosity. This is how YouTube got the best of William Osman. Osman earned his Bachelor in Science from California State University in Northridge in 2014. After William completed his degrees in mechanical engineering and electrical engineering in 2013, he created his channel while also creating entertainment for his friends, family, and fellow YouTubers in the community, which kickstarted his channel. Which brings me to his earlier videos. They are very informative to what he's doing and creating. But from the start, you could see the shades of the awkward personality his fans grew up with and loved.
So we've come to a semi-busy boardwalk for the inaugural skate. That way, if the board breaks or I eat shit, there'll be plenty of people to see. Side note, I'm not a skater.
Showing not only himself, but cameraman John and his wife Caretaker. This is pretty much the basics you need to know about his entire channel. Small Willie makes pointless invention, filmed by cameraman John, disappointing Caretaker.
Is that it?
Yeah, that's all it does.
But there's something I'm missing out. William Osman wasn't the only tech channel out there during his early beginning. Just like any channel, you need something to stick out from the rest. And yes, sure, personality and pointless craft will make you stick out. But YouTube as a whole is usually viewed when it's something we don't have or can't create ourselves, but we want to see happen or in action. Along the videos at the very start was his bread and butter, the Reckner Smelter 9000. It's a laser cutter that William built himself in his home, implementing this laser cutter in a series called Can a Laser Cut?
Beach sand, cut to bread, some water. This is big block of ice, a cat shirt, and DIY laser eye surgery, and laser pancakes. It is.
See, I can't tell if it's cutting hair or if it's cutting into the skull.
In my opinion, this is how people came across William initially, not creating pointless inventions, but rather him making experiments with his laser cutter. But it's not the sole reason why people stayed around to watch his content. There are countless channels that have people compressing, slow motioning, destroying, many things. And yes, these channels are big, and yes, they are somewhat satisfying, but none have the personality of William Osman. None utilizes every aspect of making a video. Small Willie, equipped with a cat shirt, makes pointless invention. Filmed by the always silent cameraman John. Disappointing, the never disappointing Caretaker. It's easy to make a video if your channel consists of one thing, but Reckner Smelter 9000, it really didn't feel like that at all. Sure, you would have some absolute bangers of him making Vin Diesel sculptures out of ham to making thongs out of rubber and zip ties. In fact, the zip ties is honestly what I relate to the channel more than his laser cutter. The man is a zip tie genius. But did his fans think so? And if so, what would happen if Reckner's 9000 was no longer a part of the channel? And then the unexpected happened.
We want to turn now to the threat out west, where Los Angeles is dealing with the biggest wildfire in the city's history. ABC's Marcy Gonzalez has more from the scene.
Firefighters working through the night, a state of emergency in California as dozens of wildfires burn, including the largest blaze ever recorded in the city of Los Angeles, scorching more than 7,000 acres of the iconic hills surrounding the country's second largest city. A wall of smoke towering above LA neighborhoods, homes destroyed.
Yo, what up? It's your boy here, William Osmond, here with the hotly anticipated house tour. Things have changed. We moved some furniture around and then burned the whole place to the ground.
This is the most devastating part of William Osmond's life. See, this fire destroyed everything that William had, everything he created, everything that was accumulated with his wife. And despite how devastated he was in this moment, this right here is the pinpoint of all William Osmond's problems. Because unfortunately, when one fire goes out, another will ignite.
I posted a picture on Instagram and people it's not even that many people. There were comments saying, "Wow, I see you're spending your GoFundMe money well."
After the fire, cameraman John's brother decides to put a GoFundMe for the couple to support them after the fires and to use money to build them back up, whether the money was used to buy a new house or to replace the items that had perished in the fires. This GoFundMe ended up being $172,000 from just over 9,000 donations. Even a countless number of packages sent William's way. Just from this, you can see the love from his fans. Even this amount of love and support, William saw past this and focused on the hate. Soon after this gesture, William and Caretaker went to a trip to Universal World, and this sparked a little bit of a backlash. People were starting to claim that William using his fund to do whatever he wanted, but it's not what it seems. The tickets were given to them as a gift from a friend that worked at the park. But unfortunately, this is the first signs of William Osmond getting frustrated from the hate comments. It would be extremely frustrating to focus on the toxic side of your fan base when you just lost everything in the fire. But this is social media, the most toxic environment. There's just a conspiracy for no reason here. On to the next fire.
What I'm trying to explain is doing YouTube has this whole dark side of constant judgment, and you can't escape it.
Before the fire, William was planning to do a video with H3H3 with the coughing beanie that he made just before the fire burned down his house. Plans changed when a guest dropped it out on the H3H3 podcast and decided to use William as a replacement with the invention of the coffee beanie. Fans were delighted with the collaboration, even if it was being downgraded to a podcast. They were keen to see the two creators meet.
I hope you care, Ethan.
Unfortunately, this is not how it went. Instead of having William on the podcast for a full show, it was cut down to 20 minutes, where 15 minutes of those 20 was talking about the fire that shook the foundations of his life. 5 minutes of which was being used for the beanie. Unfortunately for William, this was the main point used in many theories to pin H3H3 good turn bad. Personally, my favorite is being brought up in the Gokunaru video. Used as a point that Ethan felt more superior over smaller YouTubers at the time, with William being the smallest channel on the podcast at 600,000 subscribers, which in fairness isn't that small. But this video was reviewed and dissected apart during the H3H3 podcast 2 years after the initial podcast with William. William was brought up to clear things, but in my opinion, it just raised more eyebrows.
I think that, nobody's perfect. And I think that you and Eli are some of the nicest people that I've met. And the decision to not have me on longer probably stemmed from maybe not thinking that it would be like as interesting to the podcast audience, which I totally get. Like as a content creator, you have to try to figure out what people want to see. And so I think it was just a kind of unfortunate situation where, it may have been deemed that people didn't want to see as much of William Osmond stuff, because at the time it was a much smaller channel. So it's not like something that has affected me greatly, and like I don't think about it every day. At the time, though, it was maybe a little bit of a bummer to have not been included more, but that doesn't really, change the way like you guys have been nice to me, even like especially that day or after the fact.
You got to put in consideration that William only took a few things from his house before leaving it to the wildfire. And one of those things was the beanie for H3H3 channel. Only to be used for 5 minutes in a podcast is a bit of a low blow. On top of that, I think William takes a lot of inspiration from H3H3 as a fan to a fellow content creator, despite the differences in genres. And at the time, it seemed like he was getting a bit shoved out the door. Obviously, anyone could be stuck in William's position, but the one thing that stuck out to me the entire time I did research on William, years later, people would still refer to this 20 minutes in a podcast being the most memorable part of William himself, despite other achievements with other YouTubers.
Decisions he made while he was building stuff, because he builds stuff. He's like an engineer of sorts. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He's the guy who went on H3H3 with the talking beanie.
Like, all right, come on, show your hat, talk about your house, and then get the fuck off my show. That was basically Gokunaru's point. Honestly, in retrospect, I don't know how well that particular point holds up, but that was the point of the video. So that was how we found out about William Osmond.
So why is something that is his 37th most popular video on the channel is something that best describes Osmond with his time on YouTube? First, we need to talk about some other points. See, with these two fires going on with the GoFundMe and the H3H3 conspiracy theories, they seem to not burn themselves out, but only stay in the background, gaining support and attention from crowds that he may not wanted to begin with. But despite this, William continued to make content, which in my opinion is the best in his entire career on YouTube. From collaborations with dream content creators and fellow YouTuber friends to doing egg drop challenges and upscaling the pointless inventions. Not to mention the hilarious 5-minute craft and life hack videos with seemingly edgier content. Small Willie evolved into Big Willie. From the last time Ethan and Healer had William on the podcast in 2018, William had 600,000 subscribers, and in 2020, having 2 million, which is an insane difference. But was Big Willie motivated by this?
And you want to keep it moving?
Right.
You're just kind of like in that cycle.
Yeah, and it's like,
But-
when you're employed, I feel it's easy to be like, I don't really want to go to work today. And then when you leave work, you're like, yeah, fine, I'm not at work anymore.
Okay,
But
you
doing
like
this
physically
stuff,
left work.
Yeah, like there's no way of like displacing. Like the very few times I've sort of felt like I could stop thinking about it. Like even if I'm being unproductive, like I can't stop thinking about it. Like it just doesn't stop.
But
it's like,
you do have to work on that because burnout is
Right.
a real thing.
Right.
And if you want to be in it for like the long picture, then
And that's like what I feel like the past, like I feel 2 years is sort of like trying to figure it out. Like, how do we figure it out? How do we figure it out? And it was like, just haven't quite figured it out.
That. And congratulations on 2 million subbies too, by the way. That's great.
Thank you.
It's awesome.
I don't know how I feel about it. It's there.
I didn't even know
great.
that
Like,
happened.
whatever.
So
Oh, really?
that's good.
Well,
I'm glad.
This brings me to the last 2 fires.
But it makes me sad. And it's like, I don't want to not read the comments, but I feel like I shouldn't read the comments because what I'm trying to say is like, generally 90% of everything is so positive, maybe even 99% of everything is so positive, but there is this percentage of like this extreme negativity, like in the X-ray video.
Over the course of 3 years, William was having a reoccurring theme at an event called BattleBots, where he would create defenseless robots and RC cars to go against pro BattleBot players.
Is it? The best defense is offense.
Huge turning. And there's the shot. Moist pony all over the arena.
Soon after this, he would buy a pro BattleBot himself called Red Devil. This split the William Osmond community in half. Half would consider this a good buy to form some hilarious videos in the future, but some would consider a waste of money and not a good new owner for the Red Devil. Osmond later addressed these allegations.
BattleBot. People are mad that I bought a BattleBot. Let me read you a comment. Will this ever end up in the battle box again? Or is it just going to become a dangerous toy for a YouTuber with too much money? He clearly is pushing it way past its limits to the point of danger, and I'm not quite sure if he understands its mechanics or how to fix it. Waldo1 with a Reddit comment that has -4 points. That's who doubted me. So will this ever end up in the battle box again? No. Is this just going to become a dangerous toy for a YouTuber with too much money? No. I spent all the money on the robot. And I'm not quite sure if he understands its mechanics or how to fix it. Watching him wear out Red Devil's parts physically caused me pain, since it's all completely custom made and expensive as hell. Have you seen the show BattleBots, where they take 2 giant robots and have them explode each other?
But you can indeed see the frustrations build over time in 2021, with numerous different videos gaining a lot of heat, which is odd because he's just upping the chaos in the videos as time goes on.
I don't know. Some just like big words that he learned. My concern here is that you could get hurt doing this, or people will see this and assume it's good practice. Okay, did anybody watch that video and think it's a good idea?
Which leads me into the X-ray machine. The X-ray machine video is without a doubt the one video that caused William the most controversy at the time, with people calling out that it's dangerous or fake. You can see the frustration has reached boiling point as William decides to make a follow-up video to talk about the negative comments once again. Showing how stupid one of these comments are, William decides to catfish one of the commenters that display his real name on YouTube to a job interview to see if he had the right credentials to make such assumptions.
You want to tell me a little bit about what you do? Oh, X-rays.
Ultrasound. Yeah.
Is that something that you're certified and trained to do?
I am an assistant. I don't do it personally.
By then tricking him into signing a document into stating he could use in this video. And this is where all fires meet. See, at the time, William probably thought this was a good idea to teach trolls lurking on his channel a lesson, but unfortunately this brought a community that was lurking in the shadows to make their own point on the action that was made that day. The commentary community slammed Osman for doxing the commenter.
And the search queries. These are the search queries. I'm not going to say his name, but it's his name, William Osman. His name, LinkedIn. His name, his location. His name, Instagram. His name, YouTube. His name, X-ray. His name, Twitter. His name, technician.
So he doxed the fuck out of this guy.
I wouldn't call that a soft dox. I'm sorry. If you like do a tutorial on how to find this guy's information, I don't care if you blurt it out, and I don't care if his name is his fucking real name on YouTube. There's an expectation that this guy is not a fucking public figure. He's just some random guy in your YouTube comments. And if you're fully aware that this is his name and you go on to show like how to fucking dox him in the video, it wouldn't have killed you to blur his fucking name from the YouTube comment.
Fair enough.
Dude, you fucking knew. You knew what happens if you leave that. People are like, well, we can't find out his fucking motivations. Why? He's in the middle of the video going, you know, I kind of feel bad for what I'm doing right now, but actually I don't, because he called me a loser.
So, how did it come to this?
I am done. I'm done.
Everything I have stated, the impression that a donation would implement William owed them something for it. This slow, toxic community leaked into his. The people who once loved his videos would now turn on him. But most of all, he can't handle trolls. It's not the fact that William can't handle criticism, he can't handle trolls. A point that a lot of people have missed. Which is a shame because you let it consume you. You let idiots that don't know any better themselves consume you. But I think Osman has left for the better. See, it's sad seeing him go, but sometimes YouTube isn't for everyone. And sometimes an ending is a new start. Sometimes you gotta let things play out.
This is great. It's one of those videos where you're like, oh, is this titled clickbait?
The answer is yes. The video is complete clickbait.
Well, he's been gone for a while now, but he's still around doing much bigger things. Being in the biggest and the best Mr. Beast video ever created. Mr. Beast's Squid Game is one of the most expensive videos ever to be made, costing over $2 million. With 250 million views and counting, I would speculate that it paid itself off. Being the most viewed video on Mr. Beast MrBeast's channel, you would think the man responsible for the exploding chest plates had a big part to play in the MrBeast Squid Game success. I think this is the next plan of action for Osman, as helping out other content creators could be more satisfying than actually uploading onto his own channel. I wish you the very best, Osman, and I'm sorry that YouTube got the better of you. In the last video I posted, I talked about William Osman's last video, where he talked about the negativity in his community. Now, I didn't talk about the other half of that video where fellow inventors and crappy science connoisseurs complained about the exact same thing, but I felt like there was one important person left out of that conversation.
Who's that roommate?
One person they could have all learned from. That person is an evil genius.
It's Michael Reeves!
All right! Lubba lubba dub dead. Above the chest here. We can. That's a good laser, baby. I love science. Oh my gosh. God, I love this job. Hi, I'm Mike.
Michael Reeves came onto the platform in April 2017. While Reeves was attending university, he released his first YouTube video, The Robot That Shines Laser in Your Eye, which went viral on Reddit and resulted in Reeves being pole vaulted into YouTube's stratosphere. Within 24 hours, Reeves gained a popularity, gaining very fast in subscribers.
Alright, so in the time that I was editing the video you're watching right now, we hit 2,000, then 3,000, then 4,000, and now we're at 4,500.
People were joining up for the journey of the chaotic YouTuber. But Michael Reeves had other plans to do videos about code, which he was fluent in and felt like was lacking on YouTube. However, this didn't last long, with fans asking for more chaotic videos, which Michael obliged, making more dangerous and pointless inventions that were built to harm or injure with either tasers or lasers. Michael's crude humor and personality captivated the audience, as it was edgy and missing in the community he was in at the time.
The app I made was for Twitter. I don't tell you guys how much I appreciate you nearly enough, and I'm hoping this will fix it. Alexa, tell my fans on Twitter how awesome they are.
I told your fans that they suck fat.
Oh.
I felt like Michael encouraged the toxic community and included it into his videos. Unfortunately, being this edgy does have a little bit of a side effect from YouTube, and may kind of derail any kind of budget Michael wants to spend on the most necessary inventions. But as more videos were posted, more people were willing to donate to the evil mastermind for more world domination.
Always throw back like the first catch, so I'm just gonna let him go home with his family. Be free!
He ended up moving away from Hawaii and lived in LA with William Osman after Big Willie's house burnt down. I've always felt, and actually many have felt, like this was a good move to help out William, resetting his life and making William Osman stronger and edgier, just like Reeves himself. The dynamic between the two had some legendary collabs, but unfortunately, with the madness in the house escalated, it got the two evicted from the house, separating the boys as Michael ventured out and Osman went off with his new edgier persona and community.
I'm done.
Michael eventually went off to another group of collaborators that he found interest with. I find this so fucking weird. This group of collaborators is a bunch of Twitch streamers. Not just Twitch streamers, but Twitch streamers that have absolutely nothing in common with Michael Reeves. Pure evil genius.
Incision right above the
With Michael Reeves playing with his new test subjects, he soon moved into the offline TV house,
We fucking on the Minecraft bed or what?
using the garage as his own personal playpen. Since he's moved into the offline TV house, I feel like this is the best content that he's ever made. I feel like a lot of people reckon this content kinda died in 2016, but with Michael Reeves, I feel like it ignited in 2017, and he carried that content all the way to 2022. Now, I know a lot of people are going to be like, Tyson, you just did a speed run through Michael Reeves' career. And it's not that fucking hard considering the guy only has 40 videos uploaded. And all of those videos are complete fucking bangers. But the whole point of this video that I'm making is because of William Osborne and the second half of that video with all those collaborators and friends. I think William and those friends need to take some advice from Michael Reeves to just not give a fuck. I'm sure Michael's been through a lot of controversial moments in his career.
It's like some deep paternal instinct is awoken inside of me to try and protect it. But, you know, I got a video to make, so we gotta get in that little noggin of his.
But he doesn't tiptoe around criticism, and he embraces the troll. Give the fans what they want. And yeah, sure, if they're doing a stupid criticism, just ignore it. If you know it's stupid, ignore it. If you're not getting exposed for it, ignore it. Or like Michael's done, embrace it without doxing it, without reporting it, without justifying that your girlfriend's making an OnlyFans account and you think it's cool. Anywho, since making this video, it's been announced that Michael Reeves will be fighting some financial advisor guy in the iDubbbz charity boxing event. Gotta give it up to him. I would hate to go against evil Jimmy Neutron. I think we can all learn from Michael to just stop giving a fuck.
Make YouTube stupid again.
I'm back! This is the retrospective of Creator Clash 2 fighters. And hey, don't get me wrong, I may do this for other boxing events. Don't get me wrong, there's some notable people on those cards.
Hey, look, it's a little dead meme.
Alright, let's start with the fighter that you could argue has the most similarities to the creator of Creator Clash, sparking a lot of people calling him an iDubbbz clone, Chris Raygun, aka
poor little elf boy named Chris Gaygun. No idea why he was named that, but I'm sure it implies something. Anyways, them niggas was crazy.
But before we get into Chris Raygun, we must go back. Chris originally started his channel way back in 2007 as MindFreakCM. I can only imagine that CM stands for Cringe Master. Only being 14 years old, Chris started his channel with the basis of ranting about games and discussing things that he felt like got missed from other reviewers. Though at the time, Chris and YouTube as a whole didn't have much quality content and more of a shitposting site. In saying that, Chris had big plans and ideas for the future of his channel. But for the meantime, he was just posting reviews and rants, alongside guitar covers of his favorite band Rise Against, among other artists he would cover. I find this interesting because Chris has kept this basic format for his channel to this very day: games, music, rants. As YouTube started to evolve, so did Chris, gathering influence from YouTubers that were gaining popularity at the time, such as Needledrop and JonTron. The Chris Raygun persona started to take full form in 2014, as the first time you see the iconic hair and glasses logo, his own music, and of course his game rants, with a step up of the over-the-top, sarcastic, dark humor that pushed him to his first 1,000 subscribers. Though Chris was about to take some time away from YouTube due to burnout, however, around this time, he was only pulled back in, with what he would be mainly known for today, the commentary community. The commentary community was starting to blow up around 2015 to 2016, with a lot of the videos having edgy, uncensored humor that Chris would fit in perfectly.
Hey everybody, welcome to the show. Today's episode is sponsored by Windex. It's perfect for shoving down the throats of your insolent little children.
And he did capitalize on this in his own way. At the time, a lot of commentary YouTubers were pretty basic and repetitive, pumping out as much content as they can daily. Chris, however, would take a more creative stance, using the formula of talking about the points that people may have missed out and adding skits and side characters into the mix.
Woof woof, jackass.
One being Paul, the demonic llama.
I prefer cats on account of their rotating wrists and nimble pelvises. Okay, well, you could have just said I prefer cats, Paul. Nobody would have judged you.
And the other being his roommate slash fellow content creator, Tom Sweeney.
Hey, I'm Tom Sweeney. I'm here to react to some funny videos. Let's have fun. Let's watch some funny videos. Bears.
Bears had a big bear. Bear cook. Bear cook.
I can't do this anymore. I can't. What the fuck, dude?
It was a fresh outlook on the day-to-day mockney of the commentary community, though with the trends chopping and changing weekly to even daily, Chris would make a video series called Chris Raygun Recap that would pull 3 to 4 topics into one video. This series was great as it would be hitting somewhat overdone topics with quick and snappy humor with a recap of all the absurd things going on that month.
You know, my to-do list for tomorrow actually follows a very similar structure. I gotta get some milk and eggs, gotta call my internet provider, gotta pay my phone bill, I gotta break into a nursery and set all the minority newborns ablaze, and to top it all off, I gotta fill up my car. Oh, all equally mundane things to do.
Without it feeling stale. Chris would also bring out another series around this time that a lot of people would enjoy.
It's Chris Raygun, and welcome to another episode of Glasses Off.
Glasses Off. Glasses Off is a more serious approach to the subjects that he wanted to be straight to the point with, without there being any misconceptions to what Chris may have been talking about at the time, taking away any sarcasm and dark humor that could lead his fans or viewers misunderstanding serious topics that were at hand. This will range from cultural appropriation, social justice warriors, free speech, feminism, and politics.
Take 45, take 41, take 97, take fuck my ass. You got a friend in me. How's it going, everybody? Chris Raygun here. Did you get the joke? I'm wrapping myself in a green screen because we're gonna be talking about Lacey Green. Is that enough of a joke for you guys?
I won't go into Chris Raygun's political saga because over time Chris Raygun has distanced himself away from the political scene and proceeded to work on games, music, and rants. Whether this was more of an interest to the latter, or the fact that the political scene on the internet has turned into one of the most toxic genres to date. Hey. You could say over time Chris Raygun's content has become more scarce compared to his earlier days and hasn't been as quite popular. I hope he somehow finds a way of changing that around as he's quite an entertaining figure on the platform. In some way, I do understand why people call him an iDubbbz clone, but I think he does hold his own brand rather than a copycat.
Stop. You violated the law.
He has, however, found some success on Twitch.
Fucking Cirque du Soleil over here.
To my LGBTQ plus fans, I'm very sorry for comments on today's show.
And is the host of 2 popular podcasts, Sacred Symbol, a podcast about everything PlayStation, and The Snark Tank, a podcast about everything scuffed. With Chris being a YouTube OG, it's only fitting that his opponent is also in that nature. Tyler Cassidy is one of those OG YouTubers from the early 2010s.
Got some messages to deliver to all the haters out there who's hating on all my rapping. First off, don't hate the player, hate the game.
You could say that it was the start of YouTube molding into those golden years. And along with that molding came the rise of the internet rappers.
I'm a spiritual, lyrical, individual, spiritual, miracle.
Though the main man that always sticks out to old school viewers is Froggy Fresh.
I
I dare you to try and punch me. My face is so hard you'll say, ouch, you crunched me.
Formerly known as Krispy Kreme, aka Tyler Cassidy. Cassidy initially started posting videos on the platform with rap singles that unfortunately went unnoticed, which is understandable because everyone and their grandma were making rap music at this time to put on the internet. Though in April 2012, he would make up a persona that would make him stick out from the rest.
My mind's telling me no, but my body's telling me yeah. Well, that wasn't very good, but I'm gonna try one more time.
With a little bit more of a southern down accent and a snotty-nosed kid gimmick to his music.
We back up in this. Y'all already know. Cause I am the baddest of them all. If you ain't about money, then I don't mess with y'all. Y'all think I don't get girls, cause I ain't very tall. If she see my stacks, I bet you that she calls you know.
Krispy Kreme was born. Producing a music video straight out of his mum's basement called The Baddest. Visually, the music video is one of those things that you see that is just purposely made bad, so bad it's good. And the bars are just broken rhythms that don't quite flow well.
I bet I got more money than Jay-Z. Compared to me, Jay-Z is lazy. Plus Beyonce thinks that I'm cute. It's okay, Beyonce, I think you're cute too.
Someone would post this video on Reddit r/videos, gathering many upvotes, pushing the video around, making it a viral masterpiece. Producing millions of views, pushing him around to be quoted on the Ray William Johnson's Equal Free show that was peaking in popularity at this point.
Oh my god, I can't wait to share this last one with you. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the poetic stylings of Krispy Kreme.
I have 400 cars. I have 400 scars and 400 guitars. I have 400 houses. I have 400 mouses and 400 houses.
400 houses? That's impressive. But you know what you could really use? A Kleenex. One Kleenex.
Which resulted Krispy Kreme being pushed to shows like Tosh.0 Web Redemption, a segment into Tosh's show that gave insight if the character was real or not, and he didn't disappoint.
How long have you been in the rap game?
I've been in the rap game for since I was just born.
After the success of The Baddest and seeing him on Tosh.0, you could tell this wasn't going to be a one-hit wonder. And with the hype, fans were eager to see what was next. The next year to come out was Best Friends, with the soon-to-be recurring characters in his music videos, Moneymaker Mike and James. James was the antagonist that was against Krispy Kreme and his best friend Moneymaker Mike. The reason why I'm mentioning these two is because they were a big part of the Krispy Kreme lore. They didn't rap, but you would be loving the songs that came out, and you would also be tuning in to see the lore of the music video with Krispy Kreme, Moneymaker Mike and James. It was a much-loved thing from the fans of the content. However, now it's time to talk about the donut in the room, as Krispy Kreme, that was a well-known donut company, was inquiring about his name. On December the 3rd, 2012, Froggy Fresh stated on his own YouTube channel that he received a call from the Krispy Kreme Donut Company, telling him that his name was trademark infringement. He also stated that he could not use any variation of the words crispy or cream without facing any legal problems. Tyler Cassidy announced that he would be changing his rap name to one of the following, depending on the viewers' comments: Froggy Fresh, Candy Cane, Jelly Bean, Jelly Bean Jack, Little Country, or White Chocolate. On December the 18th, 2012, Krispy Kreme announced that he changed his name to Froggy Fresh. But prior to changing his name to the well-known Froggy Fresh, Tyler was originally going to change it to Jelly Bean Jack. Jelly Bean Jack. Now that's a career-ending rap name right there.
I got some jelly beans.
Nothing less, the Froggy Fresh era was in full play. He took down the original Krispy Kreme videos and added the new name in.
Krispy Kreme! Froggy Fresh!
After this, Froggy Fresh would make a fresh batch of songs, which would contain another banger called Dunked On.
Why is James crying? 'Cause he just got dunked on. I ain't even lying. Yo, he just got dunked on. Yeah, he was standing in the way, so I jumped up in the air and I
With another big boost, stardom was on the way, with 2 full albums and a tour. But in April 2016, there was an unannounced hiatus that left fans questioning for 2 years. In 2018, he would return to update to the fans that he soon will be done with the character.
I have been writing pop tunes and soul tunes for about a year and a half now. 3.5 years ago, I finished the 3rd album for the Froggy Fresh project, which is unreleased. We have those 5 singles released that are out there, which is like Stolen Bikes 3, Zombie in My Basement. What else was there? Good Guy Shoes. It's those 5 singles that don't have an album yet. Well, the album has been done for forever, but I just hadn't released it yet because I was waiting, because we normally we do a video for every song, but we never got to the videos. My little brother went to college, he ran the camera, and everyone kind of grew up and grew out of it, and I kind of just stayed around the area for a couple years and did absolutely nothing and didn't know what to do with my life. So anyways, I've also just lost so much interest in the project. It's just not that much fun for me anymore, and I've kind of outgrown it. Mostly because like the people that were involved in the project, we've all gone separate paths, so it just ain't there anymore. This is like my new thing. This is what I'm pretty much in love with. I just want to write songs, and it's like, but not hip hop anymore. I'm so bored with hip hop. It's just not fun to me anymore.
Though this would be soon deleted and Tyler Cassidy would be gone from the channel completely, and started the post on his 2nd channel with a new style of just him being himself, which I gotta admit had some bangers, even one of the songs breaking past 13 million views today. Tyler Cassidy is a very talented individual. He's pretty much been on and off the channel without any sign of Froggy Fresh lore popping up, though it's kinda sad to see nothing else happen with the Froggy Fresh channel.
Sad to see this, but it really reminds me of like Filthy Frank moving on to Joji and completely abandoning his project. Sometimes you just grow out of something. It's really hard to tell that to fans, but they just have to appreciate the good times you gave them and watch you grow.
He was going to do a Froggy Fresh podcast last year, but everyone and their grandma was doing a podcast in 2022.
And then eventually, we hope that we can get to a point where like we're going out and doing like full-on story music videos again.
I hope with Creator Clash this might consider him reigniting this flame alongside Moneymaker Mike. Oh dear, I was really hoping that would resolve this by the time I posted my video, but Chris Raygun and, more importantly, Froggy Fresh will not be making the event of Creator Clash 2. And there's a few controversies, but mostly speculation. There hasn't been a very clear answer of why Froggy Fresh got kicked off the card. I think the main thing was because Froggy Fresh was being a little bit too edgy and joking about Anissa's OnlyFans page. If that's actually the case, that Anissa is that sensitive about her OnlyFans account, I might suggest just not fucking having one. Like I said, there's a lot of speculation, but if that is actually the case,
Anissa's mom is mad, so now I'm kicked off the event.
I'm not going to give any more of my opinion about this because you could go on and on about it, but at the end of the day, I still wanted to include these guys. Maybe they couldn't contain the baddest. I mean, everyone's a fan of this guy. Even John Cena's a fan of this guy.
What do you think of Froggy Fresh?
Putting a new glaze on Krispy Kreme. I think he's very talented. I saw a few of his videos. I was surprised by his content. I think he's very talented. I think he's a lot more talented.
Take my hand and join me for the evolution of punk revolution now. But who is punk revolution now? K.O. Brenter is a small-time musician growing up in New York. His first music pieces are obscure as his first YouTube channel, which dates back to 2011 with only 3 uploads. The 3 videos uploaded are spanned over 3 years, from 2013 to 2017. Interesting enough though, these videos define the insanity to what channel he will make in the distant future. During this time, KO made his self-proclaimed band Proven to Cure. From my understanding, this is a band performed by him, produced by him, showing his skills as an artist. Soon after, started playing as a guitar player for a band called Died. They successfully produced an EP and their album Abnormalized Internal Criminals. The band started to use a YouTube account to send each other music-related videos in private. but KO decided to give a name to the channel to the account they were using at the
partially,
time.
Of course, to talk about music stuff and practice and this and that. But it was also just like, we were all good, friends. And I remember just sending them a text like, wouldn't a really good YouTube channel name be Punk Revolution Now?
And this is where our story begins, as he uploads his first public video on the 21st of February 2019.
First video of Punk Revolution Now.
The first upload is probably the most important upload of the entire channel. He explains who he is, what he does, and why we need a Punk Revolution now.
A little bit about myself. My name's Kaio. I'm a guitarist in the renowned underground band TyDie, which is where I think I have some authority to talk about music because I am very in touch and in sync with the underground music movement, the underground music scene, very behind the scenes in the music industry. I know how the music industry works. I'm a major influencer within it. So that's my music background in terms of philosophy and politics. I think it's a major part of who I am as a punk rock star, given that punk is a inherently political philosophy. So thanks for tuning in. I'm going to be reviewing music. I'm going to be sharing some insider knowledge of the music industry, and I'm going to be hopefully helping you understand what Punk Revolution Now really means. So
the thing about these first few videos is you can see the wheels start turning, and everything that you hear on this channel will be brought back to these first few starting videos.
What is your favorite punk song? You have a couple choices. You can either pick Black Flag or Minor Threat. So yeah, please leave a comment below what's your favorite punk song and where do you think punk started? And let's have a discussion.
In saying that, you can see the cracks in the wide-eyed persona to the music reviewer he originally said he was going to be. He uploads his first music review a week after the initial upload. The interesting thing about this first review is like watching Bob Ross paint. You watch those first strokes wondering where it's going to go, and then BAM! The point I'm making is the first review is just pure genius. Let me explain why, because you can only get it if you've watched those first 6 videos in a row. First,
Punk Revolution Now.
Second, he made the claim that everyone reviews mainstream music for the views and money.
The people who own Spotify, the people who own Forever 21, the people who own the radio, what do they all have in common? Is they all have money, and that's why they're putting that music on so they can make more money, okay?
So he decides to review a small musician that no one has heard of.
This album, Pushing Yourself, Making Amends by Efek.
How small? Not even Spotify can tell me that. Number 3, it wasn't even a punk band, just a techno artist trying to make a name for himself. The thing about this, it shows that he's going to be doing all genres of music, just not punk.
Eyes on, remember, I'm in a band. I know the music industry inside and out. I know what's good. I know what's shit, okay? So you better listen to me because we're going on a trip.
Or not just what's popular at the time, like a lot of music reviewers do on the platform.
In the business, we call this foreshadowing.
From here, he follows this format for a lot of his first music reviews. Punk Revolution Now, rant, review, repeat. Punk Revolution Now, rant, review, repeat. Punk Revolution Now, rant, review, repeat. Keeping up with the consistency of that format and the consistency of uploading every day, Kaio went insane. As time went on, Kaio's online persona was starting to build itself, and so does the slow rise in subscribers each week.
Thank you for all the love. Thank you for all the support. We're at 8 subscribers. I thought I only had 4, 5, 6 subscribers, but I have 8. That shows me the Punk Revolution.
His rants and reviews get mixed reactions depending what the video was about or who he was reviewing on at the time.
Idiots.
Music is very opinionated, which kind of shows in the playground of the comments section and the seesaw of what we like to call likes and dislikes bar. But in the middle of that playground was the weird kid.
Katy Perry! I hate this fucking... So, we literally got Taylor Swift to fucking work her ass off in the 2020 election to make Donald Trump lose, which means we probably are gonna help Donald Trump lose the election because Taylor's watched my video because you guys worked your hardest to... Yeah!
And that's the highest rating I've given all year, and that's the highest rating Punk Revolution now has ever given. So as far as you're aware, this could be the best album of all time.
You released an album full of pop called Smile in the middle of a pandemic, and the whole world is falling apart, and you said smile.
That is fucking atrocious! How could you fucking call this cringe band punk when they're playing this fucking pop trash on the fucking Ellen DeGeneres show? New. I've had that riff stuck in my head all day.
Fuck. Oh. God.
Here's your smile. And prove to you how punk I am.
As each video gets uploaded, he starts to lose his freaking mind. But surprisingly, this character development doesn't shy away from his honest thoughts and opinions about the music industry. I feel this is a perfect way to filter out the idiots that stumble across his videos, which would explain the dislikes getting less and less over time, because the people who like these videos would be more likely to stay and join the punk revolution now. The first half of 2019 for Punk Revolution Now is one of the most interesting character and channel developments I have ever seen on the platform. But also keeping to the punk name, the reviews in my opinion were on bands and musicians that are barely heard in the mainstream media. But the bands and musicians that were in the eyes of the mainstream media, he would give a very honest opinion.
She got a fucking 8 out of 10 from Pitchfork.com. That makes no sense.
An opinion that he felt was corrupted by the revenue that was followed by the reviews. Which brings me to the second half of 2019. To say music is very opinionated would be a very big understatement. Opinions, reviews, and reaction of good or bad under the influence of a certain critic, reviewer, or commentator.
Review.
And an opinion can indeed alter the general thoughts of someone that may not be able to formulate an opinion for themselves. Insert mainstream media.
And I go on Pitchfork.com to see maybe they're gonna do something right this time. Maybe they're gonna not be a fucking asshole and ruin my fucking day. And of course, they give fucking Jesus is King, easily one of the worst albums of the year, a fucking atrocious, terrible, horrible piece of shit album. They give it a 7.2 out of 10. You don't need any more proof. You really don't need any more proof that fucking Pitchfork is only in it for the money. This album, anyone who's listened to it knows it's fucking shit, and it pisses me off because you know the only fucking
I'm confident if you've made it this far into my channel or even this video, I don't have to tell you how bad mainstream media really is. However, I must talk to you about an individual's opinion, and an opinion from one person's perspective that changes the perspective of the viewers of one critic. I must talk about the needle drop, aka...
Hi everyone, Anthony Fantano here, Tano here, the Destiny Teeth Tano here, one finally here Tano here, Jenny Death! Ninthany Tantano, Therapy Sessiano, Bothany Gold Tano, Munchthany Fan Tofu, No Money Broke Tan, Law and Order SVU here, Company on Tano here, on food poisoning here, and we live in an economy of fear, oh my god!
He has been a music critic for over a decade, with over 3,500 videos. You could say the self-proclaimed title, Busiest Music Nerd, really reflects on his channel and career. He tends to mix it up on different genres and styles of music, whether it be mainstream or less known albums or tracks. His reviews on music are unlike any other review at the time of his channel being created. You gotta remember, reviews 10 years ago were a lot different from what they are now. As we are well aware, internet and social media has boomed throughout the decade. More and more people would rather watch a review rather than read. Sure, you still have your old school critics that are a little bit stubborn in the change of the world, but with social media taking off over the years, there was a new breed of critics on the rise, letting anyone capitalize on the opportunity that social media opens the audience up to. Anthony Fantano made his channel in the perfect timeline in the new age of critics and the social media, which in this case is everybody's favorite, YouTube. And it reflects on his channel with over 2 million subscribers, making him one of, if not the most popular critics in the music industry today. With all this being said, I can understand why some would consider him the last critic standing. I'd say he'd be one of the most entertaining critics out there with his honest opinions and his creative personality on the platform.
Review something. I like it. I like it. No, 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 no.
We're going to start off the list right here. You will not review the new Blink-182 album. Makes no sense. Blink-182, punk band. You like punk. They invented punk.
I'm going to pretend you didn't say that.
But with a formality of popularity and a strong opinion on musicians will come strong criticism on Fantano's fanbase and Fantano himself.
Fuck it, strong one.
With 3,500 videos, Fantano is bound to have a few controversial reviews, and his fan base running with his rating score. Here's how Fantano's rating scores work.
That many points. Really all that's going on is from 0 to 4, we're talking about an album that I dislike, whether it be a 4, which I dislike a little, or it's a 0, which is like an atom bomb of sadness going on in my brain. Then we have a 5, which is pretty much me on the fence. And then from 6 to 10, that's stuff I like, whether I like it a little bit as a 6 or a 10, which is an atom bomb of happiness going off in my head.
The problem having a rating system with a sizable audience is thus the audience can flood review sites and give such a score without gathering an opinion of their own. This is where majority of Fantano's criticism is made against him.
I know there are people out there that tend to react strongly to these numbers, whether it be with love or extreme hate.
Insert punk.
Revolution now. You're obsessed with Anthony Fantano. You're obsessed with Anthony Fantano. You're obsessed with Anthony. I'm not freaking obsessed with Anthony Fantano. I don't care.
Well, let's talk about that for a minute.
Anthony Fantano, you're a fucking sellout.
Kyrie, up to the mid-2019, had name-dropped Anthony Fantano several times for giving high ratings on albums his demographic would accept, with the result in fans flooding review sites to up the ratings on albums that would otherwise be poorly received by other music critics. Vice versa, you could also put this the other way around, with highly well-received albums getting a buff from the rating systems and fans.
Anthony Fantano uploaded his review of All My Heroes Are Cornballs. He gave it an 8 out of 10. And what is interesting is an 8 out of 10 is lower than what you would expect from a 3.94 on Rate Your Music. For a 3.94, you'd expect a 9, maybe, dare I even say, a 10. But it instead got an 8. So my guess is what's going to happen here is everyone who uses Rate Your Music is going to see Anthony Fantano's ratings. They're going to go, I can't think for myself, so I'm going to go back on Rate Your Music and I'm going to lower my rating to reflect what Anthony Fantano told me to think of this album. Remember, the last rating was a 3.94, and today, 24 hours after Anthony Fantano reviewed All My Heroes Are Cornballs, we can see the rating dropped to a 3.91, exactly as I predicted.
To be honest though, as comically as Kaye puts it, I do see the scary side of how Fantano impacts the music scene with the reviews he gives on his personalized rating system, because the main victims of this criticism are the artists themselves, whether they already are big or just starting. Any criticism can make or break an artist's career.
Wally, come on dude, you're being silly dude.
To be fair, is this Fantano's fault or is this his fan base's fault? My personal opinion is this is just how fan bases are. If you are strongly a fan of something or someone, what is stopping you as a fan from supporting the talent they follow? Or in this case, following their favorite critic. But I don't find Fantano as bad as most people paint him out to be. And sure, he might cater to his fans and lean towards pop genres, but this isn't a rare thing to do. Don't get me wrong, I think when you put your opinions and criticism out in public, it has the right to have agreements and disagreements to what has been said. It helps us grow, it helps us progress, but it's hard to take these two feuds between two YouTubers, two critics, two fan bases serious, when they are kind of the same thing and fighting for the same thing. Yes, I understand this is a gimmick of Kaya's character he was exaggerating on, but if it's legit, let it be legit, because the Anthony Fantano content is absolute gold.
Alright, you fuckers, let me show you what a real 10 out of 10 looks like. Fuck you, Anthony Fantano, you fucking suck! Anthony, your brain is like a pea. You're full of fucking shit. I'm giving you a 3.
Following video may just end up destroying Anthony Fantano's career. This is some disturbing stuff. Went on the Needle Drop website, went to the contact form, and sent my email. Here is what I sent. Hi Anthony Fantano, I am a big fan of your channel. We have recently released our debut EP, and we are hoping you would review it. We can offer a donation of $30,000 to your channel. Don't need to give a positive review, just want your honest thoughts. Let me know if you're interested. Boom! You are on crack. Anthony Fantano says I am on crack.
When you review a song, you think of 2 things. That's gaining more subscribers and copycatting me.
More exciting.
It was exciting!
Apparently that just did not.
Yes, it did!
I'm feeling a decent 2 strong 5 on...
You're twice my fucking age with half as much clout. Your taste is fucking shit. My reviews are what it's all about.
Anthony Fantano.
I have billions of subscribers, basically. I have none. I have no fucking subscribers. I do this because I love it. You do it for money. You have more subscribers, but they're a bunch of bots. They steal your shitty taste. Don't have any real thoughts. Anthony Fantano is a fucking troll, chasing clout, selling out. More subscriptions are his goal. He watches all my videos and likes what he sees. Takes every little thing I say and repeats after me.
And he always fucking takes my talking points, he takes my score, he copies me. What a fucking sick fuck. And look at this shit now. Look at this fuck. Look at this fucking idiot. Look at it. We're on his channel production. He's stealing my fucking mustache. You see his fucking... He's doing this on purpose.
Anthony Fantano is a fucking fraud. He didn't even review Cardiac, sing to God. He steals his taste on Pitchfork, greater music, and me. His fans call him Melon cause he smells like fucking pee.
But does Fantano think so?
Thoughts on Fantano as a fraud diss track? Yeah, it's whack, and generally that dude is whack as fuck.
Ah, Fantano. That's pretty rich coming from Fantano.
Anthony Fantano, a music of forever.
What up, cuckboy?
But I know how to shut you.
It's a suitable time to talk about Fantano's alternative channel. That is the plan. For those that aren't aware, I'll catch you up to speed. That is the plan was an alternative channel from Fantano that was more of a shitpost, meme review, fast-paced, dirty editing, rather than the music reviewer that's respected on the needle drop.
9. Do you own a pair of Dre Beats headphones by Dre Beats? Don't open the box. That way, you never have to know the horror of listening to music.
This channel catered more to his edgier audience and communities on other platforms. The character that Fantano played was an absolute mad lad, a loose unit, and would go off the rails in every video. Kinda sounds familiar, doesn't it? That Is the Plan gained a lot of popularity in 2016, with his meme reviews becoming very popular throughout YouTube. And as you know, anything that becomes popular will always have people twisting the joke. A music magazine called Fader published an article on Fantano and his alternative channel, claiming that Fantano was alt-right and taking a lot from the channel out of context, in an attempt to expose or cancel Fantano. This article was quickly dubbed a hit piece. When Fantano calls out Fader for being full of shit and discredits everything that was in the article.
While the channel has been controversial in the past, nothing I've said has been any more edgy or out there than what you might catch on a new South Park episode. The narrative of this article is that I'm up here pulling the strings, trying to figure out ways to get the alt-right to watch me. Ha 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 ha.
Unfortunately, this was the beginning of the end with That Is the Plan. YouTube demonetized his channel and Fantano lost interest in making them if he couldn't make money from them. Personally though, I don't see this being a bad move on Fantano's behalf, despite the majority of his fanbase getting upset with the deletion of the channel. I think it was a matter of time choosing a path rather than a side. Do you pick a path of the meme or a path of a career in criticizing? Look, I do find it funny that Fantano doesn't enjoy Brent's humor towards him. And maybe, just maybe, he sees a little bit of That Is the Plan in Punk Revolution now. But despite the irony of this feud, there was a legit battle on the horizon.
Bright-dyed hair and obnoxious clothes, thinks communism is the way to go. She's a whore, a hole, a dime a dozen, Jezebel. Low right mind and SSR lines, 1,000-yard stare for all those guys that you fucked and sucked before you came along. Retarded views on politics, likes to listen to shitty music.
Negative XP. Pop? Not sure about that. If pop was a genre for a guy that was sexually frustrated for 5 albums busting over the past 3 years, then yeah, he's the male equivalent of Taylor Swift. But I wouldn't call him punk, and neither does the man of punk think so.
Listen! Some of you fuckers are saying the band Negative XP is punk. They're the new modern punk because they're saying things that are unacceptable to modern society, as if that makes you fucking punk. Listen, just because misogyny is becoming less acceptable by society and Negative XP are fucking misogynist doesn't make them punk, you fucking idiot. It's trash, bad vocals, bad production, boring songwriting, generic, stupid, bad, not real punk for fucking idiots, incel, misogynists, not fucking punk. Stop saying it's punk. Literally nothing punk about it. Don't feed the trolls, Punk Revolution now.
This awakened the beast.
He targeted me and bullied me on Twitter. He was retweeting my tweets, getting his fucking asshole followers.
Shooter's fans flood to destroy Kaio's channel. Dislikes galore. You get a dislike, you get a dislike, everybody gets a dislike! Kaio gets onto the matter straight away, criticizing Shooter's Twitter posts and his most popular song.
Song probably Scott Pilgrim versus the World ruined a whole generation of women. I mean, already a sexist freaking song title, but I'm just gonna play 2 seconds of it, like.
Ah, yes. Negative XP's most popular song, Scott Pilgrim vs. the World ruined by a generation of women. Step aside, Sam Hyde, we've got a new edgelord. This fucking song, guys, the whole song is just misogyny and hating women because of the way they dress, the way they act, the way they're influenced, the way women are. Yeah, I can see how this song gets called the incel anthem. And no shit, that's all his whole fan base is. A sea of sexually frustrated teens and the king sitting on top of his mountain strumming the same 4 fucking chords, attacking the punk revolution army. Fortunately enough though, the leader himself destroys all aspects of Negative XP.
Fuck you, Negative XP. You're going down.
Kaio dismantles Negative XP from all aspects, from music to fan base.
Let's just make this quick. So musically, not really much to say going on here. Sounds the exact same as all his other songs, which are just lazy, half-baked,
indie songs, terrible melodies that just are off key, or if he's just really not singing very well on this album and not hitting the notes he needs to. Either way, this is an album that hurts your ears to listen to from start to finish. The following is because he puts these little stupid, misogynistic, hateful lyrics in his songs. Like, he has a song on this album it's called like Girls Are Dumb or something like that. And then all these incels who have no fucking personality other than to proudly declare how much they hate women on Twitter and 4chan and other websites. They go on there and just say they hate women, blah, 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 and then they feel like they have a community. It's really sad.
But the final blow is the diss track. There's not really much else to say after this diss track. It seems like Negative XP's fans just kind of faded away after it. So I think it was probably the most effective diss track that has ever been released on YouTube. Well, maybe the second most effective.
That dude is whack as fuck.
The most you hear from Negative XP after this is an album drop that Punk Revolution Now reviews, but most recently uploaded a manifesto to Twitter complaining about being classified as incel music. See, this is what I don't get about Negative XP. He claims that his music isn't incel music when it 100% is. Fair enough then. You're a self-proclaimed top bloke that sings about misogyny. And on top of that, claims that he's only playing a character of an incel. That's the problem, Negative XP. You may not be this person in person, but there's a lot of people that are. And those people are your fan base. A very, very popular fan base. Do you think people really listen to your music because it's creative, it's original, or do you think people listen to it because they can relate to it?
She drinks and smokes and toasts out of a dirty bomb. She saw Ramona Flowers and felt so empowered by a movie made in Hollywood.
Any Shooters fans that want to make the defense that it's super ironic, it's satire, then fair enough. Keep supporting a guy who calls himself School Shooter. All the information that I've gathered for this video, all the videos that I've watched, all the communities that I've seen through Punk Revolution Now, Fantano, and Negative XP, out of all of those communities and out of all of those fan bases, Fantano's is the worst.
That dude is whack as fuck.
I don't think it's a character, but wouldn't surprise me if we see something more from this guy. And I'm not talking about another album.
I don't wanna do this no more. You better drop me now till I hit the floor. Take the shot, death by cop.
So I'm quite confident if you've made it this far into the video, you kind of get the idea of Punk Revolution Now. And yeah, sure, I could talk about his other feuds that he's had, but they're nothing special.
That's all I gotta say. Shame on you, little darky.
I could even talk about his most viewed video with over 50,000 views. But in all honesty, it's a bit of a nothing news piece.
And this is a really spicy cancellation.
It's really not. I could even talk about his most requested review.
Shut the fuck up! Shut the fuck up! Stop fucking commenting on my videos. Every single fucking video. Every single fucking video you have to fucking comment asking me to review Billy's trailer in the fucking Sunny D's. Shut the fuck up. I'm gonna fucking review it right now, you fucking idiots. Let's fucking do this thing. Punk Revolution Now!
I think it's time to talk about the heart and soul of Punk Revolution Now, and that is music reviews. Brenta was gaining subscribers throughout the year.
Handlebars. Look at me, 500 fucking subscribers.
wheels, leading a fucking revolution. We're gonna fucking take over the world with no handlebars.
And as soon as you knew it, he achieved 1,000 subscribers.
But I did. I hit 1,000 subscribers, so to start...
For his 1,000 subscriber special, he released a video called The Top 100 Greatest Albums of All Time. Now, for a video that goes for 1 hour and 39 minutes, you would think it would be a little bit out of his element. But it's actually quite the opposite, keeping that punk revolution now hype going through the entire list, and not only that, giving an insane amount of details on every single song that he reviews. This video really does showcase punk revolution now as the music critic that he set out to be, with no rants and raves in between. Even if you can't be fucked watching this top 100 albums of all time, I would highly recommend giving it a glance at the list. You've got all different genres you can choose from: rock, hip-hop, pop, metal, punk, folk, experimental, and all different classics hidden through there. So, is this his best video that he has produced on his channel? No. Like I said, this didn't have any trolling, no rage, and no rants. So what video would have this kind of feel and contain all that madness? The best albums of 2020. I believe every channel has at least one hidden gem that defines their entire channel and themselves as a content creator. And this is that video because it contains every single thing I have mentioned up to this point. Punk Revolution Now.
And get that going. Oh, I get decapitated if I'm not careful.
I don't know what Anthony Fantano's gonna do yet with his list, but I do think, frankly, like, I've been following him closely. Every year he gets worse. My recommendation, don't even watch it. Just dislike it and click away immediately.
And these are just some classic Punk Revolution Now moments through the entire video that's just been amplified being outside, skateboarding around, and interacting with strangers.
You don't have to answer if you don't want to. How do you feel about Donald Trump? I don't like him either. So go find some punk music, listen to punk music, channel that anger that you have about Donald Trump, and put it in the punk music.
But most importantly is the music reviews. You can see how much passion and love he has for music with these confident album reviews.
The blend of all these different cool styles of post-hardcore, from like the shoegazy Oha de Macau to the post-punky post-hardcore, of the Trial to the powerful opener Boxwood to the epic masterpiece Died, the last song on the album. Every song is so good.
And just like the top 100 greatest albums of all time list, I would highly recommend looking at this list of the best of 2020. It has some surprisingly good bangers on there.
I can't even put into words how good this is. So let me show you.
But out of that list, we're going to look at number 3.
Chad, can I get some of that slime? Only a spoonful. Only a spoonful, man, not the Yeezys.
Around this time, TyDie released an 8-track album called Less Life, which in my opinion is their greatest success. TyDie is starting to become the most critically acclaimed band, gaining a lot of positive reviews on the album Less Life, becoming the top seller post-hardcore album on Bandcamp for May 2020. The album itself is a great, innovative post-hardcore punk with catchy riffs and tunes, with Oga Di Mako being their most iconic song on the list. A great success for the band since their EP, Abnormalized Internal Criminals, which was produced in late 2018. Fuck, you're not asking for much, are you? It even got quickly reviewed by Fantano himself.
Anonymized Internal Criminals. Let's give that a try. Wow. Okay. Again, I thought maybe from the album title for sure I'd be hearing something that's maybe a little overly edgy or something like that, but there was actually a really cool mix of ideas going on that track. It's heavy, it's hard, there's a lot of creative ideas flowing through it. It's varied and it's kind of eclectic and fun in that sense. So yeah, I'm not sure what else I can
really say about it other than just that dude is whack as fuck.
I can see Dard with their ever so growing popularity can make a bigger and stronger impact in the future. And that's no doubt with their guitar player gaining more of a following on his own platform. But in saying that, was this time to capitalize on his own project? With the band out due to COVID restrictions on live gigs or even finding the time to meet up and develop with fellow band members, Kai found this opportunity to continue honing his own craft.
Today I have a very exciting announcement on something I have been working on for a very long time. I have been dying to share this with you. I am releasing my debut solo project, EP, recorded in a professional studio here in Brooklyn. Worked my ass off on it.
But before we talk about that, we must rewind and talk about his previous passion projects. After releasing his EP back in 2016, in 2019 he released his first album under the name Spoonful.
I'm in a band, TyDie, and then I have my solo project, Proven to Cure, and this is Proven to Cure's debut album, so I'm going to be reviewing my own album.
Which is just not good. Call it nitpicking, but I feel like the Spoonful album is more of a catch-22. You have this post-punk psychedelic lo-fi instrumental, which can be good at times. But other times can be very slow and clanky.
I can stay up too late.
One thing I noticed about the Spoonful album is the style. It might not be intentional, but his vocals have that Punk Revolution Now character involved in it.
In the bay, I don't know anything. I can say, soccer play, what a mistake.
Which I felt like it ruined the album being something itself. Now, a lot of YouTubers make music on the side, but I always feel like it falls short because they always implement their channel into the music, which doesn't make it good. A good example of this is Filthy Frank. And no, I'm not talking about the albums he did under Joji. I'm talking about Pink Guy with Pink Season.
Released in 2017, peaking at #1 for US top comedy albums. The cover has similarities to Frank Ocean's Nostalgia Ultra, but entering the album, all expectations are lost from a glance at the song titles or the nasty synth melody with slimy lip smacking into the first song. Pink Season's recurring topics include horniness, misogyny, homosexuality, homophobia, incest, racism, religion, stereotypes, socioeconomic problems, murder, pedophilia, suicide, ableism, politics, xenophobia, bestiality, idiocracy, drugs, insecurities, obesity, sexual assault, animal cruelty, conspiracy theories, feminism, depression, and pure toxicity. The album is a well-choreographed mess, but within the album there were cracks that showed George's ability to create legitimate music, and music that fans could take seriously with his soulful vocals or production talent, and She's So Nice, and We Fall Again. Pink Eye was a front to divert his audience's attention to a smaller name, Joji.
This, in my opinion, was clearly to capitalize on his channel, and that's exactly what I feel like of Punk Revolution Now. Kai just capitalized with the Punk Revolution Now popularity with the Spoonful album with Proven to Cure. I feel like as time went on, Kai realized that this was not the peak of his popularity on the Punk Revolution Now channel, and with the new release of TyDie, I feel like this gave a new motivation to redo the album under a new name called Fireman and a new EP called Overcoming the Cycle of the Sun Collapse. Now, everything that was wrong with the Spoonful album was miraculously just fixed. Obviously, this is a refined, remastered version of the Spoonful album. He's taken the songs that worked and doubled down on the production quality. No longer you'll hear what I can only imagine was audio peaking on the kid's Xbox 360 microphone. But now, a studio quality microphone and mixer, that clearly makes a huge difference. Not to put into consideration, it sounds like he has more confidence into what he's singing about rather than questioning it. But you can truly hear Brenta hiding his weaknesses from the Spoonful album. and showing his strengths in the Fireman EP. Even the instrumental has changed for the better. What was once clanky and jarring at times is now very smooth flowing with punk riffs throughout the EP. 5-track album that I personally think complements Kaya Brenta as a musician than the meme of Punk Revolution now. What was once a clanky and slow passion project has now turned into a complete 5-track masterpiece. I'm not even joking when I say this. This is hands down one of the best EPs I've ever heard of. Around this time as well, he brought out merchandise, and I don't normally talk about merchandise, but no way he created any profit out of this merchandise bundle pack. It's almost like he created it to further the impression he just wants to push the Punk Revolution name out there, which I 100% can respect, considering you look at the amount of content creators on this platform that constantly push out merch for hundreds of dollars. And the merch is pretty good. You get a t-shirt, some stickers, and a cassette of his newest EP. But I was a little bit skeptical of this cassette, so let's put it to test. Shit. Doesn't sound like it's gonna work. So, what's next? This is normally where I talk about what's next for the content creator. And for Punk Revolution now, I did have a few things I wanted to say. Unfortunately, this video took so fucking long. Back when I made the script, I said that I want to see him collaborate with more YouTubers, interview musicians, bring out more music.
This week, I'm going to be going to the studio every single week to start recording my next Fireman record.
That's what I love about Punk Revolution now. He evolves as time goes on. From his early beginnings in 2019 that made it seem like those first uploads were from 2009. And over 3 years, it was like watching a YouTube speedrun of progression. It made me invested to tune in every week. For a channel that only has 5,000 subscribers, it really doesn't justify the music reviews he provides, or the insanity that pursues. I haven't even talked about his 2022 adventures, but I can guarantee it's worth checking out. So what next do we want to see from Punk Revolution now? It's put me in a predicament, and it's put me in a situation where I want to put the bar to new heights for him. I personally think he needs to collaborate with Rusty Cage. Yeah, I know, I memed it at the start, but I think Rusty is someone he can benefit from music and comedic wise. I would love to see some joke songs from Kyo, like go balls to the wall in Punk Revolution now aspect, but if he's going to collab with a music YouTuber, this is the one.
Damn bitch, suck my dick, Jesus, Harold Christ, shit bitch, cocksucker, goddamn motherfucker, pussy, asshole, cunt.
Punk Revolution now.
But one of the things I truly want to see is him have a debate about Weezer with Anthony Fantano. I have a bit of a fascination of Anthony Fantano versus literally a person who is a mashup of That Is The Plan, Cal Kacheska, and Fantano himself. Considering both are huge fans of Weezer and both have done debates on the band in the past, you would think this would be the ultimate heated debate between the two critics. And like any collaboration or altercation would be just pure genius. By some fucking chance, Anthony Fantano is actually watching this. Come on, man. Come on, man. Come on, admit. This would be good. This would be good. I personally reckon it would be a fantastic collaboration. Anything with Anthony Fantano. It's gotta happen.
Does not need to be completely thrown off. I'm not seeking some kind of like rock revolution here. That would be corny as fuck. Corny as fuck. I honestly hope Punk Revolution now is going to be the next top music critic, because at 5,000 subscribers, it really does not justify the content that he pushes out. You know, I wouldn't be making this video if I'd thought otherwise. Keep ranting. Keep reviewing, and most importantly, Punk Revolution now.
Time with a whole bunch of ground meat and a good idea. We got all these burgers, all this liquor, kind of sexy bitch.
Bacon on bacon on bacon on bacon. Man, what can I say? Bacon on bacon. Nah, I'm just fucking with you. Epic Mealtime was one of those things that were on YouTube back in the early 10s, where everyone was talking about these guys. I remember going to school and everyone would be talking about the new Epic Mealtime episode. Literally every video on Epic Mealtime would say the same thing. It all started when Harley teamed up with Alex Perrault, soon to be known as Muscle Glasses, as a fitness channel training Harley to get into shape.
We were going to do this thing where, I was like, oh, I want to get in shape. He'll train me. It'll be like we'll do it every single week. And then one day we'll have a cheat day. And so in classic exercise, I'll start on Monday fashion. I'm like, let's start with the cheat day.
Yeah.
So we did the cheat meal first. And then when I looked at it, I edited it like a trailer. And then I was like, this is a little different than what we were expecting. I'm like, this might be something else. And when I counted the calories out in the video, we filmed it in June. I uploaded it in October because I used to sit back down and look at it and keep looking at it and be like, this is crazy. Look what we did. What do? I don't want to upload it. It's got to be perfect. It was like 10 minutes. And then I cut it down to 8, then to 5, then to like whatever it is now. I think it's like under 3 minutes. Like I really felt like this could get 30,000 views.
And that's pretty much how it started. Of course, a channel like this can only expand with characters and catchphrases, as Harley would be the aggressive spokesman from the group.
Now on, nothing goes down unless I'm involved. No nuggets, no onion rings, no nothing. A cheeseburger gets sold in the park. I want it.
You had Muscle Glasses, you had the chef, Sauce Boss, Jack Daniels,
Jack Daniels,
and of course,
and bacon strips, 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 and bacon strips.
If you're wondering why Epic Mealtime used a lot of bacon, one is being a man, and two, they got sponsored by a bacon company. Oh dear God, that shit's over shoes or a mobile game.
Ancient family recipe over here. It's called the ultimate glazed maple donut. You basically take a donut like this and just put a little bacon on top.
That's how big Harley's show was. At the time, it was the closest thing to something bigger than what the platform could handle. It was like a dirty YouTube video of man versus food. This would only expand onto having celebrities, to also having a spin-off TV show with the same kind of nature called Epic Meal Empire. At its peak, Epic Mealtime was one of the top 10 most subscribed channels, over 7 million subscribers. However, all good things must come to an end. With the fallout of co-host, burnout, or just the same old stick, the views would go down more and more as time went on. Though, the one thing I will point out is Harley always saw this coming. And as time went on, it was more of a chore to keep videos going to week. Not to mention the changes that YouTube had made during that time.
There is a point where you see me and I fucking hate Epic Mealtime.
Really?
Yeah, I'm on the show and I fucking hate it.
So yeah, even to this day, Harley never really recovered from the depletion of views. Which kinda sucks because Harley's channel was one of those channels that were the catalyst of YouTube being taken more serious than TV programs. But it's good that Harley had that foresight of the channel on the decline eventually and took it on the chin and ventured out to work on different projects. Speaking of which, Harley boxed at last year's Creator Clash and absolutely dominated. I highly recommend watching his Knuckle Sandwich series, having Sam Hyde train him of all people, training Harley not to be put in a defenseless position. Oh man, we need the Candyman at Creator Clash 2.
In the marshmallow ring, the ropes look like Twizzlers. Body shots to my jelly belly merely give me a snicker. You know that, Hassan Piker? I'm coming to kill you in Los Angeles at your house.
Justice for Sam Hyde. If you know, you know. Nevertheless, Harley looks great for his next bout because we definitely need more heavyweights in the influence boxing scene. Though I'm not sure who has the ego, the self-confidence to step in the ring with a 6.6 foot monster.
Strong guy. Very strong guy. I'm taller. I'm way heavier. I knew about this event far before he did. So I want everyone here to know that I don't think any one of you would have stepped in the ring with someone who is bigger and stronger and has been training longer. But this guy did it. So no matter what, that's a fucking winner right there.
Oh. Have you had a man? Yeah. Yeah, 3 meters. You ever had a man? Get a flat in here. Sissy break, boys, settle down. Couple of whole troops, boys. Dogs on dogs. All blokes on blokes. You know who I am. You know I'm the world record holder for the 3 metre flat.
Oh, stop. Oh no. That's a car going down.
You got fucked. Your pelvis got thrashed by a man.
In this series, Australian Mad Lads. No relation. It's original. Leave me alone. The most notorious, degenerate, loose units of Australia. Today we'll be looking at a mix of Australia's most loved hobby and YouTube's most hated genre. This is the story of Willem Powerfish. Willem started his first career in water photography after a friend lent him a GoPro to film himself surfing and bodyboarding. While editing, he found the freeze framing of the barrel of the wave an interesting concept. To the point he started to do it more often, which opened up opportunities, opening his own gallery, website, and Instagram. The photography was so innovative, he got offers from big brands like Quicksilver to do cinemas for kids to learn his craft. Willem claims during this time he was well ahead of where it got milked out on Instagram. But these days, you can almost do these photos with any iPhone, let alone any underwater GoPro camera. You would think with the success of the business, William would be loaded. Unfortunately, Willem was struggling with gambling and alcohol addiction at the time and poured his money into slot machines and drinks. As fast as he gained that money, he lost it to his demons. Nevertheless, a pioneer that would soon catch the viewer's eye in another way. During a chance for sobriety, his mother bought him a fishing combo to shift his gambling addiction to another addiction. At first he was hesitant, but over time grew to love it and decided to log his progress on Instagram under the name Willem Powerfish. The early beginnings of Willem Powerfish was very subtle and was just your normal Instagram fisherman, with some light trolling to add in the mix. The early beginnings of his fishing journey were inspiring, and at the same time inspiring him to test the waters. On the 1st of February 2019, he uploaded a video called "To Get a Tuna, You Have to Become the Tuna."
You have to become.
But if you're going to talk about the Powerfish's journey, you got to talk about his junky videos. While messing around on Instagram, one of his tradie mates gave him a tip where he was building houses for the Housing Commission. He came across some notable local characters that Willem's colleagues pushed him to interact with.
Oh, he just sniffed your butt.
Come on, baby.
Just sniffed your butt.
Rotten banana.
Which started the iconic personality sayings.
Hear about the 3 metre flathead?
The fucking 3 metre flathead, cunt.
Yeah, you know the 3 metre flathead. Come on, cunt.
Had a man?
I beg your pardon?
You ever had a man?
A what?
A man. You're not a man till you had a man, you heard? Fucking that one, eh? Get a flatty into you!
These two video trends started to tease what was about to transpire. The newly created Willem Powerfish channel, Jetty Sessions Volume 1, which was a blend of the two viral videos in one.
Yeah, the other day I got a 3 metre flatty here, eh? Yeah, it's fucking dog of a cunt, mate. I reeled the cunt in and everyone was around, crowding around, watching. It was a good fucking time. Yeah. You had a man? Right. Have you had a man? Have you had a man? Well, you're not a man till you had a man, eh? yeah, fucking that one.
A huge success that had already had a bit of attraction behind it from the already big Instagram page. Mixed reactions on the act, as many would find it hilarious with the fresh ideas towards pranks and fishing, but many would be salty to the idea of disturbing the public.
Like blokes on blokes and dogs on dogs.
Willem powered on making more and more Jetty sessions, and more he would add on to the act, being a menace to society.
I fuck men for a living, mate. What do you do?
Gaining a huge fan base on YouTube and the ever so growing Instagram page.
Stock market with the 3 metre flatties, this is what you can make. Not bad, eh? Not bad, the dogs.
The one thing that makes me laugh is the use of whole chooks, aka flatty bait. The guy has used as many whole chickens as how to basic uses eggs. Fucking genius. It's just... 2019 was a wild year for the 3 metre flatty champ. The biggest thing to take away from this year is his supporting fan base. His ongoing support from his fans flooded his merch site when it was open. Merch that even the local bogan would be impressed with the drip. This fan support was incredible considering he was only 100k sub channel at the time, but maybe it's the fan support that he would need in the future.
Yeah, left hand down. Oh, fuck, I've done myself a mischief here.
2020, the rise of COVID, this restricted him interacting with fellow locals and trolling the jetties, without trolls being up close and personal, but rather from a distance. Fortunately, this didn't stunt his channel as it was coming off a 2019 boom. But with the distance of people, Powerfish thought this was a good time to talk about what he felt strongly about: mental health. Now, I think there's a lot of people on YouTube that use mental health as a tactic for money, or even just a poor understanding of what mental health is. When I first seen this on his channel, I felt like it was a bit of an odd move, considering he was aggravating people to the point of a mental breakdown or exploiting local junkies for humor. Around this time, Willem would conduct or was part of interviews that opened about his earlier addictions and the mental breakdowns that occurred during this time, and wanted to raise awareness on the issues. He doesn't have his addiction anymore, but unfortunately still struggles with strong depression and anxiety.
You look at people and you think, oh, they've got a great life. Like, you know, famous people, they've got a lot of money and all this stuff, but you don't know what's going on in here, you know? So it's just good to try and tell people that everyone's got an issue.
The annoying fisherman that asks you if you've been down to the local brothel talks about mental health could have gone either way. To be honest though, a lot of these interviews were refreshing to hear. Refreshing in a way that I felt like this wasn't just used for money. Willem felt like this was a matter that he wanted to cover from the start, a matter that a lot of his fans could look up to him as a good deed. He stated during this time he originally posted those videos about the local junkies as a laugh, but also wanted to show his younger audience to know what drugs and alcohol could do to you if you take the wrong ones. But hadn't done any more of these videos since the first YouTube uploads, because he felt like it was exploiting mental health for views, which he didn't intend on doing. Soon after this, he started to do giveaways and random acts of kindness to complete strangers. I felt like this wasn't a way to gain popularity, but rather a way to give back to the community, to give exposure on the topic that his fans might be suffering at this time. And I will admit, this is actually just such a good way of going on about it. Now, I know what you're thinking. You're probably like, this is just another typical case of a prank channel doing so-called good deeds to the public. I know a lot of prank channels are like doing this thing where they're giving money to homeless people, or the tally fucking giving out food and telling them to stop.
All right, hold on. It's one per person. Hold on. All right, guys, can you back up? Now you guys locking me in here. Hold on. Let's do it professionally, guys. Everybody. All right. Stop.
It just seems like he's been a genuine top bloke. I'll talk more about this at the end of the video, but unfortunately, even with the best intentions and good deeds, don't erase the past.
Do what you're told, Max. Left, right, I don't wanna do your nothing but tonight.
December the 8th, 2020. It would be announced that Willem would be facing charges for a prank he pulled towards the end of 2019. In the Boat Sessions Volume 3, he backed a car, trailer, and boat into the Tweed River.
Oh, fuck, I've done myself a mischief here.
At the time, he just told officials that his foot slipped while wearing gumboots in the car. But as suspicious as law enforcement were, he was just let go as an accident. Obviously, this was not the case, and Willem was brought to court for 5 charges, with the most serious being disposing of waste causing environmental harm. That put Willem in a position of a $1 million fine or 7 years in prison.
I'm going to learn from this mistake, but all I've ever wanted to do was make people laugh, get the dogs, and push mental health.
Willem owned up doing the prank, pleading guilty in hopes that charge would be brought down, as they went through the precautions to prevent any environmental harm.
We did empty the fuel and the oil before we did it, but look, it's still the wrong thing to do.
Despite the water police's best efforts, Willem came out of the court with only a $17,000 fine and a 3-year good behavior bond. Insanely lucky. But I felt like he's provided much evidence that he has matured since that video. But after the court case, he could only celebrate the way Powerfish can celebrate.
The fish is fucking back. They tried holding me fucking down, but they couldn't, you dogs. I'm the world record holder for a fucking reason.
I feel extremely lucky. I feel blessed. I'm not going to waste this second chance. Unfortunately, this is the Australian police, and they will draw out cases until they have made a victory of sorts.
Well, we've adjourned again because the water police have come forward with further charges. This is getting really clogged up, this whole case.
The YouTuber is also known for his local charity work. He'll front court again next month.
I hope this eventually dies off because the amount that he's giving back to the community of donations and good deeds, it's clear that he regrets his actions back in 2019 and has made an effort to change the way he conducts videos in the future by consulting his lawyer first. And to be honest, they're still very high quality pranks. And that's been the status quo for him. He continues to make people laugh, get the dogs, and raise awareness for mental health. Which brings me to what's next. Willem Powerfish is an original prankster that has actually changed his platform for the better, where he battled his addictions with alcohol and gambling, something that majority of Australia has dealt with themselves or someone they love. He would rather give that money away that he made from his mischiefs than spend on his demons. He's helping others in need to help himself, which is a lot healthier than sitting at the pokies. I can't think of anyone else that has contributed to society as much as the Powerfish. Which, you would take one look at him and there's no fucking way you would think so. But there's one thing I would love to see, one thing I think every single fan would love to see, is to interview the Australian icon, Rex Hunt. The Australian icon that loves giving Frenchies to trout. It'd be a perfect collab. I just want to see him collab with more YouTubes. No doubt about it, William Powerfish is a loose unit. And keep doing what you do best. But most importantly,
Thank you very, very, very much. Now fuck off.
Ocean man, take me by the hand.
What up, bitch? I got a what up, bitch? What's inside the question block? It's my dick.
Ego Raptor. The running theme right now is OG YouTubers, but for Ego Raptor, when he started, it wasn't even on the platform. He started on Newgrounds. For those that don't know Newgrounds, it was a place to be creative in the early 2000s to 2010s, just like YouTube. It was built on the foundation and pillars of users that submitted their games and animation. Newgrounds played an important role in internet culture, with independent gaming and of course, internet animation. It's been called a very distinct time in gaming history, where many animators and developers cut their teeth and gained a following long before social media was a thing, and a haven for fostering the greats of internet animation. One such creator was Ego Raptor. Gathering a bit of popularity on the site from making bite-sized animations, Ego Raptor had a sarcastic dry humor on certain games.
Oh my god, what's going on?
Whoa, Charlie, check this out. Dude, he's huge, man. I'm freaking up.
It wasn't long until Newgrounds animators would start posting on YouTube, where some of the audience from Newgrounds would begin to see these videos also. As he and many would make the transition from Newgrounds to YouTube, it was easier to say the quality of Aaron's animations getting better as time went on, which followed with subscribers. Though when many things where quality goes up, quantity does take a hit. But Aaron and fellow content creator JonTron had an idea to give fans more content on a daily basis, wanting to deliver to the masses, and that came to fruition on the 19th of July 2012. Game Grumps. Aaron and John created Game Grumps to present one video per day, and they excelled at this promise. This was able to be done as the video format didn't contain high editing, script writing, demanding both online personalities to stick to a structure, as it was literally the basis of let's play a game and chat shit for 10 to 20 minutes per day, displaying in multiple games and series over the months. The series that stands out the most iconic for me is Sonic 06 series.
Back me up here, guys. All right. Aaron is like, show me this gingerbread house he put all his love and care into, and then as a fucking goof, I put a hole in that.
It would be so funny, John.
I put a hole in that. It's, what? I didn't truck it back to look how silly this is.
They gone?
You have to like do. Okay. Aaron, don't leave. Aaron, don't.
Fans of both channels were very quick to jump on board with this, and it wasn't long until the boys hit their milestone 1 year later after launch. Although during this time of Game Grumps did bring consistency of Aaron and John together, would bring the many hiatuses of their main channels. After only 1 year of JonTron creating Game Grumps with Aaron, John would leave the channel. Although that John and Aaron was only together for 1 year out of the 10 years that Game Grumps have been around, it still today is regarded as the golden era of the channel. That's how fucking good it was. I'm not saying that like 10% of Game Grumps has only been good, but John would leave to work on his main channel, and that would be another story for another day.
All right, I gotta leave, okay?
John, we just started, come on, man.
Listen, there's a lot to see in this life. Not wasting it here.
But as stated before, 1 out of 10 years, Aaron would stick to playing games as animation would start to turn on the platform. Also, it's way easier making a daily game/podcast than endless hours of making a bite-sized animation for maybe the same amount of views. But Aaron would need to find a new co-host if he was to continue, which he did indeed, Danny Sexbang.
You Piccadilly whore!
Dan had big shoes to fill, but I think he's actually been a decent host, as Dan himself is a talented, humorous guy that has built an empire with Aaron. Game Grumps would expand their brands to more than just two guys playing, with being the home of many, many other creators. Aaron himself over the years has dabbled in numerous different projects outside of Game Grumps. Some that are questionable and some that are very, very questionable. I will never understand why Aaron would accept a fight against the monster that is Harley Mornstein, but surely that was one and done. Wait, what?
Giga Chad, Stigma Males, and Pyrocynical. These are the men that us current degenerates look up to for a better lifestyle.
I launched it, and then when my inventory loaded up, I forgot I had a fucking fat mod installed.
Oh fuck. I kind of want to ask though, like, why do you do that?
But before these guys, there was a true Chad of Chads, Rich Piana. Born and raised in the Golden State of California, Rich Piana's involvement in bodybuilding began at 9 years old, where he would go to the gym to watch his mother train for bodybuilding contests. That's right, Mama Piana was lifting weights, eating plates, destroying dates. She was a beast! Rich was also heavily influenced by our old school bodybuilder at the time, Bill Cambra. Eventually, Rich began weightlifting himself and started his journey around 11. 4 years later, at age 15, he started competing at bodybuilding contests. By the time he was 15, Rich Piana was already taking part in the bodybuilding competitions, and there were many of these that he won. One such title was Mr. Teen California. This was a true sign of the future would be hold, because as an adult, Rich Piana would also win Mr. California. By the age of 19, Rich had several titles under his belt. Piana wasn't just successful in the bodybuilding game, as from a financial standpoint, Piana was doing well in real estate. From a young age, Rich wanted to own his own house. He bought a place just before the housing boom in California, and then he bought another. In later years, he pulled out of 80% equity and bought 3 houses down in Texas. He would rent out these properties and live off the rent that came with them. Despite not needing work due to rental income from his properties, Rich still wanted to try his hand at acting. And he was good at it. Some reports claim in his early years of acting in commercials and other short films, he would make between $50,000 to $100,000 a year. But by far, his biggest success was playing the Brute in one of the most recognizable Planet of the Apes movies. Piana's physique and acting background played the perfect part for the role of the movie. At the time, the movie received a lot of hate and bombed at the box office. But if you ask me, it's one of the Planet of the Apes movies that stand out the most with the actors and the costumes. From this, he appeared in shows like Scrubs as the Incredible Hulk and Malcolm in the Middle as a bodybuilder. As a bodybuilder though, he continued to compete on and off for almost 2 decades, winning competitions such as the 2009 NPC Sacramento Pro and the 2009 Border State Classic Championships. Pictures and videos of his incredible looks started to attract an army of followers from everywhere. As a result, from his bodybuilding, acting, acting, and his personality, Rich became an online sensation. With the rise of popularity, Rich seen opportunities to start several businesses, including a clothing line company, a supplement company, and a food prep delivery company, 5% Nutrition. The brand stems from, in the words of Rich, the 5% represents those of us who are willing to give whatever it takes to reach their goals. All of this was pushed through his YouTube account, promoting his work ethic alongside other bodybuilding YouTube personalities. Looking back onto his earlier videos, they were informative, quick, and full of personality. You'll be captivated by the big man's size, like he was built like a modern day warrior. Rich Piana's true success on YouTube was his day-to-day series of his path to gain 30 pounds of muscle, from his body workouts to nutritions and every little bit of information in between. His workout challenges were very unorthodox, to say the least. From doing arm exercises in the gym for 8 straight hours to see if he gained any muscle over these 8 hours, beer drinking bench contests, and of course eating challenges. Before mukbang was a thing, before the early days of Nico Avocado playing the violin. Among all this, Rich would often give financial advice that would be behind a paywall these days. The man cared about his fans a lot. If they asked about something, he would post about it. But one of the biggest things about Rich Piana that a lot of people talk about is his substance abuse.
Now, I've been taking steroids for 25 years. I started when I was 18. The reason I started was I was a competitive bodybuilder and I was willing to do whatever it takes to reach my goal. This is not making me look good right here, what I'm saying, but I'm just being honest and I'm being straight and I'm telling people the truth.
While Rich has become a role model for many, there are some people who criticize him for being a little bit too honest in videos. If there's one thing that Rich will be remembered for, it was that he would live his life like an open book, especially on his YouTube channel. Where most bodybuilders would shy away from the fact they were using anabolic steroids, Rich would outright admit to it. It's almost a career suicide admitting to this stuff in the bodybuilding world, but Rich often talked about his steroid use, saying he's used substances since he was 18 years old. I mean, there's no fucking shocker there. Although he's faced a lot of criticism because of this, he believed it was necessary to educate young bodybuilders and fitness enthusiasts about the potential dangers of using steroids, advising not to take the same route as he did. You could say Rich was very self-aware about his steroid use, but maybe not so much about his substance abuse.
Cocaine, no. Flour. Somebody just asked me why I hate the military.
As time went on, Piana would start to transform into what I would like to call cocaine hair phase. See, Piana wasn't just blowing up from his muscular physique, but also the colossal amount of drugs that he would treat himself while touring for expos and fan meetups. Piana would do this behind closed doors, but you could definitely tell the difference between 2016 LA Expo and the 2017 LA Expo. Piana was without a doubt struggling with an addiction. Eventually he would start doing some pretty weird shit, like snorting up his own pre-workout to sell the powder. Yes, pre-workout. The shit that makes your face feel like it's on fire in the first place. It's bad enough taking that without water, let alone snorting it up. But unfortunately, this downward spiral wouldn't last very long. August 2016, Rich Piana would collapse into a coma, eventually passing away 3 weeks later at the age of 46. They never diagnosed or discovered what exactly killed Piana, but it was noted that his heart and liver were double the size than an average person. I mean, if you look at the guy, it's very understandable how that is the case. Putting aside the ridiculous statements that Rich Piana made and the absolutely ludicrous things that he did preach about believing in yourself and pushing yourself to whatever it takes to reach your goals. Sure, he wasn't the most orthodox bodybuilder. He didn't win an excessive amount of trophies and competitions, and he's definitely not the most known personality in the sport. But maybe that's because he spoke up some truth on the sport. Some truth that got disregarded from the substance abuse that was on display at the end. What do you think? The most known bodybuilders of today are just natural? Since the passing of Rich Piana, 5% brand died alongside it, as it was gaining millions before, but now barely breaking thousands. These days, a lot of bodybuilding channels do a little bit of a rinse and repeat, about working out to calling out if a bodybuilder was natty or not. I think, personally, Rich Piana was the evolution of what it takes to have a little bit of personality and heart on the platform. May him rest in peace. Whatever. This is going to be a little bit of a chilled video. It was originally going to be a cinematic masterpiece, but unfortunately we got the room. What, that don't impress you much? 'Cause this is I want to talk about Mr. Beast about to take over PewDiePie. It's like passing the torch between two YouTube titans. It's a big deal. I'm surprised that more people aren't talking about this. First things first, I want to point out the obvious. When this video comes out, Mr. Beast would have flown past PewDiePie. Just My Return video would have hit on the 11th of the 11th, and that's when these guys would have been butting heads at 111 million subscribers. Shit. I'll tell you what, I'll put a sub count up regardless. At the moment, it's just below 1.3 million subscribers difference. So let's begin. I got a few things I want to say. I've known both creators for a very long time. PewDiePie, I've seen his videos since I've been on the platform. Mr. Beast, I've probably seen his videos since the live streams of Everyday Bro for 12 hours straight, or saying PewDiePie's name 700,000 times. Cunt's insane. You gotta admit, the old Mr. Beast should have been put in a psych ward for some of the shit he did. I'm going to count how many live streams he did, and I'll add up the time as well, and I'll put it in text here. I guarantee if anyone did that and was not successful on YouTube, they would have lost their fucking mind and been in a psych ward.
I am going to spend the next 50 hours alone in solitary confinement.
But I really got into both creators around 2015 to 2020. That's when I was like, yeah, these are my boys. Through that time, I've watched PewDiePie versus T-Series, and that legitimately was one of the best things that have happened on the platform. One of YouTube's biggest degenerates against a corporate fat cat. Perfect, I tell you. There were so many creators and fans that were in full support of keeping PewDiePie up on top, which all culminated once PewDiePie dropped his diss track on T-Series with a nice spicy congratulations song. And lightning struck twice in 2021 when the Coco Melon surpassed PewDiePie. And once again, PewDiePie decided to drop another music video, which apparently was a little bit too spicy for YouTube standards. Yeah, okay, Susan. What do you want him to do? Just slap a Vivo sticker right at the bottom left corner? I've never seen a company so consistent of being inconsistent in my entire life. Realistically speaking, there was always going to be a corporate overlord taking over PewDiePie. If you look at the top 50 YouTubers, most of them are just like corporate companies. But unlike the corporate overlords, Mr. Beast is one of the good guys. He's one of us. He's one of the boys. He's not like an Indian hypnotoad.
Even in a depression, the entertainment industry thrives.
And it does seem like there won't be a great war between PewDiePie and Mr. Beast. And rightfully so, because I don't know how many more dead subscribers Felix wants, because you look at the numbers, they don't add up. The amount of people that would have created new accounts, subscribed to PewDiePie, and then just left during the T-Series war would have been insane. It's all good doing that, trying to keep PewDiePie on top at the time, but if you look at it now, PewDiePie is just stuck with an insane amount of dead subscriptions. Look, all I'm saying, 111 million subscribers, and then look how many views he gets on his recent videos. You look at fucking Mr. Beast, 111 subscribers, and you look at the views he gets on his videos. All I'm saying is one of these things ain't like the other.
So yesterday we hit 500,000 subscribers. That's right. I definitely deserve this. Thank you very much.
I can understand why people aren't treating this as a big thing because PewDiePie has been retired.
Well, I said this a couple months ago. I already consider myself retired. I know I meme like subbing and all that, but I'm not playing the YouTube game like I used to do. I'm just doing it for fun.
You really think about it, I think it's just Sai like kind of not doing the editing for PewDiePie as much anymore. Like he's gone from After Effects and Final Cut Pro to fucking Windows Movie Maker, going from his 1080p that we've been asking for PewDiePie for so many years back to the 720p that we know and love.
Savage, I am a legend. I am a madman. You never know what I'm going to do next.
Felix has moved to Japan. He's living life in a midlife crisis kind of way. Look, I think PewDiePie will always enjoy making videos, but not as much as Mr. Beast. Quite recently, I saw Mr. Beast on Joe Rogan's podcast.
So have you ever done DMT?
And I saw a genuine love and passion for making videos. I think you need a bit of obsession and passion to survive on this platform without being burnt out. It's interesting because watching it, it seems like it's still kind of a hobby for him, even the insane amount of effort he puts into his videos. And he does a lot of good with his philanthropy channel. It's kind of funny because Mr. Beast feels like that YouTuber that generally does these things like Mr. Team Trees, Team C's, all the donation shit. And it kind of feels like he's not being like, yeah, give me a fucking medal.
Can you give me this medal? Because I deserve it.
The same thing goes to Felix. A lot of people often miss that PewDiePie gives large amounts of donations away because he hides it, and as he should. I feel like the best deeds done are done anonymously and not being that person who's like, give me the medal, give me the... Hell, both guys do scuff videos, react Andes, gaming, and I'm sure there's a few people in the comment section saying to me right now, if you add up all of those channels of Mr. Beast, he is on top right now. And like I said, from the numbers of PewDiePie having that 1111 and the Mr. Beast having that 1111, I'm pretty sure more people are going to believe like Mr. Beast is the more popular YouTube channel, no matter what. Even if Mr. Beast was at 50 million subscribers, I feel like he would be the more popular channel, if that makes sense. I think what I was trying to say here is Mr. Beast has been on top for a long time with the caliber of quality videos he's put out. I mean, the guy literally has his own gaming apps, chocolate bars, and burger restaurant chains. PewDiePie is literally just by himself. I couldn't imagine PewDiePie opening up his own burger place. Swedish meatballs maybe like a sidewalk cafe, kind of like the banana cafe in Arrested Development. The question is though, does Mr. Beast deserve to be on top? Yes, 100% yes, and I would never take that away. But I can't help but feel like we're going to hit a point where Mr. Beast and people who copy his format are going to overthrow the platform. Just hear me out here for a second. PewDiePie doesn't care about his numbers anymore, and it's just enjoying life. Though people don't give him enough credit, he was able to navigate YouTube for the last 10 years, keeping his channel relevant throughout that time. The fact that he wasn't afraid to take risks and was constantly reinventing his channel and staying one step ahead of trends is so impressive. Felix also went a decade long doing daily uploads and never missing a beat. The amount of dedication is insane. And yet he did all this by just being one man in front of a camera, making entertainment in the form of what YouTube was intended for. I like Mr. Beast, but on some level, it's kind of sad that the platform now requires someone to blow $5 to $10 million and upload just to be number one on the platform. While Jimmy is also impressive with his film crew, production studio, and massive sets, it's basically Hollywood. He's like an independent Hollywood director where he must put on major spectacles to get viewers. He had to literally give away money to get attention. What I will say though, credit is where credit's due, and Jimmy has done an incredible job monetizing his success for donations. I just feel like it's a little bit sad for PewDiePie, because I feel like he's slowly being forgotten as pretty much the death of the old YouTube and the spirit of what the platform was originally meant to be. But let's be real for a second. YouTube is basically becoming the new basic cable, with Google pushing major corporations, so at least Mr. Beast will continue to dominate them. But I will always have more respect for PewDiePie as he reached 111 million subscribers without having to pay any viewers and blowing millions of dollars on movie-level productions. What he did was truly incredible, and I would argue Felix at his peak was more entertaining than current Mr. Beast. I'm sure there's only so many giveaway challenges we can all watch before it starts to blend together and feel like a Nickelodeon game show. I made a poll well before making this video and it's pretty much even, it's 50-50%. But majority of the comments are just supporting Mr. Beast here. My boy Spoonful kind of summarizes the point I just made. I don't watch either of them anymore. PewDiePie is cool because he installed a legacy on the platform, but I think he's been going at it for too long. MrBeast is cool too, but I dislike the impact and the copycats that have been influenced by him becoming copycats and making the platform more similar to his content. But respect the way that he can use his money towards philanthropy. So the answer to the question is, subscribe to Spoonful. Comment below if you like Mr. Crohn's disease or if you like the guy who killed his pet frog within a few days. I don't really do these videos, so don't expect too many of them, but expect more uploads in the future. Don't really know how to end this video. Maybe I do the Padament, like, comment, subscribe. Dislike, unsubscribe, and commit.
Jarvis Johnson is a very crystal clean cut commentary channel. The guy's success is not like most commentary channels on the platform. Let me explain. This is the journey of Jarvis Johnson. Jarvis graduated from college with a computer science degree. He ended up getting an internship at Google as a software engineer. From there, he worked at companies like Yelp and Patreon. Jarvis was always interested in YouTube, but the only videos previous to giving YouTube a shot were some questionable dance moves 10 years prior. Nevertheless, mid-2017, he started with the most generic YouTube background you could have around this time, and a nice non-existing lo-fi background music to fit the scene. Baby steps, right?
I don't know, it works for me. So regardless of how this video performs, there's going to be another one. It's just baby steps.
But you could definitely see the wheels start to turn in motion, and it wasn't long until he hit his first string of viral videos 6 months later. The videos were him talking about being a software engineer for Google.
Oh, it could get.
As relatable of being a software engineer is, I can only imagine around this time Jarvis had a niche audience. Though in saying that, it seemed like his audience were quite interested in his videos and enjoyed the flow of his storytelling. With that, you pretty much could shoot the shit about anything on the internet. And with that came the first of many videos that most would know him for today. 5 Minute Crafts is the worst channel.
Accidentally found the worst channel on YouTube. Let me show you. Wrong tab. It's called 5 Minute Crafts, and
this video was the start of the viral sensation 5 Minute Crafts. That was a huge trend of either brain-dead people watching them thinking they were great ideas, or people who seen through this and would react to the videos made by 5 Minute Crafts, roasting them clip by clip.
Safety tips for travelers. This seems useful. Never mind. Okay, but how are you supposed to get the money out of the soap? In case you were curious, the comments on these videos are kind of sad. Can I have 40 likes for my birthday? Aw. This guy gets it. Okay, maybe I'm just not in the target demographic. Please, stop hacking my life. Are you gonna tell him or should I?
The creator, in my opinion, that did this the best was Jarvis Johnson. It was a great chance for Jarvis to try something new on his channel, as there were so many jokes as a software engineer you could do before the gimmick would get stale. The video was a hit and it stands at 9 million views today. It wasn't long until Jarvis would dabble into the same type of video, and he went from 15,000 subscribers to well over his milestone at the time.
The past few months, my channel has been growing at a pretty healthy rate, which is surprising considering the fact that I don't know what I'm doing. And last Friday when I uploaded my video about Troom Troom, I still had less than 100,000 subscribers. I figured I wouldn't hit 100K until the weekend, so I hit publish and went into work. But I hit it at lunchtime. And then by Sunday night, just like 2.5 days later, I hit 200K subs. Wait.
As the new success of the new content came apparent, Jarvis would start the grind and climb the ladder of being one of the most known commentary/reaction channels today.
Knock for real. Why are they knocking specifically not to make a single sound?
Jarvis, in my opinion, is one of those YouTubers that have that common sense and self-awareness that I felt like a lot of reaction channels lacked before him. Jarvis would put in-depth information to his videos while at the same time being very entertaining presenting the video. It felt like there was just more than just being a reaction channel, which I could pull him into only a few other content creators like Leon Lush and Angelo Dawkins. Though I'm kinda curious why he would accept the fight, as it's a bit out of his comfort zone. In saying that, I feel like iDubbbz is right. If you talk a lot of shit, you should take some hits. But Jarvis is a good boy and he doesn't talk too much shit. Be interesting to see how he goes against Aaron, and hopefully Aaron doesn't hit him back to 2018 Jarvis.
What? Hey, no.
I like to call Jarvis Johnson the crystal cut clean commentary because when you start to descend the ladder of commentary channels, you will hit smaller yet deadlier channels, such as This is the 90-day Simon Miller Fitness Challenge. For 90 days, I'm going to train, eat, supplement, like YouTuber influencer Simon Miller.
Why? Here's why.
For those that don't know who Simon Miller is, he is a YouTube personality that has starred on a number of YouTube channels for his voiceover work, but most dominantly appears on What Culture and What Culture Wrestling. However, this bald asshole has his own channel, The Simon Miller Report, where he gives advice for fitness, diet, and supplements. This is where we will base our fitness plan around. But first, let's take some tests.
The fitness routine.
The Simon Miller fitness routine is your basic 3-day routine. Push, pull, legs, rest. But with this routine, he has put the legs on the first day. So basically your routine is legs, chest and tries, back and biceps, rest. Basically, your fitness routine should look like a bit like this. But let's go into full detail. Starting with legs. First, you want to do squats, Roman deadlifts, Bulgarian split squats, dumbbell curls, leg extensions, calf raises. For push, you want to do push-ups, as many as you can, bench press, chest press, cable flies, tricep dips, tricep dumbbell overhead, tricep pull down, tricep rope overhead. For pull, you want to do wide grip pull-ups, as many as you can, or until you make this face. Lat pull down, barbell rows, barbell shrugs, deadlifts, dumbbell rows, preacher curls, dumbbell curls, and rope curls. Rest.
Morning, I'll have fish and a rice cake.
Tomatoes. That's pretty good.
I'll come home, have some fish with a rice cake.
Alright. Here we go. Alright, let's jump right into the meal plans. Minor apologies for the strobe light effect in the kitchen, but nothing that music can't fix. So in the morning, we have porridge. Oats, berries, almond milk, microwave. Boom, I have this before I go to the gym. After the gym, I have 8 egg whites, 2 egg yolks, a half avocado, and 3 chicken sausages with Heinz sauce. For lunch, I have chicken wraps, high protein wraps, salad, avocado, and of course, chicken with spinach, Heinz sauce. Alright, for dinner, I either have chicken stir fry or chicken salad. Either way, the main point about this meal is that you get as much salad as you can, so you can induce
as much nutrients for the next day. And you don't always have to use chicken and chicken sausages. You can mix it up a bit as long as it's lean, high protein meat. And of course, Heinz sauce. All right, now snacks and beverages. Simon doesn't have many snacks, but when he does, he has high protein chips, which personally to me tastes like seasoned cardboard. But oddly enough, his other one is popcorn, and more specifically, salt and vinegar popcorn. First, I didn't like it, and might have been because I burnt the popcorn or the fact my first batch ended up on the ground. But later on in the challenge, I found this, Cobb salt and vinegar popcorn. I find this unbelievably good. It's a pre-mixed package of popcorn with salt and vinegar as the flavoring. I'd never heard of salt and vinegar popcorn until I started doing this challenge, and I never thought in my wildest dreams putting ketchup on popcorn, and I still haven't, so let's give it a try, eh? That's like chips. Oh my god. Simon's onto something. That's fucking unbelievable. That's actually fucking good. That's unbelievable. I wasn't talking into my mic. I can't believe how good that actually is. But what you could call it as a snack and a beverage is these protein shakes. You know, protein powder, berries, almond milk. Boom, you're done, son. Heinz sauce. Don't do that. Don't put Heinz sauce with your protein shakes. Simon indulges in a little bit of the sugar-free drinks. I find it's okay as long as you don't go overboard with it. The main thing about this diet, no alcohol and no caffeine. No VBs, no Emu exports, none of that. No coffee, nothing. I fucking suffered hard first with this. This was a bit of a struggle at first for me because I like drinking alcohol. I love drinking coffee in the morning. But I soon realized this actually benefited me physically in the gym and mentally outside the gym. The diet isn't all chicken and salad though. Today is a new day. Oh yes it is. Nothing that pre-workout cannot fix. Nevertheless, we are going to be cooking 3 meals today. Low carb pizza crust, protein pancakes, and protein ice cream. So without further ado, let's jump right into it and see how to make protein pizza.
What I'm doing today is I'm using minced turkey breast just because my food process. But we're going to start with turkey mince, 2% fat turkey mince, so it's fine. And you want 500 grams. That's only 400 grams, we'll get more. Next, easy, Parmesan. You can get low calorie Parmesan or low fat Parmesan. Obviously, you know, tastes like pizza, so just look. Rosemary, 1 teaspoon of oregano with sage. Wash your hands, especially at the moment, it's important, be safe. And just get in there, I mean, it's kind of disgusting, but life's disgusting. So there, you need to grab a baking tray. It's half a centimeter thick. You can make it square, you can make it circular, you can make it oblong, you can make it a triangle, whatever your dreams tell you. Oven.
All right, while we wait for the protein pizza crust, we will start the protein pancakes.
Right, so we start with 4 whole eggs. That's an egg, 4 whole of them. It's 80 grams of oats.
Oh, can't.
Boom, right, that's done. I'm using Ghost Whey. I'm just gonna do 1 scoop. This is the most important thing, the banana. That's an average sized banana. You want 3/4 of an average sized banana. You can use the other quarter and have it as a topping or something. Just put in a teaspoonful of baking powder. That's it, just a teaspoonful. And then you finish with a splash of almond milk. Just a splash. Just that much. That's probably too much, to be honest. And why am I gonna put more in? I don't know. And then honestly, I kid you not, that is it. I won't put you through the awful sound of hearing it. Get this 1 calorie spray stuff because it's brilliant.
I don't have 1 calorie spray, but you're just gonna have to make do.
Just get your batter and then just literally pour them in.
I'm waiting for that to bubble up. I'll make the protein ice cream.
We start with this. It's almond milk, the greatest thing ever invented by mankind. It's true. They've never. They made.
Are you sure about that?
200 milliliters of almond milk.
Fuck.
2 grams of frozen berries and 100 grams of frozen strawberries. And finally, not finally, but ice. Ice is massively important, especially with this one today, because we didn't do the frozen blueberries. Protein. I'm a strange guy again. I like to mix my whey protein. Use this. Egg white powder. Is that disgusting? Probably. And then, yeah, we get to the blending.
But That actually tastes really good. That tastes really, really good. But I'm gonna put it in the freezer, make it a little bit better. Alrighty.
Boom. Boom. 15 minutes later, you're left with something again. It still looks weird. I'm not pretending otherwise. Just get a low-calorie pizza sauce. Low-calorie pizza sauce, low-calorie, tomato sauce. I mean, you could probably just do it with Heinz. If you wanted to be that guy. I ain't gonna judge you. There ain't no judging here.
Looks good. No, this is pretty good. I really like it. Yeah, not bad. Alright, next up is the protein pancakes. That's really good. It's not powdery. I was expecting it to be really powdery, but it's not. I mean, you only use 1 scoop of whey. Not bad. Now we go on to the low carb, low calorie protein ice cream. Actually does taste half decent. So obviously Simon added a lot more other stuff like glaucoma, or he also added pancake syrup at the end. This is pretty good. Obviously you don't make this every single day. The Simon Miller's diet is he really does try to make it enjoyable to eat. It has its bland moments, but he tries to make it actually interesting. And I have to give him an up for that. Simon Miller's diet is he really does try to make it enjoyable to eat. It has its bland moments, but he tries to make it actually interesting. And I have to give him an up for that.
Time to play the game.
What?
Just fucking relax, Time to play the game.
Supplements! It's when Simon made this video that I'm kind of basing my supplements of, he had links below of what to buy and what he has. The only problem is COVID-19 hit. Short of stock, they were not shipping to Australia. So I kind of just went off a base of what he has and just went to my own local store and bought a whole lot of shit and came out and this is what he has. This is basically what he has. Leave me alone. This is the best I could do. But because this is the only thing in my 90 days that I'm actually lacking in, I will make it up to you. All right, let's get into it. I'm going to put this NutriBullet down, actually. We don't need that just yet. Let's go into the first supplement, creatine. Simon says he takes 5 milligrams a day. I'm pretty sure he means 5 grams a day. I do believe this is one of those things that make me bloated. Next up, we got multivitamins for immunity and boosting those vitamins.
No shit.
Basically, all your vitamins. Like, there is a supplement in here that I believe everyone should have, and that supplement is vitamin C. Vitamin C. Now, Simon briefly goes on about this.
And a basic vitamin C of 1,000 milligrams a day is just good.
It's really good for your immune system. Milligrams. Boom. It is fucking hot in here. Like, with the light, the camera lights I've got, it's... Woo! Ultra
resveratrol. I can never pronounce it. You don't need this. Nobody needs this.
Couldn't buy it, couldn't find it, couldn't understand why he took it if he took this. Lucamine. Great for joints. Never have taken them before now for the 90 days. But I have to admit, I actually feel a bit of a difference. Boom. Yeah, I'm gonna have to fucking change. Bruh, how do you wear this? Someone tell me in the comments section if this is a chick shirt or a man shirt. ZMA. Now, ZMA, he basically takes this for sleep because he's a bad sleeper. He thinks this works for him really well. Could not find it. I just decided to get a magnesium.
this magnesium actually has a bit of zinc in it. Yeah, like I usually take this before bed. Let's go into protein powder. All right, so Simon basically uses a low carb, low fat protein powder. I think this is actually a really good one for like the protein pancakes. And also if you want to do cooking, I would say the egg protein powder is just fantastic. Alrighty, next, where you got protein shakes, you got interim shakes. BCAA. I'm not really sure what interim shakes that Simon takes. I try to look it up. That doesn't even have a fucking link to it. What's with that, man? Why did you take the link out of that one? I'm on to you, boy. I'm on to you. Basically, a drink you have during your workout. And it just keeps those energies going. It keeps you going high. Like, keep you moving. Kind of like the BCAA. They're quite good. But yeah. Get out, boy. So pre-workout. Pre-workout that Simon Miller takes is a non-caffeinated pre-workout. It's actually called non-stimulant. I think Simon's onto something. I think the caffeine-free pre-workout is way better. Like, I feel like you don't crash as hard and it doesn't feel like your face is on fire. Oh, shit. There's still a lot of powder in here. The fitness routine number 2. I started this fitness routine at day 45. Unlike the other fitness routine that was based on several different videos, this video is the only and current video where Simon Miller talks about his whole fitness routine. So let's get right into it. It still has the 3-day format of push, pull, legs. So let's begin with push. First, you start up with the warm-up exercise of push-ups. Just do as many as you can. Incline dumbbell press, flat dumbbell press, cable flies, shoulder dumbbell press, lateral raises, bent over raises, skull crushers, tricep pull down, and dips. Try and do as many dips as you can, as it's the last exercise, and better if you do it in body weight. Now for pull. For a warm-up, you want to do pull-ups, as many as you can, deadlifts. He said any deadlift you want to do, but he went with SEMO deadlifts. That's the main one he goes with. So I did SEMO deadlifts and also normal deadlifts. Bent over barbell rows, lateral pull down, barbell shrugs, incline bicep curls, and cable curls. Now, cable curls is the most douchiest exercise you can do in the gym, but look at that smile. But last and the least out of all the exercises, leg squats. You want to do a warm-up as well, so do body weighted squats, and then you do a bar squats, and then you do weighted squats. Leg press, leg curls, walking lunges, and calf raises. Alright, so that's the workout for the fitness routine number 2. If you are very much interested in doing the Simon Miller workout, I have put the ultimate Simon Miller workout in the comments below. Okay guys, it is time. It is time for day 90. Alrighty, it's day 90 and it's time to show my result. We're going to do a live reaction to these results because it wouldn't be a Simon Miller video without doing a reaction video. As you see on the scales here, I've dropped a significant amount of weight. That's 5.2 kilos that I've lost. And I find that's quite a healthy amount of weight I've lost over 90 days. Definitely when I've been doing 3,200 calories each day. Alright, so now it's to see the transformation, how much I've changed. As you can see, I've lost a considerable amount of weight on the front. I've also shaved that fucking god-awful snail trail. As you can see on the side, I have lost quite a bit, but my arms have stayed the same. And I think that's something to really take notice of. And obviously the back, I've gotten Rory McGee fucking back acne. When I was doing this 90-day challenge, I didn't think it would change me that much, but it definitely made me physically stronger. I feel stronger, I look stronger, and I also think stronger. If you like this video, go check out Simon Miller. He uploads daily. He does podcasts weekly. He uploads on What Culture Wrestling consistently. He, to me, is the Johnny Sins of YouTube.
My man AB, this would be his second appearance for Creator Clash. In saying that, it seemed like he wasn't too keen to go again.
This is my one and done.
Nothing less, let's run down AB one more time with a little bit more detail. Before we talk about AB and his efforts last year, we must talk about Starkiller and how that came around. To do so, we must talk about Gokunaru. Gokunaru was a small 10k sub channel that basically had its biggest videos of playing Halo and ranting about stuff while playing them. Very early days of commentary / reaction videos. It's just the same but without the CSGO gameplay. Though even at the start of his channel, he had bigger ideas of what he would want to create in the future.
And you know, the idea of making skits and putting them on the internet was like godly, you know. And I wanted to do that, but I didn't have the sufficient, you know, cameras or anything like that.
Which started to become a reality. Gokunaru would start to make videos about random ass stuff, just anything that he had interest with that he thought he would be interesting for his audience at the time. It was kind of the mentality of I'll upload whatever, whenever vibe. I personally really love this content. It's like a dirty style of vlogging. He's a very good storyteller. But let's get into the video at hand, because you're probably wondering what the fuck does Gokunaru have to do with AB? Well, as the old story goes of YouTube, as time goes on, you start to see the cracks of how shitty the platform is. And of course, how some people could portray themselves in another matter than what actually is going on. Gokunaru was a big fan of H3H3, but he started to see a lot of dodgy stuff go down over the years. And definitely on the H3H3 podcast without anyone calling him out for it at the time, which formulated the first video documenting the fall of Ethan Klein, titled The Death of H3H3, Video Vigilante. I don't have a whole lot of time to talk about every single point of this video, but for the most part, he was running down the entire H3H3 dramas in the past, and also the present of how bad the H3H3 podcast is. So much so that it exposes the person Ethan is.
That I'm a hypocrite, that I prioritize money over everything else, that I've thrown friends under the bus, that I'm ignorant and poorly informed, and spread misinformation, that I'm arrogant, that I cannot handle criticism, and that I've used people.
This is unlike any other exposed video at the time, as Gokunaru spent a lot of time and effort to do massive research on Ethan Klein's entire career. It is now, however, a pebble in a mountain of ongoing videos about H3H3. One of the main things to take away from this video is the skits, littered throughout the video. You either hated these skits or you loved them, but at the end of the day, it was a whole video built up of the death of H3H3. It was very artsy-fartsy, you could say. This was the most damning video against H3H3. Gokunaru was indeed looking for a response. A response, however, was made by another man, Starkiller.
Hello ladies and gentlemen, today I'm be giving my take on the video vigilante made about Ethan Klein from H3H3. I disagree with a lot of the points made, and I want to go through point by point and give my rebuttal.
Starkiller's response may have not been the first video created on his channel, but it's 100% the most notable one. Starkiller politely disagrees with the video and would also make an effort to explain why he disagrees with the video point by point, which Gokunaru would not only respond to, but also applaud for taking the time of making a constructive video about the matter. So much so, he would place it as a top comment in his own video. I would highly recommend watching Gokunaru's video and Starkiller's response, as I feel like this is the next stage of the proper commentary community as we know it for today. However, the infamous Gokunaru video would get taken down over time for the new guidelines of YouTube. From this, Gokunaru and Starkiller would part ways to different content. It would reappear during the peak of Ethan Klein versus Keemstar feud in which Keemstar would re-upload the video on his main channel and calling it the plunge of H3H3 because he replaced the guns in the video with plunges to avoid that guideline. Though this would give H3H3 the opportunity to dismantle the video on his podcast with all the guests that were mentioned during the video. Personally to me, I think Starkiller's response to Gokanari's video is way better, even knowing Ethan had a lot of guests reoccurring to kind of back up Ethan's claims. That's just my opinion there.
Who's being the bully to poor Shoe Knights?
Yeah, that's...
Poor protected Shoe Knights.
Wow.
What? He's...
For the YouTube community, and if some chance in hell, Ethan, you're watching this video, keep doing you, man. Don't give in to their hate. It's hard for anyone, I'm sure, to be in the shoes that you are.
But after this and around this time, Starkiller re-emerged by Ethan Klein that would praise him for sticking up for H3H3 when no one else would dare to at the time.
I have this friend on YouTube who I've recently made. His name is
Starkiller.
Starkiller. This guy, I gotta give a shout out to Starkiller. He's the only motherfucker that rode for me on YouTube. He made a whole rebuttal to Gokanaro's video like years ago to defend me and say that Gokanaro's videos were all bad. And this Starkiller, this guy's a legend. This is a real ride or die motherfucker.
AB quickly shifted his content away from the Starkiller mask to a surprise that even he didn't think was going to come true, which is working for the man on H3H3, which has put him as a full-time member on the podcast. Imagine growing up, watching your favorite YouTuber, defending him, then working for him. That's a crazy backstory. AB has put other content on his Starkiller account, mostly being popular TikToks and doing YouTube shorts of waking up his wife in different ways, which is it's quality content, I guess. There's not much else to say about AB. He's probably one of the most loved staff members on the podcast, which makes him one of the most hated people on the podcast.
Fuck you, AB.
Fuck off, AB. Go the fuck away, dude.
Go fuck yourself, you stupid piece of shit, AB.
AB!
Though I will say the way Ethan has acted for the last year since I last visited AB, I wouldn't be surprised if he's on his way out, despite being one of the most loyal members of the crew. I think a lot of people would agree with me on this, but Ethan needs to get in that ring. I think he needs to feel a punch, or at least this would get him back into shape. He doesn't have to verse Keemstar, but he could verse like Gokanaru. That would be fucking awesome. My dream fight, without a doubt, is AB versus Gokanaru. I think that would be one of the best fights ever. There's so much lore there and so much backstory, it would be an insane fight. The fight that AB had at last Creator Clash though was against Hundar, which was quite one of the best fights on the card. In losing efforts, this was going to be a one and done for AB. And obviously this isn't true, but I don't think any of us expected him to go against the daddy of all boxing.
Now, I know what you're thinking.
I thought you were done with wrestling.
I am, but I thought this would be a good segue away from wrestling itself to more of the community around it.
I want you to listen to me. I have a lot of things I want to get off my chest.
Without a doubt, one of the biggest elements of wrestling is the fans. And as fans, we are wrestling's biggest critics, much bigger than the ones that observe it for a living. As fans, we like to dive into any aspect of the sport, and that's where YouTube comes into the play. A community where fans can dive into content of top 10 lists, current wrestling events, and fantasy bookings. One of the biggest brands on the platform is What Culture Wrestling, which was absolutely huge back when it started in 2015 and erupted with subscribers, achieving the 1 million milestone within a year. The attraction started to take place when on-screen personality Adam Blampert joined the channel. With his snappy jokes and soothing voice, fans were eager to hear more and see more from the wrestling YouTube channel, and soon they would, as more on-screen talent joined the fray. The on-screen chemistry between the crew of What Culture was so good, fans of the content would return to the channel more to hear from the on-screen talent themselves than what they were actually talking about. True online personalities, to say the least. As fast as the channel grew over the 2 years was as fast as it fell apart, with the main members leaving the channel to start their own. But why? Well, it's been stated from multiple sources over the years that it was creative differences, but what does that actually mean? Today, I want to do my best to clear up the story of why did Cultaholic leave What Culture, and to understand that we must start from the start, before the wrestling, before even What Culture. ObsessedWithMedia.com, which was created by two people, Peter Willis and Matt Holmes, in 2006. Keep these two people in mind, but most importantly, Matt Holmes. The site was mostly blogs and articles of film news, reviews, discussions on certain topics, and pretty much whatever was popular at the time. Obsessed with Film stick to their guns though of doing just film and movie content as a written format, before creating a YouTube channel in 2008 doing interviews on actors and directors for upcoming movies. For the most part looked very professional. However, professional is not what YouTube was about at the time, so the channel's success kind of makes sense for the TV interview-like content that was presented, so this channel kind of fizzled out. On July 2011, Obsessed with Media decided to have a cosmetic change to their business, forming a new name, What Culture. Only 1 month later, created a new YouTube channel under the name, but didn't start uploading until October 2014, with a much better approach to the platform.
Chris Nolan's Dark Knight trilogy is regarded as one of the best in cinema history. Still doesn't mean it wasn't dumb in places.
What was once a corporate TV interview setting that had been done with Obsessed with Film had now been changed into a fun, fast-paced editing with a bit of a personality in the video, which would fit in YouTube's current status. Around this time, Matt Holmes came to the decision of making a new channel with an interest of entertainment sports, What Culture Wrestling. The start of What Culture Wrestling seemed to be a little bit behind the main channel, with no on-screen talent or voiceovers, but rather just text, which wouldn't fly on YouTube at the time. Just remember, YouTube around this time was all about personality. They had to find someone with that on-screen talent, an aura about them that would bring in that viewership. Lee Kyle. Of course I'm joking. Holmes bringing in Adam Blanford as the first personality of the channel, with his own segment of how WWE should have booked. Adam Blanford had a charisma about him that was just very engaging to watch. Not to mention his natural talent and confidence that the channel much needed at the time. No offense, Lee Carl. As time went on, more and more episodes of how WWE should have booked followed, with Blanford soon doing the voiceover work to the listed content that was also being featured on the channel at the time. With the success of Blanford as the on-screen presence, Holmes decided to push more on-screen and more voiceover talent on the channel, grabbing relatively green workers of Sam Driver, Jack Ross, and Ross Tudell to join, but also Simon Miller that starred on multiple other channels at the time. All had the same charisma and presence as Blanford, but Holmes knew he struck gold when he obtained Blanford's on-screen antagonist, Adam Pacitti. This absolute legend arrived on the scene with a dream in 2008.
She was perfect, indescribably gorgeous, and I woke up in a cold sweat and drew her, and this is the drawing.
No, not that dream. A passion and a desire to make it big as a film documenter. In my opinion, his greatest success is a documentary about becoming a wrestler that has two parts. I don't know, there's something about a skinny pasty white guy getting chopped is just so satisfying. There isn't much content on his channel, but these documentaries were definitely an expose onto him going on to bigger projects. With his last and most investing content was Pacitti trying to find a job. Rocking up on Billboard's national UK news, Pacitti was determined to find employment that was right up his alley. Something to do with film, something to do with wrestling, something sustainable for him to be a part of. Enter What Culture. Adam Pacitti was a huge hit on screen, with the meme of him trying to look for a job gathered more attention onto What Culture Wrestling. The charisma of whatever he did on the channel was brilliant, but the chemistry between him and Adam Blampier was absolute gold.
Adam versus Adam. I am Adam, and this is another Adam. He literally is called Adam. They grow them here. It's like a clone vat. So, Adam, introduce yourself.
Hello, my name is Adam Pacini.
That's literally enough of that. So this is the start of a brand new series of weekly videos, Adam versus Adam, where we do combat and the loser has to take a forfeit. This week the stakes are the loser must take a choke slam. I don't want to do that.
This series, Adam vs. Adam, pole vaulted What Culture Wrestling from not just a list company, but into a community, having a lot of feuds and challenges between each other while predicting who would win at wrestling events. This was very innovative at the time because every other wrestling channel was just pretty much just telling the news at this point and what happened in the past, where these two guys were formulating feuds and competitions that would end into punishments and consequences, which fans would tune into the following weeks to see what the two Adams were up to.
That's not the punishment.
Everyone ready? Cool.
This is single-handedly the greatest thing that What Culture Wrestling has produced. Well, maybe the second greatest thing. And it wasn't just the wrestling channel succeeding. The main account started to become a huge hit with all the new staff. With the rise of popularity, there was more segments for each staff member, gimmicks, and interviews on talent they grew up watching.
I'm Adam from WhatCulture.com, and if I appear nervous, if I stutter, it's because I'm standing in the presence of the most physically intimidating man in the history of modern science. And also Brock Lesnar is here. Sir, thank you so much for speaking with me.
Thank you.
But a wrestling channel wouldn't be complete without its own wrestling company. With the rise of What Culture Wrestling hitting milestones and gathering a large popularity, the channel was gaining more and more speed in such a short period, with Adam Blanford smarts of the fantasy booking segments and the passion of Adam Pacini. Holmes found this a great opportunity to capitalize on the success of the channel to make wrestling more of a reality, and on May 26th of 2016, that's exactly what happened. What Culture Pro Wrestling was born. The United Kingdom wrestling scene up to this point was at an all-time high, with companies like Progress, ICW, and Rev Pro becoming very popular, not only bringing in UK audience, but also international audience to the independent scene. You could say competition was a high from the start of WCPW, but with the fan base behind the brand already and on-screen gimmicks being part of the show, it became a huge hit. It was like a pro wrestling company for fans, made by fans. The roster was incredible, gaining all different gimmicks and wrestlers across the United Kingdom. But it wasn't long until they gained some notable stars from the States. This grew big very fast and was very innovative for ideas such as rumbles and a new style of tournament. The World Cup tournament, which was absolutely insane.
So yeah, how the Pro Wrestling World Cup worked is that it was split into different legs. You had the England leg, the Scotland leg, America, Canada, Germany, Mexico, Japan, and rest of the world. There'll be qualifying tournaments where two wrestlers from each leg would qualify for the tournament to make up 16 people. So you'd have 2 English people, 2 Scots, 2 people from the rest of the world, 2 Americans, etc, etc.
But very successful. Personally, to me, this is the greatest wrestling tournament that has ever been put together. 64 wrestlers, all different competitors across the world. A concept that was laughed at by opposing companies, because they didn't think the crew of What Culture, a YouTube channel, not wrestlers, could pull this off, but soon turned into standing ovations over this successfully creating a masterpiece. This was peak What Culture Wrestling, and as you know, at its peak, the only direction is down. It's time to descend into the downward spiral.
It is with sadness that we must today announce that Adam Blanford, Adam Pacini, Ross Trudell, Sam Driver, and Jack King will be leaving What Culture in the coming weeks to pursue other projects. We would like to thank them for their work over the past 2 years and wish them all the best in their future endeavors. While we understand this news will disappoint a section of our audience, we'll be using this opportunity to diversify and expand the product as a whole. We'll be introducing brand new shows, brand new personalities, and freshening up existing elements of all our channels. We look forward to sharing more announcements on this in the coming weeks.
So what happened? Everything was going so well. 2.5 years ago, the What Culture Wrestling product was nothing more than an idea, and then blossomed into a prominent brand that not only fans looked up to, but even wrestlers themselves. Well, there's a reason why I'm making this video, and it's because people are constantly saying it was just creative differences. But, like I said at the start, what does that actually mean? As from what I've discussed so far, the channel is owned by Peter Willis and Matt Holmes, not the online personalities of the show. Any gimmick or segment that was made by the online personalities, it would have to be passed on and approved by the owners of the channel, and ultimately owned by them if they were to move on to other projects outside the channel network. If you want to look at it in another way, it's working under a brand, a business, a company, rather than the independency of the crew of Pacitti and Blampert. As much as the higher-ups probably approved the ideas of Pacitti and Blampert, I could only imagine there was still a restriction of creativity that the boys would rather take the company into. And that's nothing against Matt Holmes that controls the What Culture Wrestling side of things. Even if there's a few people opening up about working for the network after these departures, I think it's more of a business decision. The same guys who have been making the business decisions all the way back in 2006. Some may call it creative differences, others might call it what's best for business. To understand this fully, let's go into part 2 of this video. After it was announced that the 5 boys would leave the network, it would be a matter of time before they would announce their own channel for wrestling content, doing a countdown on Twitter between the boys and eventually releasing a promo package that would rebrand them as Cultaholic. Wrestling and having no restrictions, they could do absolutely anything, and knowing the fans would be invested watching what content they would bring out. But sometimes having no restrictions can be undoing. Just before they were about to open the channel and flood the algorithm, Adam Blampert would announce he's stepping aside from the Cultaholic crew, as he would come clean about manipulating female fans into thinking he was in an open relationship with his girlfriend, then proceeding to ask for nudes from the fans. He wanted to make a public statement to encourage anyone to not emulate his behaviour, and the fact that he's abused the trust of his loved ones. With Cultaholic confirming this, indefinitely dismissing Blampert as a member of the Cultaholic crew. This was a huge blow to the Cultaholic crew, as it was the start of their new adventures, and it seemed like they lost the most important member of their show before even starting, and delaying the opening of the channel for a few more days.
Now I'm sure that you understand why we, as a brand new company, had to part ways with Adam Blampert in the face of what he did back in the day. Quite frankly, it's just the way that things had to be so the company could continue. It was an absolutely terrible situation for every single person involved in that scenario, no matter how deeply. It was horrible for every single person involved. So obviously in that moment, we as a company, the 4 of us who remained, we were forced to move on. And since then, obviously, Adam's done the same. So let me tell you, speaking on behalf of the 4 lads who started Cultaholic Wrestling, there's no ill will from us towards Adam Blampert.
About a month later, he would give an update on his hiatus in a YouTube video that he's been doing therapy for sex addiction. Personally, this is the right way to go about it. As shitty as the situation is, at least he was making an honest effort to clean himself up. Any addiction is a horrible mess that bleeds into other people's lives. This could have escalated a lot worse. What I'm trying to say, it's good foresight and good acknowledgement on Adam's behalf to have when dealing with this type of addiction, even if it means destroying the fresh start to your business endeavors. With Blampert out of the picture, the 4 boys of the wrestling community powered on, beginning their journey. And boy, over time, Cultaholic has become one of the most dominant wrestling channels on the platform, creating all good stuff like before, but introducing brutal punishments for the losers of predictions.
Fuck off.
I'm gonna
If video essays on wrestling related topics, and loads more content. And with more content comes more stuff. And only the best personalities like Matthew from Botchamania, Jen Lewis, an absolutely outstanding interviewer at wrestling shows, and Tom Campbell, a radio host personality with let's just say a lot of personality to show. You'll always have the four main guys of Cultaholic, but seeing them produce homegrown talent and making it fit into their brand is done quite smoothly. But I can't say the same for What Culture Wrestling. After departure, you pretty much just have Simon Miller left by himself, reviewing WWE weekly shows and doing the top 10 lists. But it wasn't long until What Culture introduced a new crew, and
people say we're just a list company, but we're way much more than that.
Hey, don't you have lists to make?
We don't need sex to sell our image. I mean, just look at us. But we do put out new content every day.
And right from the start, you could kind of tell the difference between the Cultaholic brand and the What Culture Network. One was innovative, new, and reeked of that dirty, grubby fun that we all know and love. And the other is like this corporate office space trying to look hip and cool. Now, I understand that YouTube will always favor the latter, and maybe that's where creative differences really lie. What was once a creative empire that was going to take over the wrestling scene has now lost its brain, heart, courage, which ultimately turned itself back into the corporate network that it always wanted itself to be. The new channel trailer introducing all the new faces kind of gets thrown into your face as a fan. The first thing you see is the million subscriber plaque being held by the people that didn't achieve that milestone. I find it a little bit hilarious that the reveal of the 1 million subscriber plaque on What Culture, the main channel, has none of the original staff in the photo. Not even Simon Miller. The guy that everyone goes to watch your channel, the only guy that actually has a fan base, it's borderline delusional. But What Culture back in the Pachidi and Blamper days is a far cry of what it is today. It's not a bunch of guys running a YouTube channel, but more of the network to gain as much money as possible before they're selling out their own name. Personally, I think less is more. Cultaholic has one channel, or two if you count Triple Jump, to the 10 plus What Culture channels. Tell me, which company cares about the fans and which company cares about the money? Before we move on, I think it's worth noting that Matt Holmes and Peter Willis have absolutely no pictures of themselves online. Not on the What Culture website, not on any social media, and to go one step further, not even to have a face-to-face talk time when they're talking to their own staff. These guys are literally the definition of a faceless corporation. To be honest, I don't see What Culture going under float anytime soon, but with nothing innovative or fans to tune in apart from Simon Miller segments, I think the owners of this network should have a good think about how they got their company big in the first place, which was creativity. The only creative differences of Cultaholic and What Culture is What Culture not having any. That's pretty much the end of the saga of Cultaholic and What Culture. But what's that, you ask? What happened to Blampert? Well, after the castration of the Cultaholic crew, literally, he would stay... Well, after being castrated from the Cultaholic crew, he would stay on hiatus until he would return to YouTube for a one-off video with WrestleTalk to have a fantasy booking of the 2020 Royal Rumble, a throwback to 5 years prior to his heyday of his career, eventually joining up to WrestleTalk as a full-time member. Not only being part of the WrestleTalk channel, but also has been predominantly on Parts Unknown and No Rolls Barred, which is a board game channel that highly suits the WrestleTalk crew, because they're a bunch of nerds. Maybe one day I'll talk about WrestleTalk. Even knowing I don't watch wrestling anymore, I'm still a fan of wrestling YouTube channels. And that's what it's about. Not always the wrestling, but the content creator, or the personalities that you can relate to, not a corporation.
I'm Adam, hailing from Parts Unknown, and here are my precious opinions about the 10 greatest authority figures in wrestling history. Number 8, Adam Pacitti. Now for real though, he was bloody great. Please don't use this as a jumping off point to badger both sides into working together again. We're both cool and happy where we are. It is honestly all good, and thanks very much.
I can't thank Ian in any send-off. Like, legitimately, this is the biggest day of my entire life. Like, this is, it's all led to this. All the failures and all the stealing, I'm like gonna show everyone, like, I'm still around and I'm not stopping. 41, and I have more energy than everybody. The love of my life passed away 9 months ago, and talking to you guys. I'm getting amped up right now, and this is legitimately going to be the biggest day of my life, and I'm going to do it for her. So, and I'll ever get redemption for everything that's happened to me over 20 years.
So, before we get into this one, I just want to point out the last time I stated that I wanted to do a bigger video for Dad, but never got around to do it, and there's a reason for this. There are so many videos on Dad. So much so, they're actually more popular than any video than the Dad series, and I find that absolutely fascinating. And the main reason for that is because they're trying to crack the code of Dad, making it a fun internet mystery to solve. So I gotta be honest, anything I would say about the Dad series really wouldn't justify how bizarre and creative it really is. Big YouTubers like Nextbo, Matt Pack, Inside the Mind have done an incredible job dissecting the YouTube entity known as Dad. But not many people have talked about the gravedigger behind Dad. Instead of talking about the father of internet, today I'll be talking about the man behind Dad, Nathan Barnett. The birth of YouTube is an interesting one to say the least. With the first of many videos would start to surface around the early stages of social media. That being said, Nathan Barnett did indeed upload in the very early days of YouTube, uploading through his friend's account with a cartoon called Barricade. After posting a few videos for his friend's account, he decided in 2006 that he would create his own channel where he would begin to upload, and it wouldn't be long until he broke the earliest algorithm with a video called Simmons Demont. We've all got problems. Nathan got the dopamine feel of posting on the platform, and with that he started uploading everything that he had made before YouTube and uploading new creations to appeal his newly found audience. At the end of the day, Nathan Barnett is an actor/filmmaker, so he was kinda using this side as a great way to practice characters and build a portfolio for his career outside of the tubes. Though while doing this, he made his first character that would become a sensational hit.
Hey, it's me, Trail the Wows!
An unofficial spokesman for Skittles or Skittles. The character was such a big hit, so much so that the Skittles company would be interested in making the character legitimate, using him as an actual spokesman for an entire year.
Hey, it's me, it's Trail the Wows! Give me a tasty Skittles ghost!
Because of this and the Skittles fame, Nathan would begin to start his most iconic characters on his channel. Which brings me to, Keith Apicary was an internet phenomenon where you wouldn't be sure if the character was real or not. Something that YouTube would begin to be familiar with as internet personalities were on a major rise, and Keith Apicary was 100% one of them, even if it did get him into some questionable mischief moments.
Keith Apicary was at the Screw Attack video game convention in Texas, and I wanted to surprise the audience where they're all looking at the stage, and I wanted to drop down from above and be like, to make an ultimate entrance, but I climbed up on this like ledge that was like 14 feet up, and it was too high, and then when I got up there I was like, oh god, this is too high. I'm like, well, I still gotta do it, I'm here now, and I just jumped and I shattered my heel, and that was like the one bone other than my tooth that I broke.
Keith is the kind of guy that loves collecting video games, reviewing them, creating music, dancing, mostly highlighted on his series Talking Classics. In this time he made some quality content, all of which were well acted, scripted, produced. He does some extremely amazing stunts in the majority of his Talking Classic videos. So good, he would be soon to be used in many videos. One of the most notable things I had seen of Nathan was the Crazy Cop from Robert Schultz's video. Every time I went to the gym, I seen this music video playing, and that's actually around the time me and a lot of people I know came across Nathan. That and being an upcoming wrestler on the indie scene.
Come on, Dolph, you're scared, right?
I'm not scared of anybody. Keith Apicary is garbage. He's a piece of human waste, and he danced around his underwear. You know what? I do that too, but people pay to actually see it, so get the hell out of my face.
Keith Apicary, in my opinion, is the best character that Nathan Barnett has created, showing up in all different timelines of his career, and recently, most notably, is America's Got Talent 2021. Nathan would start to try out new different characters that would either be a hit or a miss, but on one occasion he had some characters just fall into his lap, one being an iconic video game character of GTA 5, Trevor Phillips. Nathan would play a very convincing role of Trevor Phillips, terrorizing the city of Los Angeles.
Trevor, I did some Trevor Phillips in real life because people say, okay, Trevor, so I like kind of leaned into it and made myself look more like Trevor, and would go and carry a real person wrapped in a trash bag on my shoulder. I'd walk them around town, and I'd try to stick him in different places to hide this dead body. And I keep asking people where I can hide this guy, and I stuck him in like freezers of grocery stores and stuck him through a McDonald's drive-through window. And one guy's like, "Put him in my trunk," and I put him in the trunk. And this is like this actor I found on Craigslist who's been in all kinds of my videos using the Skittles videos. Like, people know him as Broob from the Skittles videos. Is this old guy who just laid on my shoulder and let me carry him around. I put him on a cop car in that video, and then the cops came over to me and were questioning us, but they weren't asking me about the guy on my shoulder. They were asking if we had film permits, and I was like, "Are you kidding me? I have a guy in a trash bag on my shoulder. I'm trying to get rid of him, and you're not talking to me about that?"
Do I need a permit to drop a dead body off anywhere?
With these three characters, Nathan wouldn't just display his acting, but also physical comedy. With all the internet fame, you would think that Nathan Barnett would be one of the most notable people on the internet, and one of the most subscribed people as well. However, this is far from the case. The problem that Nathan has encountered his entire career is content theft. With sites such as YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, Vine, TikTok, etc., people would be so addicted into seeing how many views they themselves can get, even knowing it wasn't themselves. This unfortunately would be the beginning of re-uploads of re-uploads. Re-uploads of Nathan's content would gain millions of views, but unfortunately would just not tag or even mention who Nathan or his characters are. That would 100% traffic those fans to his channel. This would affect Nathan more than anyone else I have ever heard of. You would think with the spamming of his content, people would seek out to see who the man is, of many talents, but unfortunately, that's just not the case. One case is very notable. His no bones dance has been ripped by the popular game Fortnite.
It's a video I did called the No Bones Dance, and actually Fortnite ended up taking it and using it and calling it the Boneless Dance, and even the music is the same from my video. So my stuff started getting stolen a lot, and that started around 2012, and it's still going on today.
With this going on, and of course YouTube vastly changing over the years that Nathan has been a very big part of, Nathan would be at his near end living in his car as he couldn't pay for the mortgage of his own home, as his next character and project would be his last-ditch effort to stay afloat.
I have to say goodbye. Thank you everyone who has watched. Thank you everyone who supported me and donated. Thank you for everything. Thank you for watching.
With the fans of Nathan that he had acquired alongside his journey, he would get them to go check out the YouTube channel that he had said had not only been stealing his content, but also his identity. Fans would begin to flood to check out this channel to find a bizarre man with a bland shirt and tie, captivating the mystery of who exactly Dad is. It's just Nathan Barnett. Which soon would be a talking point of many internet mystery solving channels. Nathan's online career that was holding on by a thread would soon to blow up as many would invest into the lore of Dad. Some would just be along for the ride, but a lot of fans of Dad would just be so invested, all the Easter eggs littered out for the series.
More activity on the Dad channel with 5,000 subscribers than there was on my Nathan channel with almost 400,000. And then when I started getting the full videos uploaded, my ad revenue was going up, and I had the Nathan channel and the Dad channel now, and it literally saved my life, and I didn't have to move out of the house. So that's Dad saved me.
I think Nathan is a very smart businessman, as he knows not just only to be an actor, a dancer or singer, but knowing to sell something he created, and he has created a lot around those three things. Though all the videos, interviews, podcasts, documentaries on Nathan and his vast amount of characters, I think Nathan would like to achieve one last thing, and that's make his own movie. I would highly recommend not only checking out his channel, but his two short films, Neutral and Milford. Nathan is a masterclass physical actor that I hope one day gets a bigger break than YouTube or America's Got Talent. Though in the meantime, he's on his way getting a big payday with his boxing career taking off, which according to Joe Rogan was him versus his own son.
Of a boxing match between a father and a son. It made me so sad because there's this young kid. He looks like he's probably 17 or 18, and the father's 42. And the father beats the shit out of him. I mean, like, dings him in the head and keeps punching him. I'm like, that's your son. And we're watching you beat your son up. Because I get your son probably got cocky with you, and he celebrates after he knocks his son out. It made me so sad. Because first of all, I'm like, that kid has brain damage now. 100%. Maybe it's just a little. Maybe he'll be fine. Maybe he'll get over it. But maybe you f***ed him up. That can happen too. He might be depressed from now on after that. It might f*** up his pituitary gland. It happens to people. And you just did that to your son. You don't tee off on your son's face on television. It's crazy. Kid looks young. To me, he looks like, he could be 20. He could be 19. He looks young. He's real skinny. And the father's kind of jacked. Not too jacked, but, he's fit. And he could f***ing punch. He knows how to box. And the son doesn't look like he has any idea what he's doing. I don't know what the thing was. Like, someone sent it to me, and they were, like, cheering that this old guy knocked his son out. I was like, you guys are crazy.
Was it this?
Yeah, this is it.
That's not exactly what was happening.
It's not? What is it?
They're not father-son.
Oh, why does it lie?
Because
it says father knocks out son at celebrity boxing match.
Gotta get somebody to click on this.
Oh.
This was like a YouTuber thing. This guy's a YouTuber and he's a YouTuber.
I'm such a...
Nathan, if you're watching this, I think it would be absolutely amazing to play different characters in the influence boxing scene. I say sling out Keith Apicary for this bout. Before I finish up, I just want to say that Nathan has also finished up the lore of Dad, well, the majority of it anyway, and changed the channel from Dad to Man. Though to me, Nathan Barnett is the dad of the internet, which brings me... Honda had a fantastic showing last year with his win over AB. Must have just pictured that door. Last year I started the video off saying that
Brett Hundley has had a vast career, from main eventing in a horror movie back in 2018 called The Trek, which is scary. Some of the most low budget quality I've ever seen.
I love you too, Mrs. Russell.
Let's just say it's considered as a movie. Yeah, well, this acting career died off pretty fast.
Since that video, he had told me that he had no acting career. I have the biggest urge to review this movie. Anyway, back on track. After this, he became a producer on The Deadliest Warrior, which I can only describe as the epic rap battles of history meets Mortal Kombat. It's like a fantasy booking of who would win from what era. Kinda cool show. His YouTube career though started at Machinima. For 6 years he was there, from August 2010 to January 2016. During his run here, he obtained and gained the name that he would be known for today, Honda, and acted as a performer/executive producer before his eventual departure to a more infamous group of creators, you could say. A duo of James Uber Haxanova and Alex Immortal HD. The two would depart from a larger group called The Creatures to find greener pastures that will soon be known as Cow Chop. It wasn't long until the group started to form into a bigger faction. One of the added members was Honda, but mostly known as Brett on the show. Brett acted like the grown-up of the group, being the businessman behind the scenes to take some of the company stress off the boys. So you would think Brett would be the sane one of the group, right?
One of them fancy haircuts I seen on National Geographic.
It's not even warm yet. That's still cold. What the fuck, Brett? Is that?
Oh, man.
Dreams are coming true.
No! Oh, sweet, that's how it works.
Not in the car!
My work is done.
In fact, I could possibly say over the years, Brett is easily number 3 of that group, bringing out the pure insanity of the guys to present on screen.
Chef, how does the chicken look?
There were so many eras of Cow Chop, and Brett was a part of all of them until the very end. Last year, I only discovered the world of Cow Chop, and every day since then, I have just binged beyond binged watched this channel. So to say it still holds up today is a very big understatement. I'm not going to say this and not deliver on it. Really expect a Cow Chop arc in the near future. When Cow Chop ended, due to the members leaving, contracts ending, numerous other things, Hundo was the last man sitting on the couch. Just after the burning end of Couch Hop, Muscle Party was born. Muscle Party is Hundo's standalone channel, with a mixture of things: life after Couch Hop, random fitness videos, promoting his Creator Clash series, and Twitch streaming, where he spends most of his online time. It's a bit unfortunate there's not a lot I can say about Hundo without going into the full details and ins and outs of Couch Hop, Machinima and all that, but personally to me he's become one of my favourite online personalities. I'm very excited to see where Hundo goes with his boxing career. He has the charisma to be a breakout star if he wants to fight outside of Creator Clash. Last year he had a great showing against AB, and this year he's up against AB's cousin.
This is another edition of Australian Mad Lads. The title stands until someone tells me otherwise. I felt like making this video after rewatching the Jackass movies, and with Jackass 4 out, with new cast members, I couldn't help but feel like someone was missing. Someone that should have been given the chance to showcase Australia's finest. Join me as we go on to an adventure of Jeffabel and friends. The year is 2013 and the stunting scene of Jackass, Dudesons and other misfits were gone at this point. It sparked much interest from the fans, promoting people not to give the opening scenes to these TV shows and movies not much value, and would travel to the platform sites to express their own quote-unquote stunts. Even myself. Yep, that's right, even I dabbled in the extreme sport of idiocracy. But looking back on that time, there was always one group that I searched for inspiration. That one group that went up and beyond. Children of Poseidon. The duo of Danger.
This is the ultimate bridge wedgie.
And Jeffabel.
What up, fam? My name is
Accompanied by other friends that come and go, recorded, edited, and uploaded by Michael. The thing that stood out from these guys from the rest is that they were going up and beyond to being different. It wouldn't be your average nutshot or fake prank video. Each video from 30 seconds to 3 minutes would contain a new madness, from disturbing the public to innovative stunts that were well ahead of their time. The over-the-top reactions to the stunts were just pure genius, because in the era of 2013, loud equals funny was just a fact, and autistic screams were all the new craze.
Hey, fuck! Ah!
Normally when you have that group of stunters, you'll always have that one person that stands out gnarlier than the rest. But with Children of Poseidon, it seemed like everyone put their share of fun in. But if you had to sum up one thing these guys were known for, it's cactuses. Over the time, they would build up the courage to their greatest success. From a cactus grab to a jump. And ultimately, a leap of faith.
First we gave you cactus hand grab, and now I present to you cactus body slam. Green means go.
Jeff's body slam into the cactuses was no flop, as in the first 2 days it reached over 500,000 views, and by the end of the week, 1 million. To say the least, this really did put them on the map. 2013 was a wild time on YouTube, as it was the Wild West and restrictions didn't exist yet.
This little yellow sign did not exist.
So with the viral video getting more and more views and coverage from news outlets to radio stations,
at least he tried to put on some protective gear.
He's wearing Santa shorts.
They said that if they got up to 3,000 likes on Facebook, they would do this.
They did this just for 3,000 likes.
This today stands at 11 million views, with more people quite recently finding the video through algorithms. And I am shocked that this hasn't been taken down from YouTube as of yet. A few articles at the time stated they wanted to go bigger and better. Our long-term goal is to definitely eventually have a TV show and get sponsors and some funding behind us, Michael stated. This was their chance to become bigger and better. From articles and interviews at the time, it seemed like the boys were quite determined to make a living off this, with YouTube being pretty unrestricted at this point and gaining more popularity as time goes on.
Our clips have been featured on like various platforms, including like MTV's Ridiculousness, Tosh.0, RudeTube, and other various worldwide TV stations and radio. And the newspaper. You know you're big when you're on the newspaper. One of the more funner experiences we had was when we all went on Australia's Got Talent. Me, Michael, and Jeff Abel and Z-Man, when he was still in the group, went on that show and gave it our all. It was our first time performing in front of a large audience of thousands of people, but we got 2 yeses and 2 nos. Kyle Sandilands loved it, and so did Jerry from the Spice Girls.
Who in 2014 won? Bastards. What a national disgrace. Australia doesn't know what they're missing out on.
3, 2, 1.
The cactus plunge definitely gave the boys motivation to push their craft to new levels, but was the bar set too high? Don't get me wrong, there are some notable stunts after this, but that body dive was pretty gnarly and set the bar really high. And with the stunts that followed eventually, they would have to either turn down the intensity of the videos, which could hurt their current fan base waiting for the next levels of pain, or introduce new content creators that were making a buzz at the time, a local duo that were making waves of their own.
Max Mofo, this is How to Basic.
I'll be talking about these boys over the next few weeks, but let's get into a brief description of who the boys are, or specifically who the boys were at the time. Because when Jeff Abel met Max Mofo on How to Basic, they were pre-Cancer Crew era of iDubbbz and Filthy Frank collabs. At the time, Max Mofo was just making the transition out of prank calls and mail time videos.
Alright, when am I going to get a call from this manager? Or fucking whoever.
She's not just a manager, she's the restaurant manager, and I'd be fucking scared if I were you because she's a fucking scary cunt.
Into the champion milk spewer that arguably blew up his channel to new heights with the help of How to Basic, which at the time was gaining an insane amount of attraction for his clickbaited thumbnails, into the extravaganza that would persist in each video. The collabs between Max Mofo's How to Basic's experimental subject would push both creators to new heights and ultimately legendary status on the platform. But I am getting ahead of myself here. At the time, Max Mofo and How to Basic were in need to expand and collaborate with other fellow Western Australians, Aussies that were also on the rise. The first collaboration between the boys was on the 2nd of September 2013 with the Heartstopper Challenge, where Max Mofo and the Children of Poseidon would eat Nescafé, which is already horrible enough. It is the worst coffee in Australia, hands down, but then doused down with Noke Eric's favourite beverage, Red Bull. On top of that, Jeff was tasering the boys during the challenge. This was the first video that led off to many, many more on all 3 channels. Personally, I think this was a good learning experience of Max Mofo and How to Basic. Of course, they've been doing harmful content before meeting Children of Poseidon, but you got to think this pushed both channels into the directions of collaborations that we would see in the near future. And ultimately, what they would be known for today. You could say this was the peak of Children of Poseidon, and at its peak was its end. Remember Danga pretty much disappeared around this point. In the following videos featuring Max Mofo on How to Basic, with the last mention of Children of Poseidon on January 2015, which was weird considering this was the peak of their channel and the age of the edgy content creators on the rise, where Children of Poseidon would fit in perfectly. It's a bit of a mystery of why he left, as the passion to get the sponsors or their own TV show might have faded away, but maybe you saw the future not being so bright. With the absence of his co-star would bring hiatus from Jeff himself, almost having the entire 2 years off his channel. The only thing I could find from Jeff is that he would be traveling around the world from Bosnia to Colombia, gathering content on his way. eventually making his way back to the toothless city of Armadale to confront Faceless, a gaming channel that ripped off one of his videos.
Faceless fella stole my idea! I challenge you, Faceless, to a fisticuffs. Come and prove you're a man.
Nothing would really come of this, but unfortunately be bad timing to come back to the much changed platform of YouTube. While Jeff was gone, 2016 was peak YouTube, like hands down the best year of content, where everyone was pushing everything they had, which resulted in YouTube becoming its worst. With the ad apocalypse and the restrictions, which has snowballed YouTube turning into the kid-friendly platform over the years, this has resulted a lot of content creators and a lot of content crews to disband their projects into other endeavors, which even took some of the most known content creators out of action to less edgy content. So to put it in perspective, when Jeff returned under his new name, Jeffabel and Friends, not only former friends wouldn't be familiar with the brand change, but would have just missed out on the content that his fellow YouTubers found success with. With ad revenue low, Jeff started a Patreon to keep the channel afloat.
Yeah. Alright, first of all, a lot of people have been talking about Danger, been asking questions and stuff like that. So I wanted to say, Danger will no longer be making videos indefinitely. It's still going to be me and Michael, my camera guy and producer. We've been here from the start and we're going to keep doing what we've been doing this whole time. So now that that's out of the way, people really don't realize the cost and effort that is involved in these videos behind the scenes. Patreon is a platform where you can pledge a certain amount of money to us per month, and that goes towards making our videos. Due to the nature of our content, most of our videos get age restricted and we are unable to make ad revenue like other YouTubers. 70,000 views for not even $8. Not even fucking $8. 70,000 views. Can you imagine putting 70,000 people in a fucking room and entertaining them for the duration of that video, and then some man hobbles over to you and hands you $8. I punched the cunt in the head.
You would think this would be the beginning of the end for Jeffabel, but it was actually only the beginning. As a long-time fan of Children of Poseidon, I was eager to see how Jeffabel would survive during the 2016 era of YouTube. And over this year, I personally thought his channel would be a relic of the before ad-friendly era of YouTube, but interestingly, kept powering on. 2017 was more of a kickstart for his channel to come back to life. Even went on Max's second channel that was quite active at the time to show the peak of humanity with 5 million views. I can only imagine this is what kickstarted his channel back to life.
Jeff! 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 Jeff!
Oh,
Jeff! 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 Fuck! Jeff! 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 Jeff!
I think it worked because when 2018 hit, it felt like this gave Jeff the all clear. The year, I can safely say, the year Jeff went all out. First, eating a jellyfish. Now, the place where he's grabbing the jellyfish from is Swan River, and that's something Jeff totally missed out. Swan River is fucking gross. But apparently eating a raw one and wearing another on his head for 6 hours just wasn't enough for old Jeffy boy. That's right, he cooked and ate another one. Honestly, if you don't know Swan River, it's fucked. It intensifies the video to 10 out of 10 for me. But let's continue. Second is the ultimate cactus eating at the Big Cactus in Perth, which is 100% chef's kiss, a compliment to the thing that blew up his channel in the first place. And when I first seen this, I was like, no one is going to show up. No one is going to like rock up to this event. But the turnout was pretty decent for a 600k sub channel. But without a doubt, the best of 2018 is the FIFA World Cup. World Cup Soccer 2018 in Russia, the hype and the buzz around the world was like no other. Why is that, Jeff?
There's a thing about this cactus eating that you guys just don't seem to understand yet. And it's that I've actually, in fact, become a time traveler. I've already been to the future. I know this is a solid bet. So I'm just here to claim my $22,000.
Jeff thought it would be a good idea not only to bet on the team using the beer pong method of how much money he would spend.
Fuck it. And
Oh my god! It's fucking $3,000.
And who he would bet on.
Sweden.
But also being so confident that that team was going to win, he would get that team tattooed on him. Now, at the time he had Croatia. It wasn't the worst team on that bracket, but it definitely wasn't the best team considering they were up against England and Russia. But
Croatia is going to beat Russia.
Rakitic and Russia dissolved into tears.
Go on to the semi-finals.
It's Kieran Trippier. It is delicious. Mandzukic and fired home by Perisic. Mandzukic. Croatia hit the front. And Croatia, for the first time ever, will play in a World Cup.
now, if you have a fond memory of being a hooligan, you'll remember this was not the year for Croatia, but it was Jeff's year. Single-handedly the biggest media push for Jeff. It seems like Jeff was now on top of the world.
We were going to win $22,000 and it was going to be the best, experience ever. But that didn't happen, sadly. I think I was right. I think it might not have been this cup. Might be for the cup in 2022.
While he may be looking a little worse for wear this morning, we're told the action doesn't stop there.
These 3 videos were highly covered by Australia and international media, so videos after this proceeded at high demand. Hair cake not good enough for you? How about a cactus cake? How to basic collabs? No problem. Killing his entire career? Let's do it. Yeah, so after the Mudcake Man video, he took another year hiatus. And no offense to you, Jeff, but why? 2018 was single-handedly your year. Don't worry, I found out where he went. Here was me watching some German TV on my German Sunday with my German girlfriend watching our favorite German TV show, Super Talent. Hosted by Deutschland's finest knockoffs, Gordon Ramsay, Seal, and generic German woman. And look who it is! Surprising the judges with some Australian cuisine.
That's pigs.
Oh, yeah, okay.
So you want me to eat this one?
Hier?
This explains his absence, and I can see a pattern here. Post film bangers, do some international clangers. But surely it wasn't in Europe for a full year. And unfortunately, there was an answer to this. With Max breaking the news.
I was supposed to tell you guys this a long time ago, but it affected me so much that I didn't want to do it. And I just sort of pretended it didn't happen. Jeff is dead. It's been about a year now, and he's not coming back. I'm proud to have known Jeff. I'm proud to have been his friend, and I hope you guys were proud of the shit that he did to his body. We're gonna leave everything up on this channel. It's just like an archive or like a memory to Jeff. But he's gone now. And I just want to keep it simple. I just want to say this is in loving memory of Jeff.
Sad, right? What a dick. See, if you're a content creator, you would know a few people would have just started this video and got halfway through and been like, adios, Jeff.
Oh, fuck!
Hell, even myself, I remember watching that video for the first time and actually thinking that he died. In fact, if you look at the comments of the videos after it, you can see people are very fucking confused. I gotta give it to him. This was a creative way to come back, and it seemed like there was some weekly uploads after this. But it felt like something was missing, like a blast from the past. Let's just say if Jeff Bell was a musician, this was his final tour. At least these guys were starting to get some sponsors, and as innovative as they were about going about that, I think it was a little bit too late. I would say his last hurrah was the How to Basic Challenge, which is such a legendary throwback to the Max Mofo and How to Basic collabing days. But besides that, videos that followed after this just went down in views and then hit the same. And his last video was his least viewed video on the channel, and he hasn't been back since.
I'm fucking done!
So, what happened? Well, it's almost been 2 years now and nothing's really been active from Jeff Bell and friends. It's either another big hiatus or this is actually the end. I have a few theories why he left, and let's start with the most obvious one that everyone's gonna point out. The boys got sick of demonetizations, age restrictions, video removals, and constant changes over the 10 years they've been on the platform. The jellyfish video has been taken down from YouTube more times than any other video I've ever heard of. But you know what? Let's take it back to the start. I did these videos. I know how long they take, and if something goes wrong, you gotta scrap the whole video. Sometimes you literally put blood, sweat, and tears just to scrap the video. It's a fucking nightmare, which means no content. And to be complete honest, I would rather see no content from Jeff Bell than complete fails or just nutshots. Everyone fucking did nutshots. Jeff Bell's best videos is where he was innovated to a concept that was definitely dead at the time. That's what made Jeff Bell stand out. He was keeping it fresh every hiatus he came back from. That's why 2018 just felt so good from Jeff. But if you had to ask me where he is and why he left, I think it's a mixture of the 2 points that I've just made, plus a little bit more. At the end of the day, I think Jeff and Michael had their sights set past YouTube, as they state in multiple interviews and podcasts that they want to have their own TV show where they travel around the world and doing the most scuffed thing. Unfortunately, despite their success on YouTube and the mainstream media, they never got picked up, which I can only imagine was a sinking feeling every time they uploaded a video. And definitely when they uploaded their last video, gaining the least amount of views. But in all honesty, I think he's just living his life. He went on hiatuses when everyone was arguably killing it on the platform. But when he hit his peak, he decided to go travel around the world. And to that, I don't blame him. I would imagine he's gone off traveling again or studying, as the same as Mark, which I didn't really talk about much in this video, but I can only speculate that he was the brains of the bunch, let alone the producer, editor, and cameraman. But who knows, maybe he'll be back in this year's World Cup supporting Croatia, or he could be prepping up for Jackass 5. Nevertheless, without a doubt, Jeff Bell is one of the biggest inspirations to Australia's most scuffed content creators out there. And for that, he'll always be a Aussie mad lad. The YouTube metagame. Entertaining for the viewer, nightmare for the creator. As YouTubers, we could create a masterpiece, but that could be entirely undone via title and thumbnail. The latter is normally the thing we see first, and the title is what we stop to read. And if all is eye-catching than the next, we click.
Out of Mr. Beast?
Mr. Beast?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
He has Crohn's disease.
As much as we joke around about some of the most notorious clickbaiters and YouTube titans, they are on top because of their YouTube metagame, a game that could literally make or break a career. But what about the career of a YouTube metagame? I pride my channel in talking about less known content creators, showcasing what talents most people would have glanced over the years. But the content creator I'm talking about today is someone you've probably already seen. His thumbnails have gained over millions and billions of views and impressions, but his own videos have just cracked over hundreds and thousands. Today, I want to talk about the king of thumbnails, Starfo.
The commentary community has now hit a new age of content, where weekly 10-minute CSGO gameplays have hit a point where you either have made it in 2016 to 2018 era, or your fanbase are a bunch of degenerates that just want to hear the takes on the newest beef and drama news. The ones that did make it in the commentary community when it was booming, and they felt like they had more to say than rather shit talking over gameplay footage, they would branch off into more detailed endeavors, with more talking points than your average commentary video and expose, or what we like to call it these days, deep dives. But from all the work from making a huge hit piece, the attraction could be taken away from the time of the content. So you better hope you have your metagame up to high standard. As the commentary community before, our titles are indeed the best in the game. But with our hyperactive ADHD autism loaded brains, we tend to skip over the thumbnails to more of a screenshot. The thing about thumbnails, it's like a book, and as the old saying goes, we shouldn't judge a book by its cover. But over the years of being on YouTube, a cover can be deceiving. This is where our subject comes into play. Starfo started his channel in 2016, the debuting year of drama videos, posted in the year after. I would imagine this isn't his first video, but it's the one that I could find. Tomo, the new clickbait god. The video is your basic calling out a cringe clickbait YouTuber, but the thing that really stands out from the video is the thumbnail. Over time watching his 10 videos, you see a dramatic change in his content, from start to finish. Whether it be his early age as a content creator to the more mature creator he becomes, or the style of editing and After Effects and Photoshop getting better as time goes on. Towards the end of his YouTube career, the last 3 videos are by far the most engaging, and vast over 3 different topics: commentary, sketch comedy, and music. In my personal opinion, that was the start of the commentary community starting to slowly leak into video essay format. To say that Starfo is talented in the field would be a complete understatement, but over the time his thumbnails would proceed to gather more and more attraction. From what I'm aware of, the first content creator that he made a thumbnail for was iNabba, a fellow commentary creator that flipped from daily topics to exposés. Around the time that iNabba gained popularity is around the same time he started to showcase YouTube's finest thumbnailers on his channel. You could arguably say over time iNabba preferred Starfo's thumbnails. This is the beginning of the want for Starfo, and as we know today is the main thing we see on today's biggest videos, gathering the likes of The Right Opinion, Internet Ajay, Carvos, Jay Aubrey, and so much more. I find it forever interesting how the algorithm didn't work in the favor of his videos he created, but rather for the other content creators on the platform. He created a network for the first thing that we see as an audience. So much so, when you see the thumbnails, you're willing to click on the video despite what it is, who it is. From the crisp, clean, high definition details on the effects that has been put into them has now brought up a whole new community of content creators. Starfo hasn't done a video since mid-2020, but if he was to return, I'm sure he would have narrowed down the YouTube metagame, and for that, Starfo will be forever known as the king of thumbnails. The man, the legend, the myth. Myth mostly became popular from streaming Epic Games. Paragon and Miscreated is what built the ground level for his popularity. But then Epic Games' greatest success came out, Fortnite. Which incidentally is Myth's biggest popularity growth, becoming one of the most followed people streaming the gaming sensation.
You guys ready for this? Watch, I'll show you guys ready.
What? So much so that he would be in the argument for the best player alongside Ninja. It was an often discussed subject in the community, Myth versus Ninja.
I wanted to let you guys in on a little secret, okay? You guys may ask yourself a lot, who's the best Fortnite player, who is, who's the creme de la creme, who's the top tier, #1 champion of them all? Very simple answer, okay? It's me, right? You're overlord, you're fucking ruler, you're fake facade, Ninja, he's nothing!
With Myth being in this position, he would be tasked with creating the most powerful Fortnite group for quad plays. This team would be called Team Solo Mid, or TSM for short, and that's what we'll call it today. With fellow Fortnite players Doquin, Hamels, and Camils, I probably mispronounced all of them, made sure you dub over that Tyson. These four dominated the quad team game mode, and fans were quite eager to see how far this team will go. At the time, there wasn't an esport for Fortnite, or even competitions, until Ninja decided to throw in the first Fortnite esport tournament for solos in 2018. Finally, we can answer the question that everyone's been pitting. Who is the king of Fortnite? With Ninja winning the opening game, it was Myth's turn to step on the podium. However, he slipped and fell to his death, ending the first game, and would get even further from being in the final stages, with the next two matches ending short as well, putting that argument who's better to rest. To be honest, we've all had our bad days, and I think Myth is still up there as one of the greats, and so did his fans. Myth in 2018 would start to rise in popularity on YouTube, hitting milestone after milestone throughout the year. Despite the horror tournament for Myth, he was still one of the most loved players of the community.
That's how you do it, baby!
And started to work towards building the TSM team for pro esport matches. Though I would say the journey is sometimes better than the destination, and that was definitely the case for TSM team. Because they sucked. Sorry, there is no going around it. They made some quality content that surrounded TSM team, but as professional players, they really didn't have a leg to stand on. And one by one, the four would fall apart and disappear, with Myth, for the first time in his career, being the last player standing. Around 2022, Myth would take a giant leap among other Twitch streamers at the time to start streaming on YouTube, where he has been ever since. Though the popularity of Myth was starting to decrease, which, let's face it, it is bound to happen on YouTube these days, Myth would be interested into dabbling into the sport of influencer boxing. Well, not quite. See, in 2022, Ludwig was pretty keen on organising his own influencer boxing, but came up with the idea of celebrity chess boxing. Chess boxing is a hybrid sport that combines two traditional disciplines, chess and boxing. Two components play alternative rounds of bliss chess and boxing until one wins by checkmate or knockout. Typically, events are held in a standard boxing ring using standard amateur boxing equipment and rules. The chess round is also played in the ring with a table, board, and seating being moved in and out of the ring, bringing a grinding halt to the entire bout. Chess boxing has been around for a damn long time. However, this would be the first time the sport has been done via influence of neither skill level. To say the event was fucking stupid would be an understatement. Let's get back to Myth. He was against Sherdleys. Neither man was a chess player, doesn't really matter. Myth did fairly well, though he was against Sherdleys. By the way, boxing chess for influencers is just so fucking boring. Myth won after, I don't know, something. There's something to note here. His original opponent was Boy Boy. Alex Apollon, aka I Did a Thing, aka Boy Boy. And boy, oh boy, this Aussie has an interesting history on the internet. Starting his career as a topless waiter and an extra on Pacific Rim 2. It wasn't long until Alex made his first major hit on the platform with a political channel back in 2016 called Boy Boy with his buddy Aleska Volvic.
Hi, I'm Alexa. I snuck into an exclusive military conference for the world's biggest arms dealers.
It's an arm. For the arms convention.
Not got a pass.
But I'm an arms dealer. Oh, fuck. Sorry.
This channel is quite infamous in Australian law for a few encounters with videos about climate change, colonialism, police violence, and racism. But most notably is going to North Korea for a haircut. But that's just the scratch of the surface of what the video is really about. It's about how the mainstream media has twisted the narrative of North Korea being dubbed as the most dangerous place in the world with silly alternative media words. And to point out that America and Australia isn't much better themselves, and of course, the haircut. What was deemed by every media outlet that in North Korea everyone had to have the same haircut as Kim Jong-un. But in reality, it was the media pushing fake news. And this resulted in their haircut short documentary being dumbed down by the media to say that these boys risked their lives to get a haircut, only to prove their point that the news was very fickle. Funny enough, even the news presenters that interviewed them back at home
guessed it, North Korea to get haircuts.
No, what? Two Sydney mates decided to travel to North Korea for haircuts.
Oh, Australia journalists, you innocent cuddly bunch. These guys are absolute mad lads and eventually got them teamed up with another group that was well known for the same kind of content. It's good to see that both of these boys have continued work on the channel and have grabbed themselves a reasonable sized audience. But let's talk about Alex's first main channel, I Did a Thing, where he first was uploading random stuff but keeping it with the consistency of being a mixed bag of binging with Babish styled video, where he would just be out of frame with a soothing, calm voiceover.
How you going? Now usually when I make a video, I start by trying to justify the absurd thing I'm doing.
Scuffed Aussie William Osmond that created the world's most deadliest inventions. Soon equipped with a leather apron, he started to make some of the most insane tests on YouTube. From having an ecosystem in his house to recklessly creating the most dangerous inventions that cause him serious harm. He's made some very notable videos that have gained him popularity over the years. Since making his channel, he's collabed with numerous personalities that have the same interests as him, from crappy science gurus to Australian icons. One collaboration was the last competitor that I was talking about, Myth. After Alaska got concussed by Alex during the training leading up to the event of Ludwig's chess boxing, which they had planned to cheat in the chess aspect of the bout, having Alaska insert a vibrating device in his ass so Alex could control Alaska, making the right move. However, with the concussion, Alaska would pass the device to Myth to try the experiment. Legend, that Myth. I love everything about I Did a Thing's channel. The closest thing I can compare to him is a tamer yet more insane version of Michael Reeves. Last year, he only went into Creator Clash with 2 million subscribers. This time, he has 4 million. With doubling the subscribers within a year, it goes without saying, Alex is becoming one of the must-see channels on the platform. For the last year, he's been upping his content, more insane than the last. The one thing he always wanted to do on his channel was work with guns, but unfortunately Australia's strict laws would prevent him from doing so. Though in that time, he did make a useful tampon gun, a drone that drops lead from afar, and a hammer that shoots nails. When he went to America for Creator Clash, he decided to stay in the country to fulfill those fantasies, which came to fruition. By God, America! He reminds me of the old days of YouTube, where you didn't have to worry about demonetization, worrying about what you had to say, and you could just make the content that you wanted to create. That's exactly what he's doing right now. In the first Creator Clash, you've seen Alex absolutely dominate a crying birthday boy and pick up the TKO in some khakis. Personally to me, I've always felt like that was one of the biggest mismatches on the card. But this year, they have definitely found someone that fits the build. Fitz, the last on the list, but the man with the hits. These days doesn't post shit, but at least he doesn't fiddle kids. Alright, that's my one call me Carson joke. If you know, you know. Fitz is a New Zealand born CSGO YouTuber, and finally not the daily topic reactor surfing kind. Nope, a actual CSGO YouTuber that loves to entertain people. The early content of Fitz always makes me laugh, because it's all just over the top storytelling on things that are either related to CSGO,
skinny dipping with your friends. You remember how you and Tim got separated from the group and started fooling around under the moon.
freestyle rapping.
Take this, goddamn, you know I'm getting motherfucking famous. Leave you so amazed with supply drops. Hit you with that ass and mouth and jump shot like Coldzera. I do scare you. 30 seconds left, doesn't really matter cause you're clinically depressed on the meds. You know you're fucking stressed. Surfing and observing all these other rappers behind the curtain. You know they're fucking different people. I'm a pastor at the steeple. Everybody. I'm a spiritual, lyrical, individual, spiritual.
Playing around with a group of friends that will soon be bigger than just gameplay. But before we get into that, let's continue talking about Fitz's content. It was without a doubt one of the most hilarious channels out there, with the goofy iconic intro, to the subtitles that played throughout the video that intensified the goldmine of content. You need to remember, before MrBeast, there really wasn't many out there generally using the subtitles to add that little bit more flavor to friends mucking around over gameplay.
Dude, all my memes get yoinks. The Allier intro meme,
calling people faggot. Like, everyone steals my shit.
And with this, the rapping videos became one of the most known things about Fitz at the time, and his channel boomed from it. Fitz would soon quit 2 waitering jobs that he was working and started to do YouTube full time and never looked back. It wasn't long after this that one of the biggest groups that not only just CSGO community, but YouTube as a whole would encounter, the Misfits. Fitz started collaborating with creators such as Notorious, McCreamy, Zuckles, Swagger Souls, and John on the Radio. Fitz met John and McCreamy in school, which they have been friends for a long time before and during creating content.
Lean out the window, tell me what's wrong.
So your back wheel's a little silly. This is where I went to school.
I was molested at the age of 2.
Criminal record says it happened twice.
Fitz and Swagger have both known each other since they have hit 10,000 subscribers each.
Yo, can you guys just bash your hands on the keyboard and type something, and I'll try to pronounce it the best I can? Let's say.
Yeah, that's
you fucking prick.
With the collaborations of these guys with each other, it wasn't long until the other members of Notorious and Zuckles that have been collaborating with Swagger Souls on either CSGO Days or Rust, and of course Fortnite, with all these guys collaborating with each other, it would soon grow into a massive following playing those 4 games. These guys are like an adult version of Vanos Gaming.
Hi. Does anyone have a damn mic?
Oh, what's up, dude? How you doing?
How you doing, man?
Yes, finally.
Content boys, content.
Yes, we got content boys. We're in.
It wasn't long until Zuckles would dub them by name, the Misfits. It's only natural now to make a podcast with everyone about everything these days, but Misfits podcast was something different. The podcast was so captivating that people, including myself, would listen to the boys not realizing what content they actually made on YouTube. It wasn't like any other podcast that I ever heard of at the time. They wouldn't talk about their content, but more about hilarious stories they have encountered outside of the platform, or even drug stories that have you in stitches. The podcast is so successful, it was #1 podcast on a lot of podcast streaming services, with a rating of fans that have submitted 5-star ratings on every episode. With the crew eventually all meeting up in person, the Misfits would create some of the most scuffed stuff on the internet, which would range from them living with each other, making a Misfits car, making bongs out of anything, but most importantly, watching Zuckles go insane.
Hey, bro! Oh, fuck!
Yeah, that's what you get, you stupid fucking aquatic piece of shit.
Quite recently, they've been posting content on the channel again, but it seems to go off and on. This could be for a number of reasons: visa issues, the pandemic, most members going on hiatus on their own channel, which Fitz seem has deserted his own channel, whether it been losing interest, controversies, or just needing a break.
If Fitz's and McCreamy's upload schedules had a baby, maybe we could get some consistent videos.
I thought you were going to say it would be a miscarriage.
Though he has recently uploaded, which is great. And it's good to see the Misfits channel and the Misfits podcast as starting to continue more and more with new content. And if that's the case with him stepping in the ring, I would love to see the other boys get in there too. I may never get another time to say this, but can we please get Zuckles versus Jeffable? Oh my god, take my fucking money. Mixed martial arts is a mixed bag of physical attributes of a mixed bag of individuals. Boxing, jiu-jitsu, Brazilian jiu-jitsu, judo, karate, kickboxing, kung fu, taekwondo, and wrestling have been the dominant styles since the inception of the sport. But there's one art that has been dominant of late, and has been dominant of the majority of these styles: psychological warfare. Trash talking can push an athlete to stardom or crush and burn themselves into the grave that they've dug themselves into. And none have been a greater example of this than Dylan Dennis.
It was in the moment, to be honest. He's in front of me and he's a fucking ugly ass face, so I just smashed him. That's all it is, you know.
So he doesn't actually fight. He's a fighter, but he doesn't.
His name is Dylan Dennis. I call him Dildo Dennis because, let's be honest, the guy is an absolute goddamn fucking dildo. He's an absolute dickhead.
Wet fart, fake, phony, liar, wasting everyone's time.
Yeah, fuck Dylan.
Dylan Dennis, who just came over talking all kinds of
trash. The guy's a nerd. What an idiot.
A chocolatier. That's what he does for a living.
Bro, you're a jiu-jitsu black belt. You just got submitted by Paul Blart.
The journey started for Danis in 2008, when he started wrestling at his high school. While at the time, he stated that he couldn't even do one push-up. Soon after, he started to learn the art of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. By the time he turned 17, he had joined a well-respected dojo of Marcel Garcia, which eventually promoted him to move to New York to start a career in the sport. After going up the ranks of high-level tournaments, it wasn't long until Danis achieved his black belt in the art. Though, around this time was the beginning of the Conor McGregor era of UFC, to what a lot of people would say at the time was the psychological warfare king.
Connor, do you know what wrestling is?
I can rest my balls on your forehead.
Before we continue on, if you don't know what psychological warfare is, I'll let the UFC Hall of Famer Michael Bisping, who is an absolute masterclass at it, explain what the style is.
It's all forms of intimidation. It's all forms of psychological warfare. When you're talking to your opponent and you're talking smack, as they call it, you're trying to make them doubt themselves. You're trying to puff out your chest. You're trying to make yourself seem more impressive, and by doing so, make your opponent doubt themselves. Okay, so anytime you get in your opponent's face, when you're at a press conference, when you're at a weigh-in or anything like that, it's psychological warfare.
Yeah, it's red panty night when you decide to fight me, eh?
However, it wasn't long until the hype came to a halt with OG trash talker Nate Diaz, ending the McGregor party with a rear naked choke. Despite Diaz being,
I'm not surprised, motherfuckers.
A rematch was in the books. Conor knew to defeat Diaz, he would have to work on his jiu-jitsu game, which ended the first bout. The person that Conor brought into his team was Dillon Danis. Danis at the time had just won gold in a known jiu-jitsu tournament, which made him the best choice to train with Conor McGregor, as he himself was ready to train MMA. This was a big opportunity for Danis and proved himself as a serious training partner as McGregor went on to win his next two fights. Conor, after these two fights, went on to have a big money fight with Floyd Mayweather, and Danis would go back to grappling. However, when Danis went back to grappling in 2017, he would lose 7 out of 10 matches he had, and would slowly ease into the psychological warfare that without a doubt would have been influenced by his training partner. At the end of Dillon Danis' jiu-jitsu career, he would hold a 18-16 record. You would think someone that was statistically bad at trash talking would take the hint that he couldn't back up his newfound art. 2017 would be the last time he would compete in pro Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, as an event in 2018 would change his entire career. His training partner / mentor Conor McGregor would return to UFC to fight against his greatest challenge yet. And unlike before, Conor's reputation was being tainted by his actions and his words against his opponent, Khabib Nurmagomedov, a lot more damning and sparking the most controversial fight that Conor has ever had.
I have a lot more submissions in my arsenal. Like, I had the relentlessness in the wrestling, but I attack a lot more, and I'm a little bit bigger, so I feel that I'm, just bringing basically a better version of Khabib to Conor every single day.
Khabib wouldn't take kindly of the mental warfare and would submit Conor after a beating of 4 rounds. Khabib was so angry after the fight, he would throw his mouth guard at Conor's corner, jump the fence, and creating the biggest brawl in not only UFC, but MMA history. But what actually started the brawl? You could say the frustrations of Conor was built up over time, and Khabib just didn't feel satisfied from the outcome and would take it out on Conor's corner, or wanted to shut someone up in that corner. Maybe the person he made the first attack on, Dillon Danis.
What were you saying to Khabib that got him so upset? Because he was coming.
Bro, you're passing my pay raise, bro. You'd be paying me for this fucking thing.
You riled him up. I'm not saying you did, but it looked like you might have riled him up, and you might be partially responsible for him jumping out the cage.
I was fully responsible, bro.
It was unclear why Khabib went after Danis, but Joe Rogan said he heard Conor McGregor's teammate lobbing slurs at him. Dillon Danis was absolutely insulting Khabib, saying something to him and provoking him, and Khabib just jumped over the cage and attacked him. And before that fight, Dillon Danis would insist that he himself was a better fighter than Khabib, despite not having a single MMA record during that claim. Danis would comment on the Khabib brawl, saying that Khabib was taunting him in the 2nd and 3rd round, which is which is completely nonsense and delusional. Dennis was fined by Nevada for $7,500 and suspended for 7 months for this incident. Though I wouldn't give Dennis the satisfaction of being 100% the reason why this brawl broke out, which tainted Khabib's career, tainted the UFC, and the sport as a whole. But I would like to point out this was the biggest stepping stone of Dylan Dennis's career and him not keeping his mouth shut. With the fame of the infamous brawler UFC 229, Dennis would begin his career in Bellator, picking up his first 2 wins against not so notable worthy challengers. But fortunately for him, Bellator decided to capitalize on the fame and put him on the main card. Unfortunately, after his last fight, Dennis would not compete in an MMA event after having a bad knee surgery.
So you never asked me what happened. So I had the knee surgery at HSS, which is supposed to be like the best.
Yeah, that's the one.
My graft failed, completely failed. So I had to get another surgery, which is another year. So basically 2 surgeries within a year. They says like being in 2 car accidents. So my knee was like completely fucked. So I had a surgery that failed. They had to use a different graft and do a whole thing within the same year. So like my knee was fucked.
But would continue his career of being a keyboard warrior, struggling to keep his relevancy. For the next few years of 2020 to 2022, Dennis would sit behind his tweets. In an attempt of clout chasing, he would call out different high-level talent that ignored him. With the only people to bite would be the Paul brothers, which at the time were going from influencer boxing to pro boxing. Say what you will about the Paul brothers, but there's no doubt about it, they have set a lot of new eyes on the sport, whether that's being a fan of them or wanting to see them get knocked the fuck out. I would say the latter is more of the popular opinion. Though Dennis on his clout chasing crusade would often fall flat on his face while in attempts to call out the brothers. One being with Jake Paul doing a water balloon and toilet paper drive-by, getting the better of Dylan Dennis.
Hey look! It's Conor McGregor's face right there! Pussy! Pussy! Piece of shit! Pussy! Oh no! Dip! Pussy! Fuck you, bitch!
Another, Dylan Dennis trying to expose the Pauls through DMs. What actually comes off as Dylan Dennis losing the exchange? This would give interest to Dennis having a money fight with one of the Paul brothers in a boxing fight.
Dylan Dennis, and I hate to bring his name up because he's just like such a low life. He's just a low life club rat who calls himself a jiu-jitsu black belt. But everyone in the jiu-jitsu community hates him. Everyone in the fight community hates him. I hate him.
What's your message, Dylan?
I mean, Dylan, you're a fucking pussy, and you're a lot of talk. No one in the MMA community likes you. You got a few Twitter followers who are on your dick, but that's it. And I can assure you, if you came over to the YouTube space, we'd fuck you up.
It did seem like Dylan Dennis managed to weasel his way into a match against Logan Paul. However, Logan Paul at the time tweaked his knee during a WWE match.
This is a normal knee, and now this is this is Logan's knee.
You would think that the replacement for Logan Paul would be Jake Paul.
I really want to beat the shit out of him, man. I really want to beat the shit out of him. So I think that fight happens eventually.
Unfortunately, though, around this time, people would start to question the legitimacy of Dylan Dennis's fighting ability, as he would lose to a bouncer that had pinned him down for 20 minutes outside a nightclub. And this wasn't just your ordinary bouncer.
Yeah, well, I'm going to add on to that humiliation. The guy isn't even a full-time security man. He's not a full-time bouncer. He's actually a chocolatier. That's what he does for a living. The guy's a fucking chocolatier. He's a master of chocolates. That's what he does. And he was a bit short on cash, so he's doing a few hours as a doorman. He's never done jiu-jitsu. He's done a little bit of Krav Maga.
Bro, you're a jiu-jitsu black belt. You just got submitted by Paul Blart. You got submitted by a guy in the Jersey Shore who's standing outside of a bar. You're a jiu-jitsu black belt. Like how you are still keeping up with this routine and this act is beyond me.
1 year would pass and Dylan Dennis would rinse and repeat his clout chasing abilities until 18th of November when Dennis set his eyes on the returning KSI. Dennis showed up to the press conference of the Misfits boxing promotion owned by KSI, which at one point Dylan Dennis struck him before throwing coffee at him, where Dennis and many others would be involved into the altercation, which led to the infamous punch from Anthony Taylor.
fucking loser. I didn't even know who it was, to be honest with you. I thought it was a homeless guy, chirping, like yelling.
After trash talking influence boxing for years,
Fucked up part about all this whole thing is like these little YouTube boxers, they're gonna see what a real fighter feels like. He's gonna see, how about
KSI would give Dennis a chance to back up his words, and words that were quite questionable at the time.
And then several times, but this time, you a bitch. You a bitch. I'm a bitch. Come on, do it. Yo, best.
Scheduled fight for the 14th of January 2023. This fight, however, was never going to take place, and here's why. Leading up to this fight, Dennis would state that he wouldn't even get a coach for his boxing match.
Have you been in camp for this fight for a while? Are you in camp now?
Bro, I don't need to fucking be in camp. I can fucking beat him any day, twice on Sundays if I had to, bro. Let's go right now. Where's he at? Go right now. I don't mind. I'll take my shit off and fucking, yeah.
Despite being a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt and a questionable one at best, Dennis would miss out on the press conference leading to the fight.
Him not being here shows how little he really is, how small his mindset really is.
And already be formulating an excuse why he would lose to KSI.
Do you think it would be detrimental to your brand, to your career if you lose to him?
I don't see myself losing, but I mean, at the end of the day, I'm a jiu-jitsu guy anyway. So
you can use that as the excuse.
It was only a matter of time that Dylan Dennis would back out of the fight, and this happened only 10 days away from the scheduled fight. This was a huge loss to Dylan Dennis, as he would never be taken serious again, as the entire MMA and boxing communities would call out Dennis for being an absolute bellend.
Don't have a coach? Think that your pad work is impressive? Come on, man. Don't show up to the press conference? Don't have any training partners? Foolish. Shame on DAZN, shame on Misfits, shame on everyone who thought that this was actually going to happen.
I saw Dylan Dennis on Ariel Helwani's show last week and then pull out of his fight. Guys, it's time to start ignoring him. Let's just make let's take him out to pasture. We cannot keep giving him the spotlight he wants because he will not fight. The Dylan Dennis show is officially over, guys. Tune him out.
But he's blown it. He's blown it big time. So there it is. Dylan, the dildo, Dennis.
Better chance of fucking Sally down the block showing up rather than Dylan Dennis. Better chance than the guy who delivered my Uber Eats of showing up than Dylan Dennis.
You would think this would be the end of the Dylan Dennis saga, but the final nail in the coffin would be a silent but deadly blow, as CoffeeZilla, a YouTuber that uncovers scams, started to see a pattern of Dylan Dennis and his crypto rug pulls.
I mean, that's not like, I don't know, I'm like shunned or something like that.
Yes, you are, I would say.
That's fine, I don't mind. As long as I'm getting paid. Doesn't matter to me who likes me or not.
But who's paying you?
I still get paid. You know how much I make from like Instagram and Twitter? You have no idea.
How much you make?
I probably made more. I don't want because I don't want to fucking have to, the IRS on my ass.
Well, I mean,
after Logan Paul was under scrutiny of his own scam, CryptoZoo, uncovered by CoffeeZilla, Dylan Dennis would join in the brigade that was hailing down on Logan Paul. Despite CoffeeZilla exposing Logan Paul for the scam, he would like to use Dylan Dennis as a fine example of scammers calling out other scammers. CoffeeZilla would trick Dylan Dennis into promoting a crypto scam that spelled out his own name and also the word scam, even going one step further in sending the terms and agreements that would state that Dennis is the butt of the joke. Dennis would agree instantly.
Oh, I agree, bro. I agree.
Come on, Dylan.
He tweeted it. I can't believe he did it.
He actually did it. He just tweeted it.
What an idiot. What? I can't believe it.
CoffeeZilla and Umfaville, who was also on the operation, would be quick to expose Dennis for accepting fake crypto scams to promote to his fans or whoever is following this madman. I would like to use this last part of the video to express my final thoughts of Dylan Dennis, because I find it absolutely amazing how far Dylan managed to make himself popular. From literally trolling, trash talking, taunting the right people at the right time to be a talking point, even knowing he didn't really have the credentials to be in any of those places at any time. But at what cost? A trainer / mentor that took you under his dojo / wing? Opportunities that would back up all that talk or whatever money you're making from it at the time. Talking will get you so far, and when people will soon point out your lies, delusions, and dishonesty, you may never recover or get that trust back to be given those chances again. And just like this video, Dylan Dennis's 15 minutes of fame is over.
You know there's two people, only two kinds of people who wear sunglasses indoors. Blind people and fucking assholes.
Let's start off with Super Mega, and I'm going to listen to my fans because you guys wanted a little bit longer version of Super Mega. So let's crack into it. This is the story of Matt Watson and Ryan McGee. Before Super Mega, they were on two other channels. Ryan McGee created his own channel, Airily McGee, but it didn't last long until he made a channel, Syndigo, with a fellow friend, Daniel Cry.
Who are we? Well, you're about to find out.
Started back in 2012, mostly consisting of original skits, but also showcasing Daniel Cry's music career and also Ryan McGee's dancing. Soon after gaining a little bit of attraction on their channel, Markiplier joined the team. I mean, I shouldn't have to explain who Markiplier is, but let's just say the guy is probably one of 3 most popular content creators of all time in the gaming genre, with his over-the-top exaggerated reactions to the games that he was playing with at the time, but also his smooth voice that appealed to the masses. When Markiplier was only 50,000 subscribers, Ryan reached out to Markiplier to be part of a sketch, which he felt like that Markiplier would be suited for at the time, because of his unique voice, which Markiplier was obliged to do.
Startling Daniel into a wide-eyed panic, the ID falls from his shaking hand.
I still have it. Markiplier was such a good fit with the boys, they decided to capitalize on this connection. That Mark decided to join the boys for a week, announcing Cinderplayer Week, where they would collab for a full week straight, creating sketch comedy bits for both growing channels. Soon after, the boys of Syndigo moved out to LA to work with him. With the fame of Markiplier starting to arise, Syndigo soon followed.
100,000 subscribers. That's at least like 2 tennis courts.
Ryan, how do you mean that?
Meanwhile, Matt Watson, who tried to become a YouTuber since 2008, doing skits and random kid stuff with his friends under the name Format24.
Nerdy boy, I tell them.
In 2015, he returned to YouTube with Jackson Tucker, with more popular sketch comedy bits under the name Kids with Problems, but a little bit more edgier than what he was used to when he was younger.
Excuse me, ma'am. Do you sell, any pills to sustain an erection?
What's this?
Erection pills.
Similar continents as Syndigo, which is when Matt decided to try and contact Ryan and Daniel after failing to get Ryan's attention.
Yeah. Because I never responded to your Facebook messages because all you would do is send me stuff like, you would Photoshop my grandmother in like porn ads, and I didn't know him that much at this point. So I was just like, okay.
I'd find a picture of like him and his stepdad together and put it into one of those porn ads where it's like, my stepdad fucked me and now I'm gay.
That's how you like.
That's how I tried to break the ice. Yeah.
Daniel replied to set up a meet that would eventually change the future of both of their channels, as Matt came to collab with Syndigo and created the best content they have ever made on the platform, with Matt actually being on one of the most popular skits on their channel, the music video Blonde Boys. Daniel asked Markiplier if he would be interested using Matt as an editor for his videos, as Ryan and Daniel were already part of the Markiplier team at this point, but was quite interested in using Matt as the third member of Syndigo. After Markiplier gave the offer to Matt, Matt accepted the job and left college to go edit for Markiplier. This at first abandoned the channel of Kids with Problems to go join Ryan and Daniel to become the third member of Syndigo, while working under Markiplier as an editor.
Say hi, Matt. Hey, guys.
Yeah, if you didn't know, Matt is actually helping me out, and he's my new editor. And finally, in the first time in 3 years, I haven't had an editor this entire time, and he's helping me out a ton. So if you see any screw-ups in any videos in the recent years or days, it's all his fault. So blame him, and blame him for any screw-ups in the future.
Please don't get me in trouble.
Seriously, guys, please.
With all of them living under the same house, things were starting to look up for the 4 creators until one had an unexpected turn for the worst, with Daniel Cry committing suicide.
Of course, by now everyone has heard the news. Unfortunately, Daniel has passed away.
Due to Daniel's death, Markiplier went on a 3-week hiatus from his channel with Ryan and Matt. On October the 8th, 2015, Ryan uploaded a video on Syndigo addressing the death of his co-star and stated that he would disband the channel for that reason. In respect, the final upload was a montage of Daniel cry. The following year, Ryan and Matt restarted their YouTube journey with Kids with Problems and continued being a regular on Markiplier's channel. But it wasn't too long till the two decided to make their own channel to what we know it for today. Super Mega would be the official channel of Matt Watson and Ryan McGee, a channel that would be similar to the other channels they once had been a part of. Gaming, comedy sketches, and podcasts being the staple of their brand. From being a part of the two creators' careers from years prior, putting their former channels behind them and the future in front, which would only foresight the departure they will have in the near future. The departure has been stated from Markiplier that it was from him being a bit pushy with getting content done and pushing them during the time of mourning, patching things up in the future, but more than a good reason to leave at the time. Before we move on, I just want to talk about Markiplier here, because if you look at his current state of his 33 million subscriber channel and the direction that it's going into high quality skits with Markiplier in Space and Markiplier Heist, you would think his time with Syndigo was a very innovative time for Markiplier, considering he was just doing Let's Plays before meeting the boys. Vice versa, I could only imagine that's why Let's Plays is a big part of Super Mega at the start of their channel. Nevertheless, let's continue. A departure from one YouTube titan to a rival of another one. After struggling to find a footing with their channel after leaving Markiplier, Aaron from Game Grumps suggested they would work under the Game Grumps name, with their newly created channel Super Mega, which they sticked with for 2 years, initially being editors, but eventually became cast members, until they decided that their channel was dependent enough to survive on their own. The time at Game Grumps would have been a very good learning experience for the boys, as you had Aaron, a pioneer at this point, holding a Let's Play plus sketch comedy YouTube channel and company of Game Grumps, and Danny Sexbang, a very talented musician to inspire the boys to what they had lost previously. As an attempt to be their own, they pushed out a Patreon, which on opening day got over 5,000 members, which was the most successful Patreon for YouTubers on opening day. This just shows the amount of love and support that accumulated over the years from the fans. They wanted to see Super Mega achieve their dreams, whether you love them for their gamings,
I'm so fresh you can suck my ass,
sketches, podcasts, Ryan's laugh, Mac's addiction to crack, or even vlogs. Super Mega was here to stay. They are some of the most talented guys on the platform, so it's no surprise what they would be a part of in the future. With Ryan going up against Alex Ernst. He started in 2013 on the 6-second phenomenon we called Vine. Alex's hilarious antics and deadpan humor proved to be a big hit on the platform. He went on to garner millions of followers and views. He eventually started collabing with another Viner at the time, known as David Dobrik, which both collabed under David Dobrik's Vlog Squad, where Alex provided the edgy and chaotic humor, where in David Dobrik's vlogs they were missing at the time. So he sure stood out compared to the rest of the crew. But the Vlog Squad was one of the most successful groups on the platform. So it was no surprise when Vine closed in 2017 that the Vlog Squad moved to YouTube in success. By the time Vine shut down in 2017, Alex was now on solid footing and went back to his own YouTube channel, and of course David Dobrik's channel for vlogs, which eventually he started to fade away from to work on his own material, as his own material was more of a filming style than vlogging itself. Alex himself was a brand that people started to follow more than his initial Viner years. Always starting in front of the bathroom mirror, then drinking his apple cider, people were eager to see what this madman would be up to in uploads to come.
Shaved my head, because shaving my head was going to cause no one to recognize me anymore. And then I blew up my car.
His vlogs were more of a gimmick to the name and don't actually justify the content that he uploads. Unfortunately, these vlogs got less and less attraction over time, definitely with his Vlogmas series that went every day in December till Christmas. He went on hiatus for a bit until his return to talk about his boxing match. Ernst is one of those YouTubers where I felt like he wanted it to be more of a stepping stone to bigger projects, which I can understand.
The word underrated on the world of YouTube can be an overused word on the platform. But what happens if I told you I found the most underrated content creator? This is the story about a man, a meme, a mammoth.
This is the best moment of my fucking life! Fuck you too.
I'm in 69th Cobblestone Core.
What the fuck?
I guess maybe I just need to talk a little bit more about myself.
Eric Bernhagen made his YouTube channel Noke Eric on the 8th, 2009. The 27th of March 2014, he uploaded for the first time.
I'm Sonic Blaster, the COD Master.
At first glance, it's just a cringy kid making a top 10 games of the year. But on second glance, it's what absurd humor is to
My
come.
number one best game. Your mom!
Welcome to my crib! After a cringy start to his YouTube channel, he decided to make a real life video named Good Kush, which is pretty much him having his daily greens. At this timeline of YouTube, there was a lot of MLG screen parody video. That's basically what his next few videos are. Just MLG, ear rape, fucking crap. Hang in there, it gets better.
Yes.
Later in the month, he posted a video called Jimmy Neutron Gets Roasted. This video blew up and is still one of his most watched videos, but from looking at the comments, this is a re-upload, so it could have been a lot bigger. The problem about these videos is you have to embrace it. Embrace the meme, you could say.
I can't embrace the meme!
Embrace it like Bosch or Donald Duck. Or you can even use it as a stepping stone like Pyrocynical or No Profits. Personally, I think it's a dangerous game because it could be a one-hit wonder or it could be a meme stuck to your name.
Burger King foot lettuce.
Which brings me to the next video. "2015 was an interesting year for the Noke Eric channel because Eric was trying to find his footing on YouTube. Testing out different styles such as skits, in real life videos, drifting away from the MLG screen and ear rape. On the 24th of May 2015, he uploaded a video called 69 Cobblestone Courts.
Hey bud.
I'm in 69th Cobblestone Core.
This video is pretty much him taking the piss out of Stolen Valor videos. If you don't know what Stolen Valor is, it's where people dress up as soldiers or army corps and show up in malls, stores and pubs to either get a discount or just to get noticed.
America's on their way.
The whole point of Stolen Valor is that someone with army experiences confronts them and calls them out for being full of shit. The video was a total rip on Stolen Valor. It was a fucking master.
I had nothing else to wear this morning. I had nothing else to wear this morning.
You guys have a veterans discount?
Take it off.
No.
Take it off. What the f?
I'm gonna leave it right there because the section of this story is not over. But this video definitely gave Eric a little bit momentum doing crazier stuff out in public.
Have you seen my mom?
During September 2015, he uploaded a video called Getting Fired from McDonald's. And it's one of my favorite videos because he's terrorizing Macca's staff with face paint that no kid wants to see in the fucking ball pit. Unfortunately, this is around the time Eric had an absence from YouTube, from April 2016 to January 2018. I have a few theories why he left. I think Eric didn't have any ideas for his channel, which kind of shows in the last video he posts. Also, this is around the time that Eric just finished school and lost a ton of weight, so I can see him just living up life. The interesting thing about these 2 years off, he was still gaining views and subscribers. even knowing he wasn't pushing any content out. When he re-emerged in 2018, he kind of made a nothing meme video. And as we all know, meme videos on YouTube don't age well.
Congratulations, you played yourself.
The most interesting thing about this video is the fact that his fans were so ecstatic that he was back. They're like, hell yeah, Eric's back, woo! 2018 was a bit of a nothing year for Eric, but still had some notable videos.
It did. But he came up to my line, come on, he was Latino. He said, Peter, there is no way I wasn't gonna write Beaner on the cup. That is fucking gold!
Like drinking Red Bull, filming with his mum.
Pick up this crap!
I will in 15 minutes. I promise I'll do it tomorrow morning.
And Eric vlog.
It is I, man love.
Eric vlog.
1 second.
We're gonna fast forward all the way to December 2018. Before we fast forward, we must rewind back because 69 Cobblestone Corpse was starting to gain attraction. That's right. 3 years after it was uploaded, the 69 Cobblestone Corpse was starting to gain momentum. That is literally the definition of YouTube algorithm. Eric made a response to this, talking about how it was a masterpiece and how people were praising it at the time.
Someone like me would pretend to be Stolen Valor to make a fake yet very passable viral YouTube Stolen Valor video. I would like to congratulate you, sir, on creating by far the most entertaining and excellent fake YouTube video I have ever seen. Now, that is a fucking comment, if I've ever seen one that perfectly describes how great my Stolen Valor video is.
Also mentioning the fact that it was frustrating. The frustrating part, so it was getting put in compilations, but no original links to the video.
Who's that on the thumbnail? That's me!
Look at this shit. This is what pisses me off. Top 10 Stolen Valor moments of 2017. I am number 2 on this guy's list. No, I was number 1, you fucking ass.
My video was perfect. My Stolen Valor video, I'd like to claim, is the best Stolen Valor YouTube video that exists.
You would think with this many views on his video, they would trickle down onto his channel. Unfortunately, that's just not the case. And when they did view his channel, they were viewing the 2018 content. Like I said, it was a bit of a nothing year for Eric at the time. But because of the popularity of 69 Cobblestone Corpse, I think it gave Eric a little bit more motivation and pushed him into the year of 2019 with high hopes. Because in 2019, the Eric vlogs got a little bit more interesting and a little bit more out of hand. Most notably, stealing a Red Bull can.
Fantasizing about that giant Red Bull can. And I've got a plan, you guys. So, let's go in there and get what's mine.
Hello! I need to take this and go repair it, okay? I'll be right back. I'm gonna go repair it. This thing is so much heavier than I thought!
Which actually becomes a lesson for us all.
The one thing that I have learned in this life is that if there's something that you want, you need to go out there and get it. I am promoting being a super genius and finding loopholes to manipulate our reality. That's not right.
Around this time, Eric finally hit 3,000 subscribers. After 5 years. That's a lot of fucking work for 3,000 subscribers. Nevertheless, it is an achievement and it's a cause for a celebration, right?
3,000 subscribers! Yes! Yes, bro! Welcome! Welcome! Yeah.
One dude showed up and he was like the most boring person I ever fucking met.
It becomes an ongoing thing.
Where are you guys taking me? What the fuck?
as Eric hits 5,000 subscribers in July and does another fan meetup.
Single file! This is the best moment of my fucking life!
At this time of Eric's career, I found him unique and different to other content
You're to make
creators.
another badass YouTube video! None of my ideas ever work. God! All of my ideas are so stupid.
And with 5,000 subscribers, you would think there would be someone watching that could see the potential that his friends and fans could see at the time. There was.
Did they send me daughters when I asked for subs?
Sorry TV is a faceless shit-posting commentary channel that mostly talks about Reddit posts.
When I saw it on Reddit, I did not think it was nearly as bad.
His channel is widely known in the commentary community with over 1 million subscribers and reaching out to over 1 million views per month. The video we're going to talk about today is on December the 12th, 2019. He makes a video called
Bunch of channels that have less subs than me that deserve more subs than me. So you should go subscribe to them. It's a very concise title.
Which in itself is a great concept. And the main channel that he decides to showcase at number 1, your mom! No, your boy,
Noke Eric. How do you describe Noke Eric? Say, Filthy Frank and Casey Neistat had a baby. And then some guy who was walking along found that baby and vlogged himself eating it. That guy would be Noke Eric.
He showcases Eric's channel right up front, which is great because he had the least amount of views at the time.
Going, what up YouTube? Ooh, what up YouTube? Ooh.
Unlike the 6ix9ine Cobblestone Corpus video, these views did trickle down to his channel, and the new audience got to witness the 2019 content, which arguably at the time was his best content yet. It was just a matter of time though, from when Eric went from 5,000 subscribers to 10,000 subscribers. That's right, he doubled in size within 1 week. Eric and many others praised Sorrow TV for giving shoutouts and exposure to smaller YouTubers, and I think he has set the bar for it. The video itself was completely perfect in every single way, and what makes it even better is the fact he left 3 months later. This was kind of like giving back to the community, which is a great way to go out instead of all guns blazing. Nevertheless, this was a great end to 2019 and a fucking great start to 2020 because Eric's content was booming, so he had to make a video. He had to make the ultimate exposed video.
Wow, Ethan, great moves. Keep it up. Proud of you.
This wasn't a serious exposed video, but Eric did lay down some true facts about H3H3. The fact that Ethan actually did follow and support Noke Eric in the early days of the channel
Was all a sign of true love.
But then he also stated the fact that Ethan and Healer
Rocketed to YouTube stardom and left me to rot.
But the thing is, this video rocketed. 10,000 views in the first day. Number 1 on Teddy Fresh subreddit. Number 1 on H3H3 subreddit. Taken down. Why? Well, where there's comedy, there's timing. This is around the time where Susan was taking down videos for bullying, harassment, and hate speech. And right next to that, Ethan was getting fisted by the whole commentary community for the Goku Naru video, criticizing Ethan's every move.
If you're gonna dish it out, you'd better be ready to take it.
One example of me not being able to take criticism in the case of like the hypocrisy and the N-word controversy, and I fully accept that. But I feel like I get a lot of shit here on YouTube.
So yeah, I think this was just bad timing on Eric's part. But the biggest thing is, not only the video got taken down, but he got a 7-day ban.
I don't know exactly what was considered so hateful about that video, but I'll never find out.
It's just a shame because Eric was keeping that ball moving from the Sorrow TV shout out. And with the channel banned, it seemed to stop momentum right in its tracks. But the biggest blow is the fact that it was on #1 on Teddy Fresh and H3H3 subreddit. If this did actually get noticed by Ethan and Healer, it could have been something, considering that's all that H3H3 does on his podcast. He just reads Reddit posts. Eric and Ethan could have reminisced about their early days on YouTube before fame and greed took over. Unfortunately, these are a lot of what ifs though, and we may never know. He re-uploaded the video, but it wasn't the same. It had all these caution signs saying it was a joke, it wasn't serious. But you can honestly see the frustration from Eric. But when you get knocked down, you just gotta get back up and sleep with your mum. It's time to talk about Eric's mum. This poor woman. She shows up many times before this and many times after this.
McDonald's? Okay.
His mum is one of the best characters on the channel. Seems so genuine on the videos.
No.
But also seems to always be up to being filmed. There's gotta be a limit to what a mum will do for a son.
How's the shower going, Eric?
This video they make is awesome, and so do 80,000 people think so. I think 69 of these people were on the wrong search engine. Now we've talked about the man, we've talked about the meme, and we've talked about the mum. But now it's time to talk about the mammoth. Mammoth in Space, aka Thomas.
Hey, what's up, you fucking losers?
Mammoth is a small-time YouTuber. When I mean small-time YouTuber, I mean small-time YouTuber.
Having virtually no subscribers.
With a very unique style of editing and an incredible style of animation. Thomas came across Eric around the time of the Sorrow TV shoutout and started contributing to the Patreon of Eric in the early months of 2020. He soon discovered that Eric was in the same town as him and insisted they should meet up and collab. Eric was hesitant at first though.
Apparently Eric brought a knife to our first podcast in case I was like evil. Yeah.
You can see Thomas show up in Eric's videos in March, but just as a cameo. This is where a friendship is formed. Before Thomas, Eric just got anyone that was around to film his videos, pulling them aside, showing them basic techniques for the camera on the spot.
I already got it going, so all you just gotta do is look at the screen.
What are you doing? Look at the screen. Don't look at the screen, not me.
But with Thomas, it was Noik Eric who was the student and Mammoth who was the teacher. You can see this all come together on 21st of July 2020 with a video created by Mammoth in Space and Noik Eric titled Japanese Mass Extermination.
Japanese beetles, Papillia japonica.
Now, personally to me, this is not only the best video on Noik Eric's channel, this is one of my favorite videos of 2020.
Talk, I'm gonna drop you 30 fucking feet. Do you wanna die?
And at the end, you get to see Thomas's incredible style of animation. But from this, a partnership is produced, creating the best content not only on Noik Eric's channel, but also on Mammoth's channel.
I'm a tiger now.
From here, the videos are ramped up to 110% in quality and creativity.
Yeah, this is like a slanting desk.
Let's get some water.
Yeah, there's water in the Burger King cup, but be careful, it's right next to a P Burger King cup.
You remember what I said at the start of the video? I found the most underrated content creator. You can honestly say the same thing about Thomas. The content he creates, the videos he helps make, to the views he gets, and the subscribers he has. Truly underrated. So, what's next? A new era has started for the Noik Eric channel. 2020 was by far the best year Eric has had yet. But I think he's got a progressive overload because he just keeps getting better each year. So it'll be interesting to see what happens in the future. He ends the year with 15,000 subscribers. But you gotta wonder, did that 7-day ban stunt his growth? Could he have got a lot bigger if he got noticed by H3H3? Like I said, these are a lot of what ifs, and we may never know. Anything for views, the Cold Ones host seems very fond of Eric's content and has given him multiple shout outs over different podcasts.
And I like to touch small channels and watch them. So another big one I like is called Nelk Eric. He's a small YouTuber, he has about 10k subs, and he just doesn't give a fuck what he uploads. The most hilarious, funniest guy on the internet, and hopefully he gets some sort of break.
In fact, the whole crew of Cold Ones have taken an interest, so it wouldn't surprise me if he ends up on the show one day. I think that's the next push for Eric. I think he needs to end up on the show, and I think he deserves it. How many other people do you know that have grinded through the years of YouTube, just keeps going week after week after week in hopes that he gets noticed, in hopes that his dream comes true? The guy wants to be a YouTube star. He lives and breathes it, and everyone around him supports him for it. His mum, his dad, to his friends and fans. You gotta give it to the guy. Most people just quit and fade away. I hope you keep going, Eric. Don't stop uploading. Don't stop believing. I see the frustration in your videos, but I see what happiness it brings you. You pull a piece of your heart out, you upload it to YouTube, and you ask us, do you get it? And we say, that was epic! How? Let's start from the start. Let's start where we left off. Where we left off from my channel. I picked 12 people that I did mini videos on. Unfortunately, it absolutely bombed to controversies that were well out of my hands.
I think I should have the balls to make an apology video.
Dude, what the fuck happened to this guy?
Nevertheless, I thought to myself, fuck it, time to move on. Let's go to the next creator. The next creator I wanted to work on was the lemonade stand connoisseur himself, the inventor of the 5-finger fillet song, the schizo that has a gun, Rusty Cage. While following Rusty Cage's content, I had a close eye on what he was posting on Twitter, and one day he shared a link to a live stream show. Fish Tank. From my understanding at the time, Fish Tank was the Sam Hyde 24-hour scuffed live version of Big Brother, gathering 8 autistic misfits, putting them in the house for 42 days, making them compete in challenges for the prize money of $10,000, which has now been changed to $30,000. They will be also competing for fish bucks in multiple mini challenges throughout the 42 days. I really liked the idea of the show when it first started, though I wasn't attracted to it as much as you would think. There was definitely rocking beginnings in the first week. I can't really pinpoint why I didn't like the show initially, whether it was a slow burn of the contestants coming out of their shells, the tank getting swatted, or their website getting shut down from Google.
We're rushing, but we are pretty jammed up right now.
Yeah.
Please bear with us, but we got as many people as we can working on tech support right now as possible.
We apologize for that one, man.
Yeah, that sucks, but we didn't, I think there's like, should we say how many people? Does it say on the site how many people?
We're not sure how accurate it is, but it says 60,000.
Okay.
It's traffic that we had no idea.
Yeah, we were ready for 5,000 people.
Or maybe it was because some of the fish's past were coming to light, which dirtied the water in the first week of the tank.
There was a counselor who worked for a camp for decades. Everybody loves him, but he got fired because he offered drinks to underage girls and allegedly raped her. Here's how to do it the right way. And I don't know, what is the right way? How does that go?
You can talk to the kids you like, maybe kiss them, and I don't think the count on those social nights, I don't think the counselor would care if you are kissing or having fun with each other.
Well, Simmons, allow me to say something that you'll understand in your language. Translation, I'm kicking you off the show.
Vaccinated with 2 boosters, left profile.
Though it wasn't long until the tank ended up on YouTube where I started to find more interest in the show, where more clips and memes started to rise, and the contestants started to open up to uncharted psychotic waters, with the challenges becoming more and more insane.
Today's mini challenge is called The Cell. Take a bathroom break now, because we're all going up to room 2.
this ring.
No. I see it.
No.
Are you serious?
I couldn't relate to many of the fish, John and Andrew Tate clone.
Yeah, I've known a couple of guys who do that. Their husbands are homes, and their wife, we were going out fucking other dudes. That's how it works. When you're a husband at home,
You know Tradwife?
Hold up.
You know
The husband.
Or Josie, someone who's spinning on the spectrum. Lady, a complete Canadian psychopath, but I could relate to one of the fish. Vance.
It's not looking good, dude. Dude, it's not looking good. Dude, it's looking pretty rough, to be honest. Man, dude, it's all fucked up. It's all fucked, man. It's not looking good. You heard about all this stuff? It's looking pretty rough. Dude, everything's all fucked up.
Vance, you could say, has a uncanny resemblance to me. So it was quite captivating seeing myself in the show without being in the show. I couldn't stop watching Vance through Fish Tank. It was like seeing a long lost brother. I decided to make a tweet of mine and Vance's similarities, which would soon become the catalyst of my life being flipped upside fucking down. I posted this tweet, I went to sleep, and when I woke up, I was met with hundreds and thousands of people sharing this post around, sharing this Twitter finding around. During that day of success, I was glued between two monitors. One that had my tweets and sharing retweets, and the other one had the live stream of Fish Tank. I could just not stop watching the show after this. People started to run the idea of wanting to put me onto the show, so much so they started to tag the producers, the showrunners. At the time, I was just jokingly saying I was all for it. Put me in there. And then a suggestion turned into reality. The man himself reached out to me. Jet Neptune, the true mastermind behind the show, the puppet master behind Fish Tank.
I'm imagining like 1,000 Australians like slapping their knee like
when your mom says you can't get your butt in slag.
Fish Tank is his baby, so when he reached out to me and we had a few back and forth to see if I was a freak or not, I was like, holy fuck, what is going on here? Jet asked if I wanted to come onto the show. How crazy, how mentally insane do you think I would have to be to only have watched the show for 1 week, to drop everything that I'm doing, to fly over to another country that I've never been to go and work for Jet Neptune, and more importantly, Sam Hyde, one of the most controversial figures on the internet space. You want me to just drop everything, leave, and go and do that? How insane do you think I am? So I ended up booking my tickets and getting my visa done within 5 days, and I was on the show pretty soon after that. Just to make sure that this was a good idea, Jet Neptune ended up tweeting out asking some screenshots of Vance's clothing, which wasn't hard because all that clothing cost me $50 to buy at Kmart. What a cheap fuck. I made a photo shoot, an audition you could say. I got my visa done, I got my flights booked with all in 5 days, and I was ready to go. You would think flying out to another country would make me a little bit uneasy, but I just felt like this was just such a fucking great idea. What I was aware of, there wasn't anything super crazy going on with Fish Tank. Like they weren't bringing in new stars, they weren't bringing in freeloaders or anything like that. So it was quite crazy that I was the catalyst of everything to start moving into that direction. It was getting crazy. It was getting fucking insane. Jet was the one to personally pick me up from the airport, and we hit it off straight away. We were just laughing at the fucking idea to fly me out from Australia to America for the first time ever just to razz up a competitor on the Fish Tank. Though before I even got to the Fish Tank house, we had to make a pit stop because somewhere along the line, my luggage got lost. That's right, my clothes, my giant fucking wardrobe of Vance Peel clothes went missing, gone, kaput, they're fucking out of here. I was left stranded naked. I was literally naked. I only had the clothes that were on me at the time, so we had to go to do a small pit stop to the iconic Walmart store. Give it up for Walmart, people. Give it up for Walmart. I don't know why I said it like that. Give it up for Walmart, I guess. And after this shopping spree that definitely put a dent in their budget, Jet asked me if I wanted to go on the show after 30 hours of flying. and I said to myself, I'm jet lagged, 30 hours of flying, no sleep, absolutely mentally dead. Yeah, just put me on the show. I think I'll be well in character. Here's the thing about Van. He's not very articulate with his words. See, he's got 3 words. He's got, yeah, nice. We got to the house, I met to the other showrunners, and within 2 hours of landing on American soil, I was on live stream, ready to fuck with the contestants. And the rest is history.
What's your name? Vince. Hey, I'm Vince too.
See, I don't think you guys...
You know what? I don't think I hyped you guys up enough.
What I want you to do is reach into your medicine cabinet and grab the biggest,
best pill you can find.
the biggest lance pill you can find. I want you to pop it down, chase it with some water, down, get it down there. Get down there.
Who are you and why did you want to come to the show, Lance?
I wanted to come to the show to show all my fans the appreciation, and after I win, get the prize.
With a W, I'll show my appreciation to all of you. All the
Lance killed people out there.
I guess
thing left to say.
What's your strategy to win?
Replace you.
That's a good strategy.
Here's the deal. If you can take their supplies and throw them down the basement door and get them out of the play area.
No!
Their clothes, personal clothes, whatever. I don't give a shit. Just start throwing shit down there. I will, for each amount of supplies that you get out of the game and you sabotage them, I'll give you alcohol. Yeah. And then you guys can just go drunk and shit. Freeloaders.
But there's only one room for one Vance. That's me.
I'm gonna flip the fuck out. Really try to make him think I'm fucking insane.
They refused to take the lance pill. I took the lance pill. You took the lance pill.
Solid Vance, Liquid Lance, geosigned the plushies of the Josie Tribe Revenge.
Oh, revenge is coming.
Vance, you wanna make a deal?
I think it's the only way out of this.
I think so. About. Hey, stay there.
Alright.
Stay there.
Okay.
Alright. How about this? Leaders, and we dissolve our nations together. And I'll give up my territory. But I can be co-leader. We can rule the fish tank together.
Could definitely.
Think about it.
I would think about it.
What's better than one Vance?
2. Lance. Only Lance.
Lance Killer, let's kill the Lance tonight. Lance Killer, kill every Lance inside.
Let me come in for a sec.
In the nation of the nation of Vegas. Oh yeah! Only one way to take down Vance. Baby.
Use the water bottle as a grenade lance. Loosen the lid, then toss it in.
Very good point. Something like this. As an Australian, kind of gotta feel, you gotta grab some armor. Gotta do it the Australian way. The Ned Kelly way. Alright. Are you part of the Lance Kill Nation?
I guess I have to.
If you leave the Lance Kill Nation, all this will be going away.
What do you mean? That's my stuff.
Exactly.
Did I just miss you?
I don't think a Canadian can miss point blank range.
I don't have to pee soon though. I might have to leave the room.
You can pee in the shower.
I don't want to be in the shower.
Hey, I saw you pee in the closet.
What do you mean you saw me?
Everyone saw you.
I was just chilling in that closet. History of the rise of the Vance Nation. And I will orchestrate
Lenny, don't trust him. He's evil, set to destroy ye. All kill him, now it's yours.
What did he say?
Oh, he was just like saying you gotta bring people in here. Lance Nation. Down with Vance Pill Nation. There's no Lance Pill Nation. He's just trying to get me, like he's like, you gotta go out there and do what you're good at. Manipulate people.
Nice.
Where the fuck are my shoes? Bro, I'm gonna fuck all this shit up in this fucking room. You don't need my fucking shoes. Well, figure it out. Get my fucking shoes or all this shit in the fucking room. I'm gonna fuck it up. Get my fucking shoes right now. I swear to fucking God, I'm fucking up all your makeup and I'm tearing up all your clothes.
So you actually didn't take Daniel's shoes?
Yes, I actually didn't take them.
The freeloaders were told if they took items and threw them down the stairs, I would pay them in vodka.
I didn't throw anything.
I don't give a fuck. You came in this house and disrespected all of us, both of you.
I didn't throw anything.
Shut up! You don't even want to fucking be here, bro! It got paid. In vodka, really?
Time to see if Daniel
He wasn't
Vance bedroom 4 water gun is alone.
I've been in over like 100 fights. I could for real like scrap with anybody.
And Logan, I'm scared of Australians, bro. Like, them niggas can fight, bro.
Yeah.
They hella big.
Lance, you should go to bedroom 2 and start doing push-ups in front of him.
Nice. Just do that. Let's splash on.
The more I watch y'all, the more I begin to hate y'all, except for you, Josie.
See how Lance is keeping a foul face there. Yeah. I think.
I hate you, bro.
You know it has to be done.
I fucking hate this motherfucker.
Oh, you can't touch on me.
Oh, yeah, true. I hate this motherfucker. This is my house, Lance. This is my house.
Brotherly love going on right now, your mom. We're glad to see you having fun.
full of water?
Yeah.
Have fun, gentlemen.
You deserve it, Leo. Appreciate that.
I'm sorry. I'm really genuinely sorry that I fucked your shit up. And I'm just gonna go. I'm gonna head out of here.
Bye bye deadbeat, damn nice fucking with you. Nutshack, 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 nutshack.
Well, you're probably one of the best actors in the world.
Let me see. Take it easy.
Oh. Thanks. There you go. Not bad.
Hell
Yeah.
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 Oh
Yeah.
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 Oh yeah.
Yeah. We are doing the drunk piece of shit challenge. The midnight challenge. The drunk piece of shit challenge is pretty simple. The 3 contestants who are the worst drunk pieces of shit, just belligerent assholes, just making a mess.
I think me and Vance got this.
We're gonna get a fish bucket. Quite an emotional day, guys. Holy moly. Maybe we need a little liquor to make it all better. But freeloaders, as you guys know, you guys can compete for fish bucks too. You're not eligible for the grand prize, but goddamn it, shouldn't that be more fire under your ass? Get the flames going, drink some fire water, and be a drunk piece of shit.
Where are you talking about?
Keep drinking?
Yeah!
Seattle, Australia! From the moment I saw you, that you were the realest motherfucker in here.
Have you heard of World Peace? That's what I want to offer you. I want to just bring you into my other project that I'm shooting right now. Actually, get a real answer. Give me a real answer. Will you really do it?
Yeah.
I'm gonna fucking be there. I'm gonna have a camera on my head. I'm gonna make you fucking cry in the middle of the version.
Angel told me I would meet you.
You are a fat fag.
Castle doctrine.
You're a fat fag.
But you can stomach that too. It is good.
He said that you said that I pissed on his bed twice.
Did I say that? I heard it through the grapevine. Yeah. There's piss in the bed.
It's pretty nasty.
It is. It's really nasty.
Lance. Damn, good to see you.
Lance.
Alright. Because for one night only, you can use me as your soldier.
Yeah.
We're gonna team up to take on the big boy.
Okay.
Trying to hit him with a bat? Oh!
Yeah, I'll watch it out.
No, I don't! Oh, dude, it's not coming off! Hey, Frank! No!
Let's go.
gonna do, brother?
You have more, and that's. There's one on the ground right there.
Frank, you look like you just got on me.
You're gonna have to go.
I believe.
Yeah.